Hello, everybody, and welcome to the second Swiss Championship. As we have already 30 teams here ready to go. Unfortunately, out of 32 teams, two weren't able to show up in time for today, or had other things coming up. But 30 teams is still the biggest roll-up sign up and that we ever had, and it's gonna be hot, a really hot one here. 30 teams. 5 rounds of Swiss Championship action. That's a lot of games to be played today. And yeah, it's going to be the pre-Christmas time. For each subscription on Twitch, guys, I'm gonna put in a bit more of my Santa outfit. As we already got the first one of Tanka. We have the hat on already, but a lot of other things there still to be putting on. Gloves, shoes, all the nice red and white stuff. And yeah, Mr. Chloride is joining me here again for some lovely Tourney 2 action.
Hello, everybody, and as opposed to Protoss, I will be taking a piece of clothing off every time somebody subscribes, but I unfortunately will not be on camera.
Yeah, and we have a lot of subscribe to Chloride's OnlyFans if you want to see those pictures, though. Obviously, yeah, we have a lot of action coming your way, guys. And the tournament also has a prize pool that you can help out fund on Matcherino, $31.99. You can add 25 cents with a click here on that claim code button. As always, link down below on YouTube, Matcherino in the chat on Twitch. And yeah, we're gonna get ready here for round number 1. The teams have signed up with 4 divisions each. The enemy will be able to ban 1 away, and then they pick out of the remaining 3 divisions 2 to play on. We're gonna start our cast today with the match between Yamin and his teammate King Turd versus Wolf number 755 and the Annoying Cat. So that is going to be our first match. We're gonna follow some winners. In the end, one team will be remaining that has 5 wins. Every other team will have a loss at that point. So we will have a champion here, and they will go away with the prize money. And yeah, it's a hot moment to get into WARNO again, as yeah, a lot has happened lately. We got the announcement for Norfolk launch next week. We're gonna go into that tomorrow, and yeah, pretty hyped for that. But let's see what we can do on the current patch.
Yeah, I was. I don't know if we're going to spectate this, but the WARNO Anime Society, featuring former Division 4 winner Pasta La Vista, are opening up in deployment against another team of Captain Tank and Obama. But have we given these people instructions on how to name their lobbies so we can find the right ones?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, excellent. Because I haven't found any information of this yet.
Yeah, there has been a couple of free giveaways. Jar coming in. What happened to your opponents? Couple of informations there in the chat. And yeah, Thoughtful Frag isn't quite here yet. They have 5 minutes. Yeah, people getting ready. What happened there? Jar, can you let me know? Because in here, your opponent didn't text me that they weren't around, as far as I know. Or, yeah, you're not either of these teams, so... Where's your opponents again, Jar? I don't see you right now here on the list again. I might find here Swinedad and Camo. They're not around? What happened?
Which channel is this?
Yeah, we are getting ready for a lot of 2v2 games here.
What are you drinking?
Just some multivitamin pills and water.
I am drinking the Finnish Jaffa Talvi Linsa, the winter lemonade, which is spiced quite nicely for the recent cold hit that Helsinki has gotten. We are suffering through the worst parts of human living, which is when you have every day you have snow, and then every second day the snow melts and becomes a disgusting slush, which will seep into everything, and it's impossible to avoid. Lots of people like to point out that the Finnish language has an insane amount of terms for different kinds of snow, many of them that are already obsolete. But the term for the uh, slush created by warm weather and constant snow, it's called loska, and it's basically public enemy number one.
Yeah, absolutely understandable. Like, only really annoying drizzly rain, I feel like, is worse than muddy snow. Like, both are
Oh,
not
but
a great.
warm drizzle rain is so
No,
great.
no, I mean, cold, like the cold, like 2 degrees outside,
Oh, yeah.
like that rain that really kind of feels like fog, but it is actual rain coming around.
Oh, I don't know if we get that. Might be a Central European thing.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, we
Woes,
have a lot of
woes.
teams getting ready here now. A lot of them setting up in sessions as well. It's a lot of high level players, a lot of new faces here as well. The names are pretty mixed. I mean, we have champions like Procomi in here. We have Yukipor here as season 1 champion of League and so on. We have Woe is Me, and we have Hatred, aka Homelander, around as well. So yeah, Yamin from Steel Division and so on. Pivot and Young Ho Co. Some streamers going on as well. 42 fans and your Finnish friend here that now currently is named as Sans Lingua Franca, though I believe that's just the Twitch name, the Discord name.
Uh, yeah, I'm excited to see the kind of the everyman strategies that are going to be presented here. We obviously are not going to necessarily have the most top gameplay when you have a lot of top players playing with friends, playing with acquaintances, most likely taking it seriously, but not to the point of, completely uh, sanitizing their gameplay and removing all the experimental and maybe the more whimsical elements that might not find their place in the grand finals.
Yeah, teams setting up. We have a good couple of actions going on here already, waiting for Wolf and yeah, Annoying Cat and Wolf versus Yamin and King Turd. He's the guys that I texted about keeping me in touch. And obviously,
Always
as
good.
the caster curse has to do, those are the slowest guys to set up, it feels like. As everybody else is starting to get ready.
Yeah, the looking at them kind of skipping around on these 2v2 lobbies that we are finding here. And by the way, for those who don't know, if you have friends playing and you have WARNO, you can just go spectate the games yourself. If you specifically want to follow somebody, the only thing you really need is for them to put the spectate option on, and it's way easier if they happen to be on your friends list on Steam. The P-Bat game is on the room. It's starting now.
Yeah, a lot of games here setting up right now. As most guys get into the action.
So if I can set out some kind of random long-term predictions here, predicting that the Koch and ZXD Elric team will go far. I think Koch is a very competent player. I think there's somebody who is a constant show on ladder, never really rising up to the top levels, but managing to take games of even top players. I think like T-Man has had a win streak, last I checked, of quite a few games, which has only been sullied by a loss to Koch. I can't remember the matchup there. Koch also seems to have a pretty wide variety of divisions, including the one of the weaker pack divisions, one of the more interesting mechanized pack divisions, sixth.
For the next couple of subs also, we have 3 more subs gifted and 1 extra sub there. So the trousers go on. For the center trousers going on. And then we got... What do we got next? We got the shoes. 1 shoe, 2 shoe. So, let's see shoes coming on. Shoe number 2 coming on as well. And then we need one more thing. I think that's gonna be the overdress. And then we already are pretty far into the center thing. So there are a couple more smaller things like the belt and so on to go on. So yeah, a couple more going around. Couple more things coming up. Okay. Yeah, and the round that we are waiting for still setting up here. There's a lot of other...
And so, of course, Pro Comi playing with a friend, Babblegun. What do you think? Do you think that if you have 2 more high-end but not top-tier players playing against 1 top-tier player and 1 low-level player, do you think the ones with the more cohesive skill level are that have the better chance as compared to the people with 1 really good one and 1 kind of obeying the orders likely?
It's tough. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, that is that the one that has a bit more average players has the better chances.
Yeah, so teams like WoW and Axis, Yukipo and Blitzwar, you know. No. The Yukipo and WoW are top tier players, of course. But in practice, like people like Starbreaker and Aim Juicy may not be top tier players, but if they try really hard, I think they can out micro a single really good player. And especially when people may not take the games as 100% seriously, they may play suboptimal divisions for fun. Though we did not see that too much in the last tournament, though I am one to say, considering that I was the one playing there, I didn't spectate those. But in general, even in the last tournament, we saw a lot of meta picks, not competitive meta picks necessarily, but ranked meta picks, which is what you should expect for a tournament such as this.
Yeah, it seems like there were a couple of teams not planning. So yeah, we're gonna see how things go. And yeah. As we still waiting for the one game. What is going on there? Right? We got the picks and bans, so we're gonna have Wolf and Mr. Annoying Cat with 50 and 152nd versus KDA and 35th. So, interesting matchup for sure. As Wolf here, they had 11th ACR, 152nd, 5th E, and 82nd as their divisions. And then on the other side, we have Yamin with 56, KDA 27th and 35th. And 27th got banned here. And they're setting the game up right now to get us into the game. If we have a look here into the lobbies, we see a lot of lobbies already set up here. So game's getting ready. And yeah, it should be pretty hot. Quite soon, just like my outfit is getting hot right now. As we'll have Wolf.
Yeah, the so what was the name of the you know the name of the lobby we're going? I went on and checked. Woe is me and Axis 96 are power gaming hard with fifth Blinde for Woe and second Panzer Grenadier for Axis 96. Whereas Mordecai and Niash, lower level players, playing 119th and 56th respectively, and it seems like at least on the WoW team, it seems like they are going all in. The 52nd Panzer Grenadier, I think, is a massive like mid game mech attack combination. It's very powerful. It doesn't really lack anything. The stuff that outside of maybe the end game heavy tank spam, but if you're playing 5e and second Panzer Grenadier, you don't need end game tank spam. You have everything else, and you will win the game before the end game happens. So that might be something. Let's look out for maybe potential super combinations, considering how powerful the French and the West Germans are right now.
Yeah. As there seem to be a couple of teams still struggling.
Even the cast suffer from lobby simulator.
Yeah. This lobby simulator is real. The lobby is supposed to go up. Uh, And the lobby should be up there. Yeah, there we go. Finally, Yamin's game. And here we go. Yeah. So Cyrus, map number 1 for all round games. To make it easier, to make it quicker, all games have a set map, all rounds. And for round 1, that's gonna be Cyrus. Then we're gonna have the new Albion military base, Two Ways, Hesse, and Loop. The maps all have been voted upon by the players, so they got what they wanted. We even had the modded map there, the West folder one, as an option, though it got 6th place out of the votes. And yeah, Cyrus made it in as the second most voted map. Gonna be interesting to see how they play on this one, as it is a pretty hot mon. Yeah, we will have Wolf and Annoying Cat here on the left side versus Yamin, and Make Artie Not Friends, aka King Turd, on the right side. So, gonna be a hot one.
Yeah, so it's full French going against the kind of meta pact, the 35th Descendants Sturmovaya, the Soviet Airborne Division, the standard Soviet Airborne Division, very powerful. Right now considered to be very, very good. It's the forward deployment is always relevant. The good infantry, you get the free veterancy 1 and pretty good infantry equipment. You get it all on with a nice mechanized component of the very light infantry fighting vehicles, which have good weapons and good speed, but are really, really weak considering they are air transportable, air mobile fighting vehicles. Obviously, the armor is the one that you're going to skimp at. And going against the 5th and 152nd Infantry Division, the new French Infantry Division, I have to say that the advantage will likely be on the Blues. The 50 is so good, and 152nd, I like to think that it is a very good supporting division because it lacks so much basic fundamentals, but it also has a lot of power. Like the stuff that it can do pretty well. Do you want to have air attacks? Do you want to have early infantry aggro? Do you want to have infantry grinds? Do you want to have a fast air defense that you can move along with the fastest VAB 50 cal transport vehicles? So a specialized 152nd with a generalized 50 might work really well. Not to mention the fact that the AMX-10 RCs will be able to go alongside the Commando del Air as well as their anti-air equipped VIB transports. So the opener for the French here might just be like amazing. But of course, 35th played well, can actually be a good counter against the French recon vehicle attack. The French recon vehicles are best when fighting against other vehicles, of course, because especially if it's a light vehicle, the cannons, the accuracy, the speed, they can have an advantage and get some free kills here. But if the infantry has moved solidly into buildings, if the infantry is able to engage the enemy with even lighter Fagot anti-tank missiles, or if helicopters manage to go in and pick out, these recon vehicles can become obsolete quite quickly. But before we get into the game, Protoss, this has always bugged me. Why is this map called Cyrus?
I think I'm actually not sure. I actually no
yeah.
idea. Is it a remake one of an original wargame map that was called Cyrus? Oh no, it's named after a guy that is called Cyrus. Yeah, now I remember. Yeah, that
It's
was.
named after us. Because I was like thinking that is the land acquisition here supposed to like
No. The
like
guy who
the
helped you in
Achaemenid
making it was
Empire?
called Cyrus. Now I remember. It's called after
Yeah.
a WARNO player that
Okay.
whose
Well,
gamertag is
that's
Cyrus.
yeah. My theory was that this was supposed to, you had these large solid land grabs that you have to do here, and this was somehow reflecting Cyrus the Great when they methodically moved and conquered the Lydians and whoever for the Achaemenid Empire.
No. It's not that deep. It's just named after a guy.
But the Eugen guys are exactly like people who would do that, right? Like they have the Napoleonic martial energy going on.
Yeah, but not for the names of maps. The names of the maps are pretty straightforward. Mount River, it says mountain and a river. Death Row, it's just a
Well,
valley of death.
Death Row is the thing that they're gonna give to the map editors. But yeah, so looking at the red opener here, the blue opener seems to be a pretty so far like reasonably aggressive, considering they are going to try to get into the middle of Charlie and Delta. That is what I would consider aggression here, because that is an attempt to cut off the reinforcement route towards Charlie and the village in the middle. And if they can manage to cut off this road, even a smaller mechanized force can contest a larger infantry force that is in Charlie, if played well enough. But the red attack here seems to be very formidable. There's maybe even too much infantry. There's a Spetsnaz after Spetsnaz grew, supported by forward deployment leaders. While the movement on the other point seems to be just light, cheap KDA recon. You have SPW-40s, you have KDA Aufklärers, which are 6-man, 20-point squads, no AT weapons, but really good at being recon. And not contesting the areas outside of Charlie, not trying to have a presence in Echo and Delta might be a purposeful choice, knowing that the French recon vehicles, the EBRs and the AMXs, are so good at taking that ground, so you might as well not contest it. But this could end really badly if there is an overinvestment into the middle. So and then the French can use their mobility and their transportability as well as their cheap and efficient helicopters to conquer a larger area of ground. Because they, even with the heaviest tanks that the KDA can offer here, the T-62s, even those are not going to be able to contest the French on large areas. There needs to be a build-up of first recon and then cheap ATGM vehicles to conquer the open ground. And following those ATGMs, you of course need to have aircraft because you can't really attack with Conquerors. And this is kind of the KDA 35th method of dealing with long range combat. And the French might be able to just exploit this really hard. And this, I don't know if this is going to be a fast game, but it could be.
Yeah, and the thing on this map though is that KDA and 56 just have way better artillery, and this map around Charlie can come down to the artillery grind, and then the French, especially with 152nd not having much to offer. Obviously, the Alv 1 is a pretty good one, but against what KDA and 56 have to offer, 35th have to offer artillery-wise, they are just not up there. Like a lot of rocket artillery, the 203mm Malkas, and so on. So that might be an issue if the game goes long here, as in 2v2, artillery is just a good bit better than in 1v1, so we could just see artillery grind here.
Yeah, this this map is quite large, and what I specifically like is the fact that there is so much space to move around with even with roads. You can flank your opponent by sending units to go on long range kind of travels. And when you have something like the VAB, the French transport vehicle, which have 85 kilometers off road and 100 kilometers on road, with excellent autonomy and 50 cal / 20 millimeter weapons. The that it is possible to kind of use the French mobility. Look at Echo, for instance. Let's say that Echo becomes a red area. Uh, is how much do you need to cover to prevent the French from sneaking up 3 squads of marine infantry and attacking Echo from the north or northeast? It is possible. These holding up these lines and plugging these gaps will be uh, at least against a competent French player will be even more important than most of the 1v1 maps, which have less space.
Yeah, there's some roads on the side in general that could go into real line action on both sides here on this map, which is always pretty interesting on it. Though we don't see it super often and super commonly. Yeah, both sides here taking a good bit amount of time here to set up. AMX-30 B2s, VABs, and AMX-10s here. Quite numerous. We see a lot of forces here rolling into the middle. The EBRs, still pretty pricey. The division itself got buffed a decent amount lately with the Commando Air getting all the extra traits and so on, and the VAB infantry here getting cheaper. The reservists in the VABs, but the EBRs and so on still pretty expensive. 152nd in general still not highly regarded as a division, but yeah, with 5th behind it with a lot of tanks, the light cheap infantry might work out a good bit better. So we're gonna see how that goes. If 5th just kind of buy all the mech force and all the tank force, and you just have to spam infantry, then 152nd might actually work out.
Yeah, this the amount of T-62s I think is could be maybe a little bit worrying. I'm seeing only 3, one of whom is going to north and 2 of whom are going to the middle. The 2 of them is just enough to do some damage, but they are so slow, and these are not the oh wait, no, these are the variants with the Bastion missiles. Okay, so these actually might be really good defensive units. I forgot which one, which model was the one with the 9M117, which might be the best, not the most damaging, but the best Soviet land ATGM. And these things, T-62s, you want to have a group of them because they are very vulnerable on their own. They are very, very slow. They're not maneuverable, and they don't have enough armor to withstand too many hits. And if these T-62s are played personally, I would maybe cut off just well, I mean, you can't cut off from the infantry when you're playing KDA, but if you're going tanks in the middle and you're playing against 50, which is going to have more tanks than you, I like to think that the T-62s should be coming out on force. The buying small amounts of T-62s all throughout the game, always being behind the more maneuverable and more affordable even French tanks. I think it's just it is a misappropriation of resources here. But on the other hand, investment into books, pretty nice anti-helicopter infrastructure going around with the forward deployment descents, and even though there is an overinvestment into the middle, in my opinion, if they manage to win the fight on middle, who knows? Pushing up, getting the books.
Yeah, the question is really, is there an overinvestment into middle on this map? Like, because it is the 3-point zone. Like, you have to hold both side zones, and both of the side zones are favored into one direction to, like, phase out the middle fight. Like, that's always has been the big question point about this map. Is the middle just the win-it-all way? It has been nerfed a bit since the early days, as it was a +4 zone once in the past. But even as a +3 zone, there's still the argument that you can't overinvest into the middle because the middle is kind of the only thing that matters. But yeah, it has switched a bit around since then. We'll see how it goes, though. Like, that is really the big question point on Cyrus. Is there really something that you could call overinvestment when it comes to the middle zone?
I'd say the infantry is exactly that, especially anti-infantry like the Desant Afghanzi and the Spetsnaz. These are both amazing units. No, actually, Desant Afghanzi now do have a rocket launcher, actually. But the Spetsnaz, even then, if you have too many infantry units out there and you conquer Charlie, what are you going to do with those infantry units? They can't leave. In practice, they are going to be they're going to lose their value if the enemy disengages and starts scaling up artillery against them. But capturing the zone and then maybe using it and a large amount of recon units and anti-air books to have air supremacy. Now, that is something potential. We are already seeing the French open with 5 fighters, including 1 decent one, 2 mediocre ones, and 2 kind of bad ones. But the numbers here are providing a lot of security, likely. Checking out, not finding any...
But against the Book, that is really risky. Like, the Book can one-shot those Crusaders. The Book can be pretty deadly against the Mirages as well. MiG-27 gets pushed back, but it will make it out alive. More AA coming around. Book firing another missile. Gets a kill into a Mirage 3E. Those are one-shot kills as well. Crusaders, one of them ending up dead as well. So that air opener, not really working out. At the same time, infantry pushing in here, commandos versus all the Spetsnaz, and then the Spetsnaz might pay off if all those French elite infantry here are up against them. Then the elite Spetsnaz forces can pay off. Both sides here losing a lot of forces. A lot of those are cheap transports though. EBRs here killing off a decent amount of them. But the Spetsnaz here under fire by the VIBs as well. And yeah, AT infantry is lacking here. The VIBs melting through them quite nicely.
Yeah, even the reservist EBR-90s have 10 rate of fire when they're in Veterancy 1, so they can actually provide pretty alright HE damage and suppression. It's like 3 hits to stun if the infantry unit is on Vet 1 and not in a building.
Yeah, the VIBs here dealing really solid damage. Now most of them have been killed off, but Jaguar HE trying to stop the infantry that was coming in for reinforcements, getting them killed off, getting the assistance there. Book trying to go for the kill there, not quite finding it. +3 currently in the middle here for the red players, EBRs under attack as well, AMX 30 B2s now, and AL90s coming in. There is a 100mm puck with ATGMs as well, T62s with the ATGMs getting involved here too, one-shotting those EBRs. Mirage trying to push back the MiG-27, that gets an amazing kill in the center though. P4 in the north already getting killed off as well, and the forces in the middle on both sides really exhausted already.
Yeah, the French opener with the planes, insane fun. I don't know what they were doing. They know that the enemy is playing KDA. KDA always opens up with a book, because book is the best AA weapon in the game, and it can start paying off right at the start if it manages to get a single hit against these 8 health tanks, 8 health fighters. So immediately losing up a lot of tempo there, gaining up and getting some good work done. The French are with their mechanized forces in the middle, but now with all the recon getting taken out outside of the Surblinde, the vehicles are attacking fortified and camouflage long-range ATGMs. There's 2 different Bastion launchers and a Conkers. This is a suicide now for the French to try to hold this ground. But the small group of Grenadier Voltigeurs, as well as the reservists now, might be able to hold the southwestern side of the town, which where the AMX-30 leader could maybe hold itself. Another Crusader getting donated to the coup. The coup finally getting a handle of it, getting a level 1, immediately getting a second hit and getting to veteran level, now at 65% accuracy on max range.
Yeah, T-62s coming around, Reservistes pushing into the middle against the Spetsnaz. Spetsnaz immediately stunning them down here. Even 3 of them might struggle against the Spetsnaz, so the Spetsnaz at least are already damaged. VAB coming around the numbers as well though, BMD2 coming in here, Jaguars trying to still fly around, but with the Books around, and the Books even leveling up already, I'm not sure if that is a great idea to continue trying to use aircraft that numerously.
Yeah, KDA has a lot of soft units. They have a lot of stuff that you can counter by just going against it and microing well and having some good luck. Air is not that. You cannot hard counter Books. You can't try to hope, well, you know what, the source of this is 155-point units that can just murder everything I have single shot. Maybe those things are just gonna have unusually bad luck. No. It's not a good idea. Invest into something else. Marsuin getting not taken out by the T-62. A Spetsnaz GRU and T-62 used very well defensively. Spetsnaz GRU having of course, the long-range optics, and the T-62 having the long-range weapon. But being a slow tank, it is under risk of both bombardment and air attacks, managing to not get hit by these clusters.
The MX-30 leader gets side-shotted by an ATGM, goes down there. Yeah, the Wolf and Annoying Cat struggling to get units into the middle here. As MiG-27 comes around on the other side, MLs and AMXs rolling forward. We see a big fight in the middle here. There's a Vist taken out, Mirage 200 going down immediately to the Books again. Conquers UATs is here trying to approach from the south. We see a lot of smoke play now in the middle. And yeah, the infantry of 152nd is decent, but 35th and KDA both have good infantry as well, and it's a bit of a stalemate here now in the center in the infantry fight, but the mechanized war is just getting won by the pack divisions so far.
Yeah, the overinvestment into the air was every one of those fighters was one AMX-30 that was not on the ground. And it was AMX-30 that is not currently pushing on Bravo. What I was earlier on mentioning is that when people invest into the middle, they can leave their flanks just way too open. There's not a single ATGM protecting Bravo. Anything could just go in there. The Outclarer don't even have AT weapons. I guess the MiG could maybe go and try to hit something. Jaguar getting hit, but Jaguar having 10 health survives the hit.
Yeah, we see AML-90s and AMX-30s still coming around. The ATGM numbers here on the packed side just too well set up though. And the French here currently suffering quite heavy losses. Well, they don't really get the kills, and now the KDA artillery is coming online. The Malkas on the battlefield now. Helicopters here coming out as well, and blue side is just starting to really suffer here in this matchup.
Yeah, so looking at the French reinforcements here, I think we can all see what the tactic is. I was dreaming of side attacks and flanks and larger micro and map control, but instead I think they are just going to go all the way with the middle strategy. The motor shoots and BTR here will be in a prime position to get some free kills with their RPG-7s that are both accurate. Missing the first one and not taking any of the reservists along with them. The French respond with the massed 50 caliber weapons as well as the autocannons in the AMX-30s.
Yeah, a lot of reservists coming in here now. A lot of units moving towards the middle. AMX-30B2 moving around. A lot of reservists moving in. AMX-30B2 trying to hold there. A lot of infantry in super cheap transports. A lot of super cheap 10 hit point infantry. Though those are really only strong if you can assist them, and their systems just went up in flames. The plane went up in flames, the MX-30 leader went up in flames, and now all the reservists are in the middle, and they are beefy, really good meat shield, but they have nothing to meat shield for anymore, and that feels like they're just gonna die a slow death here without dealing much damage. Their DPS is not that great. The VAB reservists already all starting to die and getting stunned down here. The infantry kind of the same thing. And yeah, they start to get a couple of infantry killed here, but the MX-30 is just not blobbed up well enough. They came in piecemeal, and then that means they just get picked up one by one by the long-range ATGMs without ever getting into range, getting picked up by artillery, and that's just not how you can play these AMXs in this matchup.
Yeah, the team games, it might be as it is in real life, having multiple people doing the planning and commanding and playing. It might be difficult to inform that, well, now we need to switch up tactics. Players might think that, well,
and destruction.
I am not. I am just following the plan that we have been thinking of, which is going to the middle. But any more reinforcements that are getting sent here are just, they are going against such a massive amount of troops, such a bad engagement, and sending these planes to get eaten up by the Book. Book already, even though it's vetted up, it's on elite veterancy under the commander now. And this is just the KDA is allowed to just play on the best possible game for itself. The KDA's weakness would be its inability to move around, its inability to maybe respond to any side attacks. But the sides have been just completely taken, not even relegated to be part of the battle. There are some concurses, and Yamin Friendly Edition is moving up recon and flanks to start attacking the reinforcement road and maybe even threaten Foxtrot. The fact that there is nothing on Foxtrot here while everything is getting taken out, yeah, this is a massive overinvestment into the enemy's preferred battle.
Yeah, and they still keep on moving forward into the ATGM supremacy here on the other side. The issue with French ATGMs is they are mostly Milans. Milans have the lower ranges compared to the Conquerors, and especially compared to the Bastions with the 2,800 meters. So you struggle on these open fields on the ATGM duels, but yeah, if you just keep on feeding into them, you will lose heavily, and that's what we see here. Blue side is running out of units here, whilst red side is just getting stronger and stronger because they just stopped taking losses now, because they can keep the enemies at an arm's length with all these ATGMs and keep on getting kills here, and this feels like a victory here for Yamin and King Turt pretty early on.
Yeah, the vehicle, the part of the fight when the French were managing to fight for the town was when all of their vehicles were alive, and then they stopped having any vehicles, and now they just can't even get in there.
Yes, ATGMs here from the Conquerors moving around. 20mm helicopters trying to come in. They tried to get more stuff in here, but it's 5 minutes with the +3 to victory, and yeah, more AMX-13s and AMX-30s just not gonna stop this. They had traded decently right at the beginning of the game, but ever since then, the matchup here has gotten worse in that regard. And yeah, the ATGM supremacy is just showing here. Like, Yamin and King Turd set that up nicely and played it really well, whilst the other team just never found a solution for it. And I feel like the solution would have just been massive blobs, but we never saw that happening. They trickled in, and trickling units in is not a good solution for a problem in WARNO usually.
Yeah, like the very common strategy of holding only one of the corners on Cyrus, then smoking it, then trying to hold this on long range. Even that could have worked better, but it would have required a transition to ATGMs and tanks. And by the time this transition should have happened, so much resources were already spent on completely losing the air game and not gaining anything for it, that at this point the packed air force has been basically completely unmolested, managing to use the MiG-27s to kill any vehicles, any dangerous vehicles, and the infantry on the ground can kill everything else. The investment into the early attack was worthwhile, but continuations of that attack just failed completely.
And yeah, here we go. Yamin and King Turd, aka Make Already Not Friends, taking the W here in the end. KDA really coming out with a strong victory here on map number 1 for these two guys. And we have a lot of results trickling in already. Wolf and Annoying Cat, I feel like their opener was fine, but after it fell apart quite quickly. They will have to check out their matchups, though the next couple of rounds going to be pretty different as well. So the matchups map-wise might fit them better. I think Cyrus, for that division layout that they have, is the toughest one. So yeah, we're gonna see how that goes. There's a lot of the results coming in right now. Good couple of games already played. Most of the favorites, or all of the favorites, actually winning here so far. From what I've seen, Vo has won his first round game. Homelander won his first round game. Atla won in the first round as well. So Bubblegum and Pro Commie not dropping either. So the championship race here is going strong. And yeah, I'm really looking forward for round 2. A couple of games still setting up here. So yeah, let's have a look if we can find another match here whilst we're on the way. The Aim Doozy and Stahlbrecher game versus Rolled Man and Live. Yeah, that will be interesting. Let's have a look here. Aim Doozy on second Panzergren, Stahlbrecher on his favorite division, or not of his favorite, but his strongest division, I would say. That is an interesting matchup.
Are we skipping up to live?
I'm trying to rush through it, yeah, so that
Okay.
we can get there.
There seems to be a larger stream delay than normal.
Yeah, I put a stream delay on my stream. Yeah.
Okay. So that explains it. So, going through the game here, seeing Aim Juicy and Starbreaker do a mech attack, predictably with the Marder Milans as well as Leopard 1A1s. The Eyehawks pretty close actually to the fight. The infantry here is allowed to get into Charlie uncontested. This is while the twin mech attacks attack the north and the south. One of the attacks here meets a ATGM front, but the tanks that get taken out are cheap enough that that doesn't really matter. But the T80 is and the BMP3s are able to fight off the rest of this. Though infantry, blue infantry, Stahlbreckers, and Aim-Juice's infantry manages to get a hold of Delta, while at the same time getting a real good position to push forward down south with the AMX-10 and the Brennus. Middle completely uncontested. The 120-point Desant Spetsnaz Svedka has not fired a shot. Oh wait, no, it has fired some shots. Okay.
Yeah, the Delta and Echo combi here is pretty interesting. Lux is going really into the spawn here from AMDuzi. So they really play Cyrus a different style, and I like that. I really like that. And yeah, forward and his teammate and also Mr. Fortitude Fans and so Yellow Skunta both winning their matches as well. So the favorites really coming out on top here so far in round 1. Results coming in kind of as expected.
The 27th is an excellent division here. The BMP3s, especially, there are vetted up BMP3s even. They managed to win this long range using once again the Bastion missiles, faster and longer range than NATO has on ground vehicles. BMPs managed to do a really good work, and this incursion of AIM-Juicy up north to Delta is being kept in a pretty good under control, but there's a large investment of tanks and expensive vehicles to hold up this, and still not managing to take out the cheap Panzer Grenadiers in there. Meanwhile, Stahlbreckers and AIM-Juicy's rest of the forces start contesting middle, and actually get the game into a relative standstill, losing their commander, unfortunately, so they are still under a significant -3 tick.
Yeah, the back and forth in the middle and the follow-up assault into the middle was an interesting choice after that flank attack against 27th and especially 76. That combo is a pretty scary air combo based on and a good forward deploy versus two divisions that are not as strong in forward deploy. So the side attacks kind of made sense. Both sides here really wasting away a lot of forces into the middle. Like the kills here keep on coming. Airplanes going down in good numbers as well as we're trying to catch up with the life still. With as fast as possible, as speed as coming up here. X30s on the side, trying to come in with the flank. Conquer's there, pushing them back too. And yeah, this is quite the game.
I like the attack on the middle because it was it happened after the artillery was brought on board. Both players having two very good artillery pieces, the M110s and the AUF 1s. Those managing to do damage, not being able to win this, but just that kind of methodical advancement of waiting until you have some key units and then advancing with a smaller force instead of going out there and sending 15 cars of Jaegers or something like that. The red artillery consists mostly of Grad rocket launchers, which are really good in these situations, frankly, and also a Sklad Nabzenia, which has been lost over 6,000 supply already. So the artillery is getting fired.
Yeah, both sides here coming in with good amounts. The M110s not firing as much as they could have. Like the NATO artillery is not constantly firing. And the center is now pretty well entrenched here with Conqueror's M's and T-80Bs. The +3 really starts hurting, but they still try to go for the north as well, though against BMP3s, pushing in there is tough. Like even Leo 2s don't do that well. So Stahl and AMDuzi struggling, losing against Su-24 AT planes as well. Tornadoes trying to come around in numbers, but against MiG-29s and MiG-31s on the other side, it's a tough battle. So yeah, the air dominance of the 27th 76 combo is scary as well, as Stahl has set up a new push from the south here. AMX-30s coming out in numbers, trying to get into the middle, but the 1,500 points also really put them on the spot here now. 3-minute timer, as AMDuzi is losing a lot of Martyrs and Leo 2s in the northern push. BMD3 coming in with the nice flanks there as well. They get in from the south, but immediately get pushed their CV killed off, so they are struggling to get the points here. And T80BVs, killing those off with AMX-30s, not easy.
Yeah, there was a moment when there were no T80s on the front there, and that was maybe the moment when some lucky hits against the BMD3s might have maybe pushed this through. But now that T80s are out there, AIM-DUC is making the correct decision and finally disengaging and moving to the middle with the rest of the tanks. Two-pronged attack coming out. There's only two ATGMs, one from BMP and one of Conquerors.
Oh
That is
my
challenging
goodness, there's a massive BMD push coming through the middle here. And that is a big problem. There's so many of them in the air. We see a defeat here on the side.
Oh damn, I was a little bit behind. Isn't the 10x faster than the fastest setting?
I'm not sure, but
I've
yeah, in
heard.
the end,
Yeah.
I think the fastest tries to go as fast as your PC goes, and there might be then some
Okay, well, that
limitations.
explains it.
But yeah, Stahl and AIM-DUC losing in round number 1. Unexpected, but the opponents here showing up real strong. Actually, not quite sure. Yeah, they're rank 1000 and rank 800, so really, that is the first upset here against rank 35 and rank 220. But better team setup here, doing the job. The side flank on Cyrus not working out here for the German duo. And a good success here for 76 and 27. That is a really strong and scary combo.
Yeah, BMD3s are really good on the defensive because the Conqueror's M is a very powerful missile. If you can fight under the cover of T80s, the BMD3 is suddenly an incredible tank-killing fire support unit. If you only have it in your front line, just hanging around, it can be taken out even by an older generation tank. But in support of the T80s, the BMD3 is a massive powerhouse, I think.
Yeah, I believe that has us all round 1 matches finished. As we are still waiting for the pivot and CMEX game to be reported, but they are all supposedly finished up. So they should be coming around here soon. And yeah, a lot of expected results. Forward and Dodie King winning. Hatred aka Homelander winning. Fortitude Defense and Cellular Skunta winning. Pro Commie and Bubblegun winning. So Yukipor and Blitz War getting the W here. A lot of to be expected Ws. We're gonna see how the rest comes up here. The fondue fans, exactly.
Yeah, I think Critic and the nameless player on Critic's team here playing 76th, I think may get a really bad luck facing a Yukipo after beating this pretty formidable and juicy Starbreaker group.
Yeah, and we got our round 2 matchups here, and we'll inform all the teams about the matchups in a second here. Oh, wow. Okay, there was a 2v1 matchup here, actually, between Susping... I made a mistake. We will change the result. Okay, and we might have a couple of... Actually, Susping did win 2 versus 1 there. We have a medium AI, so... I didn't expect that. Okay.
Interesting. I think I beat Susping's team in the last Swiss tournament, if I remember correctly.
And yeah, we have matchups for round 2. I don't think I can switch to round 2 matchups now, but yeah, that is fine. And whilst we will get the round 2 matchups ported in. Have a look. That looks fine. Yeah, let's get them all informed. As map number 2 will be Albion.
I have not seen a single game on this map yet. What do you think about it?
The map, it is fantastic. It just has, like, it's a fun map to play. Just has some line of sight issues because the colors are, like, not line of sight issues itself, but it struggles with the readability of hills and some areas because the colors are a bit weird. And
Oh,
yeah,
but the readability of hills has never been good with these games.
I feel like they are pretty fine now in the rest of WARNO. With
Oh, well, I was thinking Red Dragon, famously horrible.
yeah, but Albion is worse than the other WARNO maps there. That's the only issue with it. Outside of that, I feel like it's a fantastic little map. It looks really good as well.
Yeah, we have only one game set up so far from Australia for Life, waiting for the 4th player. Do you think Albion is an infantry or long range map? You're calling it a good map, so it likely won't be as centered around infantry fighting as, let's say, Urban Frontlines is. But do you think it serves the purpose of these 2 new divisions of 76th and 152nd?
Yeah, it's for sure a fun one to roleplay on with those 2 divisions. Though 156 obviously, like the matchup between those 2 divisions is fun on it. The divisions themselves are actually not that amazing compared to others.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's for sure more of a vehicle map. As being a classic airfield map, it has a big open terrain areas, but it has enough of those barrack buildings that it can go pretty hard the other way as well with some interesting infantry fights. Like I like the line of sights on it, whilst I'm currently trying to get all the guys informed about the matchups. It's really a lot of names to text here.
Yeah. Did you hear that the 76 was actually deployed into fighting in Kursk? We here on the WARNO League wish all of them a very quick and safe return home. But the 76th, I believe, is the maybe the most elite formation held in reserve generally.
Yeah, no, I haven't heard about. I'm not following it that much to the detail, but yeah, we will have a couple of really interesting matchups in this one with Fortitude fans versus and Toyolos Kunta versus Homelander.
Ooh, can we
That
watch that?
I think is the game that we want to follow. And young Hoko and Pibat versus Atla. And Skiff. And Woe versus Solid Strike. Okay. Okay. Yeah, a lot of interesting matchups here.
We are having some opposition on your Albion takes on the chat here. How do you respond by Albion being very unbalanced?
I don't think it's as bad. But I haven't played it enough to really talk about the balance. I think it's a fun map. I'm not sure. Like the takes I have seen also mostly were like it's pretty fine. But I mean, Axis is always hot on hot takes and being outraged, so I wouldn't take Axis too hot there.
Yeah.
And yeah, Homelander versus Soleus Kunta and so on will be fun. Also, we have to take on the belt for Tackle. I forgot. So next piece of the center puzzle is the belt. And we're getting closer to the really ugly wig and the really ugly beard. So, yay. Can't wait to get there. Let's putting on the belt. That is not perfect. Something is set up wrongly there. Okay. Cheese versus cheese, it absolutely could be. And yeah, woe is me versus Jar. Jar, best of luck there. You guys will do fine. I believe in you.
Yeah, Woe is more scared of you than you are of Woe.
Yeah,
But that's just because of it's his nature. He's still a better player than you.
you can do fine there. Yeah, putting on the belt. Uh-huh.
Bazars and Korea Creation is ready.
Yeah, no, we gonna go with the Fortitude fans.
We are not getting any more games up here. Not yet,
Yeah,
at
no,
least.
they gonna come around soon. Okay. There's yeah more games coming up. yeah, a lot of new matches setting up here right now. Pivot and Young Ho Ko coming around. We have the victory there earlier, yeah. Yeah, I mean, getting it down there too. Mm. Okay, yeah, we have a couple of unfortunate dropouts here, but the matchup in the end still will go pretty well. Swiss tournament fortunately can deal with that. Good couple of matches coming around. Okay, first, yeah, Krief and Pasta versus Yukipo and Plitz going up fastest. Pasta always super quick with the setups, always super active in playing. Gonna go in here first, and yeah, a lot of games to be played.
Yeah, Pasta.
Homelander versus fans is gonna be great. Yeah.
Yeah, especially what we saw when Pasta developed themselves as a Division 4 player. The the virtue of a low to mid ranking WARNO player is just always keep doing stuff. Just don't stand around, don't sit around, don't sit back. If you have something, move it. Even if you move it just a little bit, just keep it doing something. Everything needs to serve a purpose, and that is something that Pasta has managed to do both in game preparation as well as in game.
And yeah, we have more games here now. Starting into the setup. Fortitude fans and Soil's Counter versus Mr.
And we don't have, not yet.
Nope, the game's still in struggle.
We have 4 minutes for everybody to keep on schedule.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how Pasta and Krief always are so much ahead of everybody else in the deployment phase. Yeah, I'm really hyped for tomorrow as well, guys. We're gonna go over all the divisions for the new DLC, and over all the other stuff coming with it on stream as well. The Northback DLC has a lot to offer, both in content and extra stuff around it, so it's gonna be a really good stream there as well. And yeah, Norfolk released next week, just in time for Christmas. so that you can ignore your family over the holidays and just keep on playing WARNO. So yeah. And we have 5 rounds today to play. That doesn't really matter with the dropouts. The system can handle that, so it's not really an issue. Just means that we have a couple less games in the later rounds, but everybody who wants to play gets more games to play. So it's not really an issue in that case. And yeah, we start to get more and more games around here now. Or starting to set up. They haven't gotten back to me about the picks and bans yet, so yeah. I wonder what the Krief and Yuki Pasta versus Yukipo and Blitz War matchup is going to be. Oh, 56 and 35 versus Berliner for Pasta, Pasta's favorite division and second Panzer Grenadier. That sounds like a hot matchup as well there.
What channel are you getting this? I'm checking the SD League Discord channel. I don't use a lot of Discord. Like, where can I actually find this?
What are you talking about?
Like, you're getting this information. Is it on Discord?
What information?
About the picks and bans.
I know I just looked into the game.
Oh, okay. All right, we have a Mordecai. We have the Cryju Pasta.
Yeah, I've just looked into the matchup here because I wanted to see what those guys are playing, because that's a winner matchup as well, obviously. Yukipo and Blitz War, most likely the favorites here in that one. So what's they're waiting. I really want the Homelander versus. I want that game. It seems like they are in deployment now. No, are they in deployment? Where are we?
Yukipo Blitz War has the perfect combination of a potential like top 5, top 3 player in the form of Yukipo, and then a very competent lower ranking competitive player on Blitz War. And I think that is a powerful mix, because it'll mean that Yukipo can do whatever Yukipo wants, and Blitz War can be the competent sidekick that allows for space for the top player to win the game and plan the game. Also provides a lot of potential. A medium level player may be good at playing a division that might be really fitting a skill that you may not have yourself.
Okay, we have 35th and 56th band. And we have the match starting. Oh boy. Oh boy.
So, Fortitude Fences game, waiting for it to start. Any second now.
Yeah, 56 and 35th band. The rosters for Fortitude and Crispy's River, KDA, 4th Motto, and 27th still left open. So I would expect a KDA plus 4th matchup here now. 27th, I mean, it's always good, but 4th versus KDA is really what I want to see out of those two guys. So it's also what I expect to see here. And then if we go for the other side, after 56 band, they have 37th, 119th, and 79th left. So at least one heavier Soviet tank division, and then the 35th most likely as the rush division in the matchup. So Yeah, that should be pretty hot as well. Albion map, yeah, gonna be a hot one too. So quite the stuff coming up there.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot more packs than in the Swiss tournament, the last Swiss tournament. The standard packed form here seems to be 27th doing long range combat and either 35th or 76th or even 56th doing the light infantry. 56th being the lightest one of those, of course, the heaviest one of those infantry divisions, not being able to forward deploy as efficiently. But in practice, I think when you're designing combined arms, the balance of having large amounts of veteran C1 infantry to fight off enemy works very well, with the 27th being able to create these very, very long range kill zones to compensate. The 27th's own infantry is too kind of cumbersome. You have to, most of it you have to buy on expensive infantry fighting vehicles anyways, which hurts your tempo and ability to react quickly.
Yeah, the matchup here, Homelander and Mega Tremor versus. I have not seen Mega Tremor yet, so that is interesting. Interested to see how good they are as more and more matches come online here. I don't think Oakwood's 4949 is them. No, that's far off, and Oakwoods versus Hero and Storky. Okay. Yeah, Pivot and Young Ho Ko versus Atlans Giffic.
Yeah, I checked.
Jards.
They have a full NATO game with American armor getting chosen by both sides to play on. And here Bazarzen is once again is buying 11th Armored Cavalry. Do you think this is like a heavy tank map? Albion people seem to be picking multiple American tank divisions here.
I believe you can absolutely. You have long ranges there, and if you push over the airport part of it, like you can control the field nicely with tanks. The flank in the north has some nice valleys there as well, but there's enough forest, and there are the heavy buildings in the south, so I believe there is enough room for infantry play as well, and you can do well with rush play into the middle too. So it's tough to say. Well, yeah, they haven't set up just yet. I don't
Yeah,
see.
I think it's a kind of a comfort pick, not knowing necessarily how these maps are going to go. People may not have that much experience playing on Albion, and having the safe choice of a third armored or eighth infantry there might be a way for people to compensate, making them starting out not necessarily playing the map in the most efficient way because they don't know the most efficient way, so they rely on the ability to beat things with the top American tanks.
Yeah, the matchup here is still in deployment. Uh, it's really the Cosmic Curse. Always the guys that we want to cast coming up last. I know that has been the thing last time, but that gives you time to join Pivot and Co here and uh, help out funding the tournament, as Matcherino is open for all of you guys. Matcherino link down below, and you don't even have to pay anything to help out with the Matcherino prize funding. All you have to do is click the claim code button. 30 codes still remaining, so half of you in chat on Twitch, or a quarter of you on Twitch, and half of you on YouTube, just going there and clicking the claim code button, and we are set and have all the free money to the top team of the day given to them. So yeah, chances going up there. Pivot bringing us to $57.99. So yeah, let's see how this goes, guys. And yeah, if you want to see me with more Christmassy clothes as well, oh, I have chosen the wrong. This is the one I want to talk about. $57 up here. And if you want to see me with more Christmas clothes, every Twitch subscription here getting me into more Christmas clothes. And the important parts still to come here. The important parts are still to come. If you want to see me full on Christmas clothes, white gloves, and the glasses for the final. So if you want to look see me look real uncomfortable, let me get in there. They are still in session. We have Yamin's game this time. We have Wolf. So I believe every other game has started by now. But it wouldn't be Homelander if you wouldn't be slow in setting up things. That has been standard in the past as well. Yeah, if we have a look here, back into the game, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games in action with, yeah, out of 12, 2 games not being played. So, yeah, every one of the games that are supposed to be played are played. Oh, there we go. Let's go in.
Oh, finally.
Oh,
So,
boy. This is a hot matchup.
so Protoss, if we happen to have any first timers or any lurkers, any people who are not necessarily acquainted with the scene, and it's very mild, very moderate Southeast Asian and European characters generally. Uh, how would you describe Fortitude Fence and Suojeluskunta, or would you like me to start?
Well, those two guys are the memers of the top level. Like, those two guys are high level players. Both are Division 1 material, like the best of the best players area. But they both come with unconventional strategies and they love to come up with fancy ways of approaching the game. On the other hand, we have a guy that loves to go with the head through the wall. In, yeah, Silence, aka Hatred, aka Homelander, with Mega Drama, which we don't know how good they are. On the left side, with 79th and 56, the slower team here. No, both teams are actually quite slow. We don't see any of the forward deploy divisions being brought here, actually. KDA and 27th, instead of 4th Motto, no Fallschirmjägers coming around on their side, and on the other side, no 35th pick either. That means no forward deployed there in high numbers either, so that is interesting. What do you think about
Yeah,
that matchup?
I think the lack of forward deployment is also kind of just trying to play it safe. Nobody necessarily, people don't necessarily know the specific tempos, the specific flow of the games and divisions, so they lean just a little bit more defensive. Their attacks are designed to start after 3 minutes or 4 or 5 minutes, not necessarily right at the very moment. And taking a stupid risk with some forward deployment infantry and then finding out that your opponent is playing carefully means that a lot of your infantry may just not really be of value in that situation. So leaning in on 56th, with which compensates for its lack of forward deployment infantry with way better transports and mechanized, as Homelander is doing right now, and both players having a heavy. The one that is really surprising me here is Suojeluskunta playing 27th. You said some of the most unconventional players. Yes, 27th may be one of the most conventional pack division right now. Even 39th, we see more variation of how it's getting played. 79th works much the same way as 27th. It has worse ATGMs and it has better tanks. No, it has worse. ATGMs and infantry fighting vehicles, but it has a larger amount of tanks, and tanks are faster. And these conventional picks here, I were looking at Fortitude Fence, who is the number 2 all-in memer in the community. The number 1 all-in memer is, of course, Homelander. Homelander has people who watch T-Man stream will note that Homelander has developed some capacity to play after the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, but is
So
he
even the
memeing though?
masters
I
are
don't think
developing.
he's a memer as much as he is a rusher. Like,
Yeah, but you know that's all
he
in is the
plays the most conventional fast strategy, but he is not really memeing with it. He is getting ragey when he loses with it, which is the meme maybe, but the Homelander strategies never feel like a meme to me, instead of just feeling like a sledgehammer strategy. Like, he
Yeah,
is.
I think the meme may be a bad term there because the Homelander meme is that it is perfect, that it is min max to the absolute. That I used to joke that Homelander knows every blade of grass on every map. That he most likely even has names for them because and copying Homelander straight up is a really good way to learn some all-in strategies. But then you try to execute those all-in strategies and you realize that wow, this guy has a really good set of skills to go along with this. And I think that the absolute centeredness on this strategy is the meme, maybe.
Yeah, do you see what Sailor Skunta is doing here? That is a lot of forward deploy infantry.
Wow.
That is a lot of recon infantry. And that is not really cost efficient, is it? Because that
It is.
means every single one of these infantry units pays extra for their recon capabilities, while it doesn't really add on top if you put that many recon units in the same area. They don't spot better because they already have a lot of extra going around. So it's really just for the bit of extra forward deployment. I'm not sure if that's worthwhile, but it might catch the enemy off guard if you're just coming with 4 recon deploy BMP2s, following behind 4 recon deploy BTR 80s, and 8 infantry squads, and all of that followed by 2 Books and T-62s here of Fortitude Fence. The push towards Anna is pretty big. Meanwhile, they give up Dimitri and Elena basically completely.
Okay, so I think looking at the ATGM tag by Fortitude Fence on the north side of Fedor and south side of Fedor, they are completely going to leave Dimitri and Elena alone. And maybe for a good reason. Those are large zones on middle of the map, and those are only 1-point zones. Being able to get the northern 2-point zone of Anna and then going maybe contesting the back point, that might be enough. You know, the cheese here. So anybody who wants to play 27th, do the exact opposite of what Suelos is doing right now. This is the way that people used to play 27th when the division came out, when they saw, oh, you have the Spetsra Svedka. Well, this is obviously the forward deployment component. It has the word Spets in its name. It used to have an even better forward deployment. Nowadays, it's only on recon deployment. But the thing about the Spetsnaz Red Guy is that it is way too valuable to waste on doing inefficient forward deployment attacks. The ground surveillance radar is the best tool to go in tandem with your tanks and long-range weapons and your BMPs. The Spetsnaz Red Guys are so relevant in keeping up the fights that you want to have. If you waste them out in a rush that you can't necessarily support because 27th doesn't have the best aircraft, doesn't have helo dropped infantry, I don't think, unless you count something like Rasvedka Saperi. And yeah, if this works out, and a lot of the Spetsnaz were cut off, only one of them is being bought, and instead Rasvedka BMP2s, which are maybe the better choice here points wise, considering you also get a forward deploying BMP2. That might be the better investment. And I think when we saw Fortitude Fence play so much KDA during the WARNO League season 2, and the Fortitude Fence tactic that was done both in success and in failure, it was the T62 attack, the one T62 attack, and the T62 attack alone was taken and completely crushed by players in 1v1, and I think it'll likely be expected by the blue team. But whether the blue team will have resources to react to it, considering the amount of troops that they are investing into capturing Dimitri and Elena, we'll see about that. I think Dimitri and Elena might be a boondoggle area, an area in which people will invest a lot of units because it seems to be the perfect infantry fighting ground. It seems to be the natural location for the battles to happen. But you can't really leave it. If you invest a bunch of infantry out there, it can be pretty easy to contain that infantry, to make it slow and uncomfortable for them to leave this area, considering how many buildings there are, both east, especially east of these areas.
Yeah, we have a lot of BTRs here coming from the rear. We have supply depot setting up in the rear as well. BMP2s and T80BVs coming into T80BV IZD as the fast T80BVs. So they I feel like Megatron and Homelander here going for the standard kind of play that you would expect, pushing into Dimitri and Elena. As often Anna, from what I've seen so far, has been somewhat ignored because it's so far away from all the other points, but you can play through that flank as well towards Gregory and then towards Chariot and try to play from there, and that's exactly what Fortitude Fans and Cyril Skunta are trying, and the only investing into a bit of ATGM vehicles, but trash ATGM vehicles at that, even in the south here, coming around for all the actions. Spetsnaz use Stingers, setting up here for the center. Spetsnaz GRU coming through to Dimitri and Elena as well. So this is quite the interesting setup here for sure.
Yeah, the Spetsnaz Svedka of Suojelus Kunta deploying right at the southeastern corner of Anna will be spotted by the MI2. I think they will drive. No, well, I think the helicopter is most likely going to be able to see that there's something out there, and there is already the infantry that is going out there is very powerful. We have the Afghansi and we have the 14-man squads with a leader moving, and the Spetsnaz Svedka will be there first, but they are both going to the. Oh no, they are not actually going to the marker. They are trying to take the Spetsnaz Svedka are moving to take a position. Which is the routing of the infantry up to Anna. So if the Spetsnaz Svedka get the position first, if they can hold this position, the Afghansi infantry will have to engage on open ground. And that would be a victory for the Reds, I think.
Yeah, we see the Motostrelki capturing Fyodor right now in the south, Dimitri and Elena being pushed, and yeah, a lot of infantry here now coming in for the north. UATs moving around, KDA of Clarence, Spets Rajvetka coming in there, T62s pushing forward, PSNR coming in as well. And yeah, the pretty light forces of Homelander there need to be careful now. ZSU finds the Aufklärer in the UATs, might be able to get the kill there, but after that will need to run soon with PMP2s and Malyutkas pushing its way. The 14-man and 8-man Afghansi and Dejans here have to be careful as well. Whilst the sneaky Me Too heli is trying to find if there's enemy for the supply points here in the rear. Me 24K might go for interception there, as Mega Tremor here really sneaky for the rear. And yeah, the south now getting occupied completely here by the players in blue. But that was to be expected. The big question is how many casualties will they suffer in the north, and how long can they delay the enemy here in the north, whilst there's the question if they can push deep in the south with that infantry heavy force that they put in there. They have T-80 as well, so there is enough mobile forces too, but they invested a lot into infantry here too.
Yeah, so the vehicles up north did not manage at all to prevent the infantry from moving into this forest, but they have now solidly cut off the reinforcement route. So with some micro, Homelander might be able to do some serious damage here if they manage to juke the infantry in and around the forests, but this is a bad position, and only one infantry unit here outside of the Sapere commander, Sapere Comrotti. Only the 14-man squads have AT weapons, So if this 14-man squad gets stunned, this might mean that the Afghansi will be easy pickings for vehicles nearby. Now the engagement is happening. Expensive Roswell BMP-2 immediately taken out, but the recon helicopter out here laying down fire on the 14-man squads, reminding people why SD2 players hated large infantry squads, because they were good targets for bombers.
Yeah, getting stunned down quickly as well. The ZSU actually losing versus the Mi-24K there with the rockets and the Yak-B Spets. Mi-8s here now coming around as well. The Afghansi's gonna go down quickly, and then the Red Force can move towards Sheraton and Gregory from the north, but at the same time, the other team can push towards center, maybe from the south here now, as both sides now have the middle part that they wanted to get, neutralizing the scores ticking here, and that will be interesting for the long run here.
Yeah, this has taken a lot. We are 4 minutes in now, and there is a massive force of blues down on Dimitri and Elena, and they still haven't moved out. I think once the Homelander team realizes that basically all the enemy points are being spent up north here to do this, possibly maybe a little bit inefficient attack, considering how many Descent Conquerors there are around. These are even Vet 2 Conquerors, never seen these things played, or like I think the blues will start moving up east and northeast immediately as some good trades happen. The recon helicopter really paying for itself here, but a two grad strike happening right in the middle of this concentrated Suelos-Kunta infantry force. The leader getting yeeted long range by T-80s.
It has smoke nades, it's not using them. That could help them out big time, but they just keep on running here, going down to 1 hit point instead. Smoke grenade, something that WARNO users have not been fully on board with yet for infantry, as we don't have that many units with them yet, but they are really helpful. They could have reduced the damage there a good bit, helped other infantry maybe push forward as well. Mi-8 goes down to the OSA. It is a +2 here right now for the red team. They will go ahead in points of this, so the other team will have to push into them. BTR 70 have to fall back. Conquers M and T62 here sitting around. MiG-29 flying in. Nonna pushing forward. Tor coming up. What's on the other side? We have BMP2s and a good couple of Urals rolling in as well.
Yeah, the conventional part of 27th really should start whirring up in here. They have a small amount of defense under this 2-point tick. This long-range engagement here is very fitting for both the T-62Ms with their Bastion missiles, as well as the BMP-3s with the Bastion missiles as well. But I don't see a single T-80. The more expensive top-tier tanks are only in service for the troops on the west, and there's so many T-80s, including the IZ 29s, the IZDs, the ones with the prototype motors, and these are even vetted up tanks. The ability long time ability, the late game ability for the Reds to contest the tank force of the Blues really does not seem to be here right now, especially not under the Skladnabzenia and the constant rocket attacks. The winning side, the better units here, the artillery, the Nona artillery, the more practical, not rocket artillery, is on Suelos-Kunta side, and the KDA does have the book. And the 27th has the Tor AAPs, which has recently been buffed, according to you, quite significantly. And there is a lot of survivability in Fortitude Fence's KDA, even if in 1v1 it may not be able to bring out all of that survivability. But still, this does seem to be that Mega Tremor is the corner holding this fight together. If these T-80s are going to die, this game could go anywhere. But right now, it does seem to be that whatever they were trying to do early on in the red team has not resulted in a great position for them.
Yeah, the T-80s now starting to push forward. Cluster coming in here from the rear in form of some Smirches. Really scary tank, but they miss the shots here for the most part. BMP-3 goes down. T-62s with long-range bastions and BMP-3s with long-range bastions seems to be the idea for the vehicles here. The red team did go ahead in points a bit, but Ural, Metlas with rockets and the Okrana, cheap spammable infantry here is pushing forward, trying to get closer to the front line of Krana under heavy fire. T-62s pushing up a bit there as well, and this merge setting up for the next cluster hit against the T-62s, T-80BVs. They try to disengage here for now, smoked off as more Conquerors coming in as well. The Conquerors M's were pushed a bit too far forward there maybe, and yeah, both sides here still on a stalemate. The fight in the center still happening here, slowly but surely.
Yeah, the BMP-2AG is a 27th only IFV variant, which has the extra grenade launcher in addition to its machine guns and the rest of its weapons. And recently, people have found out that the grenade launchers are actually really powerful. And I have been a BMP-2AG user for a long time. But right now, it seems that if you manage to get into the 1,400, 1,200 meter range, which is the medium machine gun coaxial range, the BMP-2, for only 65 points, can actually do surprising amounts of damage. The more traditional BMP-3, which is 100 points, can do amazing damage on long range, whereas the BMP-2 AG can do fantastic high explosive damage on the close range. So you want to be good at 27th, just micro those units accordingly.
Yeah, BMP-2s here now going down to BMP-2s of Mega Drummer as they are pushing forward here with the 79th. 56 hasn't set up any artillery. Oh no, the cluster 240mm mortar is now on the front line. So both sides now have their strong cluster artillery on the battlefield. The rocket artillery here of Homelander, aka Silence, coming in once more as well, setting up against the T-62s, ATGMs starting to fly. And this is a troublesome situation for the red side with the stalemate, but they can still absolutely find some nice kills here potentially. The T-80s currently pretty low. If you could push them there, that could be pretty successful. And the rocket artillery from the other side now coming in. Question is, how much can it get killed? It gets 2 T-62s already, including a leader. Another one might go down as well. Yeah, 3 T-62s killed off. That is a great salvo for the Gruts.
Yeah, these tree lines and the fact that there is this what do you call it, the line of sight regarding both these forests and the hills. This the units all want to peek out of the hill at the same time, and they want to be prepared. This raises the likelihood of there being a of there being a concentration of units, and with the BM-21s being led by a Belzor leader and also being upvetted, this means these things have minus 40% reload time and minus 30% aim time. They can act pretty quickly, actually. There's also now 2 more BM-21s. These are zero vet, but still increasing the firepower into maybe unsustainable levels. Hyacinths, Nonas, all are being bought here, and even a Smirch is acting. Smirch earlier on targeted a line hoping to, I think, pick out enemy reinforcements, but not managing to do so.
Yes, Motostrelk is here also now pushing towards the Elena and Dimitri points. Slowly trying to get there. There is still a line of T-80s on the other side though. But with this merge, you always have to be careful. Conqueror's M's getting gunned down there by the artillery on the other side. The artillery gameplay starts to get real here. Point lead, as pointed out earlier, slightly in favor of Fortitude fans and Soyaloskunta. but only ever so slightly right now. 187 versus 66 points. That can be switched around really quickly, so both sides want to get a tick online here eventually.
Yeah, so the red team seems to be resulting to what I call the old-fashioned, which is the corner smoke. Not necessarily a full old-fashioned, because the smoke goes beyond the corner, but the smoke here allows long range to cuts off the line of sight of long-range enemies and allows you to move up. But even after those smokes, those smokes don't really cover an area in which can be taken by infantry. Even behind the smokes, there's fortified infantry and even more artillery. The counter battery actually attacking the Tor and the Nonas moving out, likely afraid that this counter battery hits them, and another double salvo. 3 BMP-2 AGs getting taken out. That is 180 points of damage done, give or take, 65 times 3.
Yeah. And on the other side, the Hyacinths now really close to the front line, trying to counter battery, but the Acacias on the other side immediately moving. So they won't find anything there. And the T80 line here still alive. We'll see if the Smirch maybe can find them. That would be a great catch, but the Smirch currently not aiming for anything. We see a Modstruck leader here coming into the zone right now again. Has to smoke
no,
off there. Artillery coming around immediately around the area as well. So the Modstruck leader, they're not surviving for long, and it only got 20 or so points onto the scoreboard just yet. So this didn't really change the positioning of power in that regard. Well, it's the Mi-24K leader going down and so on. Homelander and Megatremor start to really trade well here.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Homelander has managed to get 2 BRGM-2 recon squad to have a complete vision over the reinforcement line, and after failing to okay, so something's happening right now. 4 MiG-27s have been ordered here. There's going to be a fortitude fence air attack at the same time as Homelander is mobilizing their troops to move northeast, realizing with these recon units that there is not really anything to go after there. One T-80 gets taken out, other one gets crippled here, manages to smoke and maybe leave. No MiG-20, one MiG gets taken out.
MiG-23 going down on the north, MiG-23 going down on the other side as well. A lot of AA coming around. 2 MiG-23s lost on both sides. MiG-29 versus Osas and Co. goes down as well. The Nonas trying to kill off the Osas, not successful.
The BRDMs are taking out the Smirch.
Oh, the BRDMs!
Tragedy of maximum scale. Somebody cue it quickly.
The BRDMs coming in so hot, getting the kill onto the Smirch, capturing the MTLB. Hot action there. Really good victory there in the rear. And yeah, that is so key. Cluster artillery actually hitting the own guys there, but the Smirch went down. That is such a big W there. The Acacias can now focus on the front line. The artillery power of KDA has been reduced heavily. That is a really, really nice one for Homelander and Megatremor here.
And the KDA leader doesn't even have AT weapons, so the T-80 has to follow it up into the forest.
Yeah, the artillery on the other side still not getting the counter battery on here. The Acacias constantly moving, so the Kirsten there really not that successful with that. Whilst the T-80BV IZD combo now pushing forward. The Conqueror's M's have been dealt with, so only normal Conquerors currently to deal with them, and they can't really kill them frontally without a lot of hits. And as long as the T-80s get microed, that won't happen. So I feel like Silence and Megatremor here, or Homeland and Megatremor, in a really good spot, and Cyril Skunta and 42 fans have to be really careful now.
Yeah, Homelander attacking with 4 Desantnik Sturmovaya units, all of them veterans 2, have shock as well as an SVD sniper rifle, attacking against 4 Motostrelki RPG-26s from Suojelu Skunta, just absolutely ruining them. The BTR-80 and the artillery only forces here slowing down the attack, and meanwhile the rocket artillery removing parts of this defense, including a very crucial
Oh,
Conkers,
this is a tragedy.
fortunately immediately
This
replaced
is a
by another
tragedy
Conkers.
of the
The amount of Conkers
maximum
here,
scale.
so ATGM positions are one of the most important things people learn in this game. You want to learn which buildings, which corners, which tree lines, which are the standard places that you always want to have something in, whether it be recon, whether it be an ATGM. And on a new map, when people have not developed this consciousness, I think both sides are kind of compensating for this by just having so many ATGMs out here. The existence of the ATGM is basically making it so that the enemy has to spot it and order artillery before they want to move, else they take a risk. And if they take a risk, that might, against a good player, that might turn against an overextension. Here we're seeing the Conquerors as being able to push back these T-62s, not by killing them, but just lowering their cohesion and damaging them enough that it becomes risky to hold them out there. This does not apply to the T-80s because those things have autoloaders, but on low cohesion, which means that they have this black, the bar in front of the health of the unit has turned either dark red or black. That means that they are suffering from cohesion damage, which significantly lowers their ability to hit units as well as reload. And the bonus trait of the T-80 is that it does have an autoloader, so it does not lower the reload damage, making it a very decent tank, even though it's technologically not as good as NATO tanks.
Yeah, and we saw another amazing Grad salvo here now, taking out a lot of forces here. Red side losing BMP2s, losing Metal-Strelkys, the MiG-27s trying to find some kills. One of them going down though. AA here in a decent spot. They only find BMPs. Another MiG-27 going down. The OSA's there. Oh, we get all three of them. The the MiG-27 just overextending. We have a rear push here from Fortitude fans going pretty deep there in the northern section of the map. But at the same time, they are under heavy pressure in the center as well. So situation here is a tough one.
Yeah, this the KDA Schützen can maybe hold this along with the smoke mortars, making it just cumbersome and risky to push through all of this smoke. But you can see the Spetsnaz GRU and the Razvedka Saperi units from Megatremor here in the middle. These are the crucial parts of the attack. If these ones get taken out, the tanks won't be able to engage, especially not against units in cover. And this might buy Suojeluskunta enough time to get all the T-80s onto the map here. But all recon units, including larger recon squads, have exceptional stealth. Only sniper units can have even more stealth than that by the sniper trait. So these two recon units moving slowly and using these both buildings and these small tree lines, these are the forces guiding everything behind it. And right now, no solid recon for the Reds. There is some recon on the back lines and on the sides, but they do not have vision of the central attack, and most certainly don't have vision of the blue recon.
Yeah, and in the north, ATGMs and T-62s here really doing good job against the blue forces though. The flank here of Fortitude fans and Suojeluskunta pretty scary. The tank, oh, the SUs, it didn't get the cluster off. The Igla and the OSAs there just keeping it barely from dropping its bombs. Otherwise the two T-80BVs there would have had a tough time. Instead the Book that got pushed so far forward gets killed off here. Can't protect the Mi-24 now. The Mi-24 goes down. The OSA's trying their best there, but artillery coming in here as well. And that push that looked pretty solid there a second ago is starting to collapse here now. And that might just turn into a rout. 17 minutes and 45 seconds. The +2 currently for Fortitude fans and Suojeluskunta getting them a nice advantage. But the question is, how long can they hold on to this whilst in the south the T-80BV plop is starting to move in towards center?
Yeah, this attack on the blue back point has been a really good usage of points, but the fundamentals on the board are still the same. The concave, some amount of concave has actually been managed to build here with these conkers as basically the concave in this game and in all warfare is the best formation you want to fight it. Tanks take critical damage really fast if you hit them into the side, and tanks and all vehicles require quite a lot of micro to not be taken out by random cheap ATGMs that people have hidden in buildings. Tanks, of course, also have really bad stealth, so they can be spotted and fired upon even before they have any idea what is firing at them. And this means that these tanks are careful. They are constantly going back to revive, get their cohesion back. And this just might, if they can keep doing this for like 10, 12 minutes, if Fortitude Venezuelaskunta manage to get these good engagements just long enough, then the backpoint attack might pay off and turn this into a clinched victory. But if the decisive battle is figured out by the Blues, if the tanks can break through something and can start to engage and force all of these red units to rearrange themselves, then it's going to be just free real estate for the tanks to move around. The T-80 ISD-29s are the fastest pack tanks at 70 kph. They are the only pack tank really capable of maneuver warfare. And with this large amount of artillery compensating against these ATGMs, this really could go really badly after just a couple of engagements.
Yeah, TADVVs running into the Grud fire here. One of them going down, units around them going down as well. One TADVV pushed back hard, so the attack here keeps on coming. The damage keeps on going for Homelander and Mega Drummer versus Soyulaskunta and Fortitude fans. The question is, can they get into a point here quickly enough? They are bringing in more forces. 15 minutes remaining. 400 points difference, so it wouldn't need much here to turn this game around, but they still need to get in somewhere, and for now the red side is somewhat holding on, but they lost a lot of aircraft, they lost a lot of their AT power, and they lately didn't get all that many kills.
Protoss, the Sklad's Nabzenia has run out. It only had 400 points left. Might be that the rocket artillery might actually start getting silenced here sooner rather than later.
Well, the question is how many extra supplies do they have next to that. But yeah, good usage there of the supply truck. Next artillery coming for T-80 BVK, whilst more units here on the other side, more T-80s come around, and T-62 M1s not so strong against that. Another Book under fire by ATGMs. T-80 BV on the other side though, that goes down. A blue T-80 BV bites the dust, but the next rocket artillery coming towards the infantry and the ATGMs, and more SU-24s, SU-22s with cluster trying to find a target. I'm not sure if that is a good idea here though.
Yeah, the T-80s, as long as you can keep them on low cohesion, as long as you can hit them a couple of times, then they lose 40% of their... Oh wait, how much do they? They lose 15% of their movement speed, but most importantly, their rotation speed is halved. This means that their ability to dodge and micro against the ATGMs is very, very severely limited. And despite this, it's only less than 400 points, so there's no need to take massive risks. We're seeing the Blues attack this concave formation in a way that minimizes the concave's danger against the tanks and maximizes the ability for the artillery to slowly engage. And every time the tanks get hit, the tanks get repaired. And that's not a game in which the Reds can really win this.
Yes, T-80s now pushing forward, infantry on the other side, Radrika Saperis on the other side here, barely able to hold on for now. T-62s there under fire, KDE goes down, Ural goes down, Spetsnaz GIU, and BMD2s under fire here as well. T-80BV gets down, as the amount of ATGMs keep continuing. And
Yeah, we're not seeing any zero vet T80s, only vet 1 T80BBs, which is the reliable and standard choice generally. But at this point, what the Reds need are numbers, and I don't think they have those numbers.
yeah,
in the
but they
tank.
are still holding on for now, and they are keeping everything that oversteps a bit. They kill that currently still. They got some OSAs. They still have a bit of flanking maneuvering in the north. Like, what they need is time. I mean, they have the point advantage for now. The question is, can they buy more time with their units here right now? And for now, they can, though the enemy infantry is getting pretty close now, but it gets immediately hit by a rocket helicopter here again. Whilst both sides here just continue flying in with artillery. The south around Feodor not being pushed at all yet, and that's for sure still a lot of pressure, but it's only 11 minutes at this stage, and they have T-80s around here now, and they have artillery firing against enemy positions whilst getting hit by artillery themselves as well. The Gruts moving around. Su-17 trying to get some kills here. T-80BV pretty low. Goes lower, but doesn't quite get killed. There we go, T-80BV goes down. So, yeah, they are losing here, but are they losing fast enough? Is the question.
I mean, I'd say in 4 minutes I will give my judgment, because right now it does seem like any potential engagement can just reliably go on Homelander's team's side, not just because of this artillery, but the artillery superiority certainly does not help. The grads have been refueled. They require more micro right now, of course, because there are these 2,000 point crash 225B trucks around, so the supply is still going on despite the Skladznapzenia running out. And I think that's the fact that there is supply beyond that. I think kind of there needs to be either some amazing overextension from the Blues or some amazing control for the Reds. The 4 T-80 tanks here did not get immediately hit by the rocket artillery, the rocket barrage getting shut down before that, but they are not in a great position. The concave has been very methodically removed here, and now this is simply a front line, which is, of course, something that the more numerous side favors.
Yes, and yeah, the Blues keep on pushing, but there are a decent amount of tanks and ATGMs on the other side. T-80s, T-62s, BMP-3s here, and they continue their defensive work. MiG-21 bombers being spammed in. They aren't great, but they have a decent amount of bomb load. Getting a kill once there. MiG-21 might be able to make it out alive with the second one. Might be able to come around for one last run later. Well, it's the CV, the commander here of the T-80BVs, is in a decent spot as well. So might have to go back down here to capture the point.
Su-17.
T-80BV versus Su-17. That's not a great trade usually. At this point, it is pretty fine. And T-80BVs and BMPs killing off another T-62. It is really not Fortitude Fence's KD-8 tank time this time around. We have seen that in the past doing pretty well. This time around, the KD-8 tanks pretty quickly dismantled, but the T-80BVs on both sides are the scary beasts.
Now there's a swarm of MiG-27Ks, the variants with the air-to-air missiles. They will be flying in now, likely doing damage, or at least taking out one of these helicopters as well, which these being AT helicopters are pretty crucial at doing long-range damage.
Yeah, and MiG-27 get a decent amount of kills there. T-80BV going down.
Thor missing close range. Thor hitting.
Still need a take here. CV tank on the way there together with the smoke. Thor trying to get a hit. Gets it onto the MiG-27. T-80BVs pushed out there. Thor finds the kill against the MiG-27K. That is nice. But not Not the end of this combat here, really. Whilst, ooh, T-62 MDK getting in here nicely now.
So the artillery here, the Hyacinth might be so close that it may not be able to fire there. And the Nonas don't necessarily have the firepower to do the damage in the small area. They might be able to get the Sapere Commander with good luck, but not the T-62. The closing of the range, engagement range, that is done by the smoke cover here is very crucial because it forces the red side to push up, and when they push up, they get into the long ranges of the enemy T-62s and T-80s.
Yeah, +1 here now achieved. The ADBV leader on the side of Soyuz Gunter, about to go down as artillery is landing around it. Has to be careful. LGB, did it get its bombs off? I don't believe it did against the right targets there, at least. Another TADBV went down. MiG-27 doesn't go down here. Wow, okay, that it survived all of that is impressive. We see, on the meanwhile, Nona trying to find the T-62 in the forest there. Found it. Motostrelki with RPG-27s on the way, but there's enough infantry around here. +1, slowly ticking up here. That's 40 points per minute. With 5 minutes remaining here, ADBVs trying to hold the front line. Both sides here want to get more out of this situation. Both sides want to change the take as soon as possible. TADBV IZD going down. Another TADBV taking heavy damage. Kills on the BMP-3s here on the other side. And ooh, the push keeps on moving here as both sides keep on pushing.
The if you look at, there's the Conquerors, the red Conquerors on the southernmost one here called Popovsky. It has elite veterancy because it has side shot so many T-80s that have tried to push through this forest.
Yeah, artillery coming around. The TADBV, the T-62 leader there, now being hit by Motostrelki. There's a Sapere camaraderie behind all of this as well. T-62 is trying to come in with a flank for side shots in the north. The tracks are broken on the T-62, but the Motostrelkis are pretty low veterancy. More infantry here.
No!
Trying to push forward. There's 2 CVs around there. Is there any chance for CV sneaking into any of the northern zones? Not really. No sneak potential for the south either. 4 minutes 39. 177 points. Still not a +2 for Silence and Mega Tremor. And the +2, I believe they start to need at this stage. So I'm not sure how this will go out. It will go down to the last minute here, most likely.
Yeah, 4 minutes. This is they do need the +2, and right now this the engagements, the tanks are moving back. The heaviest tanks are moving in here to do a counterattack from the blue side. But the first of all, the Grads are routed. I think there was some really good counter battery coming from the Reds. And only one of the Grads is actually even reloaded here. The other ones are not currently loading or reloading, which is a big hit at this stage of the game when they do need that HE firepower. Oh no, there's 5 Zagradotriad and KDA Schutzen squads moving in there. Large infantry, reservists, and military police. Difficult to get rid of. Even though Sapere are the specialized units to do that. The Sapere commander has not been found. But Zagradotriad's moving right at his position. No, they get re-microed to a different location. Oh no. Actually, Fortitude Fence is firing smoke here to protect these KDA Schutzen. Both sides are smoking this off now.
Yeah, KDA Schutzen here trying to push forward. Sapere camaraderie under attack. The take might be reestablished. TADBV in the north. Oh, gets side-shotted by Mod Schützen. TADBV-K trying to go for the northern capture point. A lot of support coming around for it. The Bellojour is on the way there as well, but there's so many ATGM vehicles all around there. And Aufklärers that can have RPGs on top of it as well. So I don't think that Bellojour has a route in. There is another Bellojour coming around as well. The leader on the front line gets pushed out. Mega Tremor pushing out another TADBVK in there. 2 more TADBVK leaders coming actually in there. But a +1 with only 2 minutes is not enough. They need more than this.
A side shot against the command tank there. Oh, those are the kinds of mistakes that you really don't want to have at this point. One of the command tanks having the runoff, other one of them wrestling close range against the KDA Schutzen. KDA Schutzen only armed with Cold War era RPG-2 weapons from the 1950s, late 1940s, I think, actually. But still not managing to do the crucial damage. But at this point, it's 1 minute and 30 seconds. They need to push through. I think the Reds may have got this.
Yeah, more units pushing forward here. And the Reds need would need to get put down on a +3 or more at this stage. +2 even wouldn't be enough anymore. So yeah, this is looking good for the red side here. This is starting to
I think
real
this is
nice
a
for
certain
them.
victory here, actually. Yeah, I don't think they
fans
can.
and Silius Gunther just playing the grind game here, getting a couple of sneaky pushes with some points early on, and yeah, just not collapsing here. And with the grind set, going for the victory here. I don't think there's a CV anywhere close that could really realistically do anything to it. The northern CV is not doing anything, and yeah, Mega Tremor and Silence, or Mega Tremor and Homelander here, not efficient enough on the push forward, will get overwhelmed and not able to deal with this whole situation.
Yeah, the eternal slowdown. There was at the start you had the inactivity of the not really exploiting the situation that you had, and afterwards the preparation, the methodical movement, the wanting to minimize your casualties, and this more even though I was lauding the playstyle for a good reason, because I liked methodical playstyles, but
so was the
have
other
to say,
side. Like, the other gameplay on the other side was really methodical in just keeping defensive stuff up the whole time, and yeah,
I
it
think,
was the better way
Tremor
here of getting the W. So in the end, Fortitude fans and Silius Gunther in their classic playstyle getting the W in here.
Yeah, Mega Tremor having 1.27 KDR really said everything here. Like both the artillery and the tank gameplay, just constantly making sure playing it properly, doing the fundamentals the way you're supposed to do them, and more experienced, well, frankly, very, very, very experienced players on the red side, realizing the situation and just playing the situation instead of the fundamentals, I would say. And the situation was the eternal slowdown.
Yeah, and in the end, 358 to 452 points here for the defense, and Silius Gunther coming out with the W here and going on to continue towards the W. And yeah, that means we are closing in on the finish of the next round. We're gonna go into a short break, guys, here, because I have to do some admin work, but we're gonna be back in a couple of minutes, so don't you guys run away. Thanks for the new follows, guys. Thanks for all the subs. We are nearly at the stage. Yeah, we're nearly ready for the next round, and we are nearly fully centered up as well. If we have a look here, guys, the center stuff is going well. We have a belt on, we have the shoes on, just 5 more subs, and then we are fully centered up here, with gloves, with glasses, and the wig, and the beard. So, yeah, 5 more subs to go.
YouTube viewers, go like the stream. Twitch viewers, go to YouTube and like the stream. The tournament is good. Like 10% of you people on YouTube have liked it. Click the like button. It will literally force the stream onto other people's screens in their YouTube recommendations. And when you have so few likes, you only have 6 likes, just a single click can increase the showability, the visibility by 15%. Imagine the power that you have to grow this community. Go click that button right now.
Yeah. There we go. So we're going to go into Woe Is Me versus Exos and Atla versus Giffic next, guys. Those are gonna be the matches, and yeah, if you want to help out the Santa transformation, you can do so via the claim.
Rotos,
Via
is YouTube muted?
I know.
Oh, okay.
It's with a delay, and yeah, the people will have to go through that for a couple of minutes now. Sorry for all that. That's the wrong one. You can help out with the claim code button over here, guys. Going around. So yeah, we will go around here, and yeah, we will get this all going on again. Woe Is Me and Exos versus Atla and Skific next. And yeah, it's gonna be a pretty hot one here. It's gonna be a pretty hot one. They're setting up the picks and bans now. A couple of other coming around. And yeah, we will get in here after a second. Oh, a couple more minutes most likely of waiting for the picks and ban. As I said, gives you the time here to go for going the claim code button, guys. Still 30 there. You don't really deserve audio if you don't click the claim code button, guys. I mean, there's 80 of you here right now. Not even half of you need to click the claim code button, and then we have another $6 of free money there. No, even more money than that. Just clicked in completely for free there, guys. Come on, one click claim code click button away here. Let's go to Metrino, and then we're gonna get a game here soon as well. Northback coming around tomorrow in a stream where we will have a look into all of that. A lot of YouTube videos on the production there as well. So yeah, a lot of content there coming your ways. And yeah, we are waiting here to get around here now for the next round.
So the audio's back at least.
So yeah. Yuki Poor, Blitz War, Woe Is Me, Forward, Prodigy Fans, and Soil Skunda, Atla, Bubblegum, Procomi, Koch, Electric here. We still have a couple of people with decent results here going around. And a lot more stuff coming up here now. And yeah.
You know, Koch Elric team, as I predict, my one long-range prediction was that Koch's team was going to do well, and so far, so good. PBAT team, horrible display. Should be ashamed of yourself, not being 2-0.
But yeah, it's at some point they have to fall, and yeah, Atla and Giffic, they practiced a lot. They've practiced a lot for this, so they kind of deserve being where they are. Though, yeah, Woe Is Me and Exos gonna be a tough matchup for them. Two Ways is the next map. Then we're gonna have Hassel, and finally we're gonna have the final round on loop. So that is going to be good.
Oh boy, 2v2 two ways. When have we ever had this in the league? I can't remember.
We had it in early seasons, Two Ways. Obviously, it was one of the OG maps. We had it in earlier 2v2 tournaments quite often as well. I think that's why it was back voted in here. Two Ways, one of the OG maps. Haven't seen it in a while, but people still like it. So yeah, we're gonna come around here for this one.
Yeah, two ways might be the best, like even more so than Death Row. I think it might be the best map to learn the game on. I learned the game basically only because I was playing 2v2 with a friend of mine, and we would make two ways lobbies and played like 150 hours of that. The map is just complicated enough that you can know it. You can know a lot of nice tactics, but it's not as straightforward as a Death Row, which always tends to go exactly the same way. So Obama tag game is happening.
Yeah.
Mordecai is happening.
Yeah, a lot of a good couple of games here now starting. Solid Strike, Obama, Tank, JR, 985 coming around. We haven't gotten the picks and bans from the other two guys just yet. But yeah, more on the way here.
You know, Protoss, what the problem is with the Obama tank? It can never go through.
Yeah.
It goes up, and then it has to go a little bit back to compensate. It can't really never go full in.
Well,
This is not a joke about his Syria policy, even though it does fit.
we'll see what will get you out of the final one. Yuki and Blitz War looking like a really strong team as well. I'm pretty scared of. I would be pretty scared of those two guys as well. They pushed away Pasta and Kriya, a good duo too. So
yeah, like the Yukipo Pro Komi, like this. Very few of these have two seriously competitive players, and we haven't watched the Pro Komis game. But if Pro Komi has anywhere near a competitive teammate, this could probably like Pro Komi versus Yukipo team. Very likely, I think.
okay, yeah, there has been an issue. Yeah, Pasta and Atla and his teammate changed teams, changed their lineup for the tournament 5 times. I missed it once, the final one. So they were with the second to last one in the lineup today, and that got people confused. Whoa, and okay, so yeah, things are going around, and we have 152nd and 3rd Armored versus 35th and 27th. Okay. That is a hot matchup.
35th, 27th, pretty standard, very powerful. What do you think about the NATO division picks? 3rd Armored is very powerful for its obvious reasons, it being the heaviest American tank division. But do you think it's competitive on the other parts? The helicopters, the air, the infantry, they've all been slowly weakened to make it less dominant. And nowadays, all of the other features of the division are can be contested. The only one that really can't is the tank tab.
Well, I mean, it still has amazing Bradleys. It still has amazing helicopters. Like, it's still a fantastic division. In the other tabs as well, it has F-15s. Like, yes, it's all a bit pricier now, but it's still all really strong. Like, the Bradley is still potentially the best IV out there, even after the latest slight nerfs. So, like, yeah, I know a couple of players out there currently still seeing it as the absolute top division. I'm not sure if that's quite the case, but it is for sure really strong in a match, in a composition with two stuff, and yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one here.
Yeah, I think when it comes to team games, there really is not a lot of reasons not to take 3rd Armored if you're going to play late game. The 3rd Armored is weakest in 1v1 because you are punished for the fact that all of your units are so expensive. But in team games, you get more leeway because you, with proper enough team play, your teammate can compensate for the weaknesses of the 3rd Armored. So I think it's really powerful here, and probably banned quite a lot.
And yeah, Woe.
Nobody. Oh.
Woe's Me plus Axis versus Atla and Skific. That is gonna be a hot one. 35th and 27th is a scary combo on the other side as well. So
I went on and checked the Stahlbrecher Aim Juicy team versus Yamin and Maykart Not Friends, and Stahlbrecher and Aim Juicy are doing a TKS 3rd Armored combo, which is exactly what I'm talking about. Divisions compensating for each other's flaws,
yeah,
the yin and the yang. TKS and third US.
And that's exactly what you get with the combination of 152nd and 3rd Armored as well. Like a lot of cheap infantry, a lot of cheap planes, followed up by a lot of high veterancy IFV, high quality IFVs, high quality tanks, high quality planes that all cost a bit more. You don't have great forward deploy, or not as good as 35th at least. And you don't have great artillery in that combination either, but 35th and 27th as a combo don't have the most amazing artillery on the other side either. So, yeah, we're gonna see how that goes.
We're seeing basically every packed matchup is either 27th or 79th with a VDV division. Generally 35th if they can get it. 56 seems to be the second most played from what I'm looking at here. But yeah, I think people seem to have really strong idea about, well, I am doing the heavy and you are doing the aggro light infantry. With some exceptions here, we haven't seen. I think the standard deployment or the standard picks of one light, one heavy is generally the best because you can respond to basically anything with them. But I would love to see people do more of the, as we saw with Suojeluskunta and Fortitude Fence, with the weird 27th aggro with the KDA sort of pick, where there is no immediate baseline, no expectation on what is going to happen. On NATO side, we're also seeing that the 82nd is nowhere near as played as 35th and 56th are, but we're seeing so much 2nd Panzergrenadier, which I think kind of, even though they are different divisions, 35th VDV and 2nd Panzergrenadier, I think they both fill a similar kind of space as this kind of mechanized early game division with really good air and artillery tabs and survivability. 35th can, of course, be out tanked by basically anything on the long range, on the end game. But on team games, that is way more difficult when your teammate can just buy you T80s.
Yeah, when we now go into this here, 35th and 27th on the right side, 152nd and 3rd for Vosmi and Axis here on the left side. That should be a pretty hot matchup, as both sides here are strong teams for sure.
There's a question in the chat that have we seen many players mix their units or mostly stick to their sides? We have been watching the upper tier of players, and we have seen, at least I've seen, pretty solid mix-ups. I think the players understand that the mixed groups are just better. They just have more variety. So if you're going to do an attack, limiting your attack onto only your units shouldn't be done if there is a way for your teammate to help you. But generally, early on in the game, you can often see players use their own units to push through, and then in the late game, when the communication has been managed and the lines have been drawn, that is when you really want to have your teammate out there supporting you. Some teams, I think, are in voice chat, and I think some of them are actively communicating via text.
I
which
think
is a
most of them are in voice chat. I think it's just that the extra pings help out. I don't believe anybody is playing without voice chat on this level. But yeah, pings even then still help out to really make sure where you want to have stuff. Like we see that quite a lot in these team games. It's really helpful for the coordination. And yeah, we also have now $89.24 in the prize pool, thanks to Feta coming in with another $40. Really generous once more here from one of our most long-term supporters. Thanks a lot there, Feta. And Yeah, we are nearly at 100 bucks, guys. A couple of free code claims here away that you can help out with on the Matcherino page. Just click the claim code button, guys. It adds 25 cents to the prize pool for free without you or me having to pay anything, but will being paid out to the players in the end that earn this prize money. And the two teams that we have here, they are still on the way there potentially, but one of the teams will be derailed from this here. And yeah, 152nd for Woe Is Me. That is an interesting setup. I'm looking forward to see what he's able to do with them. Whilst on the other side, Atla coming in with the 35th here. Decent amount of forces in the north, decent amount of forces in the south from Skiffic. Both sides split here on their team. Whilst on the other side, I believe Woe has 4 deploy, yeah, on the north and the south, so they seem to be a bit more mixed in their setup.
Yeah, interestingly, looking at the Skiffic here, we're seeing a heavy mortar, which is likely to be used. It's getting put into a situation where it can smoke both Charlie and Golf. We're also seeing the recon deployment, pretty heavy recon deployment, but not going anywhere near the site on Golf. And with the BMP3 moving in the middle here. Some two-ways theory. If you show the area, the southern area between Charlie, Golf, and Delta, the triangle. If we can show this to the audience, the triangle here is the area in that if you have fire control and movement around the triangle here, that this is the position to win. The controlling the triangles, especially the smaller triangle down south, will allow you to contest the enemy positions as well as the middle position. And the 27th playing kind of calm, not attacking right at the opener, buying the lots of recon, 4 recon squads here to hold these positions, making sure that this triangle all throughout the game becomes solidly held territory. There is no reason to rush into the enemy side. These positions on this map are all at least 2 points. The middle position is 3, so there is no reason to start to tick early, outside of course, preventing your opponent from starting to tick against you. And looking at the 35th deployment, the 35th deployment seems to be trying to grab the northern part of the middle point. The northern part is the area basically the easiest to defend with infantry, because it is surrounded by these vehicles and forests and such, and it can cover the reinforcement routes. If the Reds can get into Charlie by controlling the southern area with the BMP3s, using the BMP3s to support the infantry, which is trying to incurse themselves into the northern defensible positions, that might be a really good position to play, because you both build a defensive front of ATGMs on your side, which hampers the Bradleys and the Abramses of your enemy. And you also possibly have enough firepower with the 27th IFVs to deal with all the endless reservists and the Marines coming from Woe Is Me. And Woe's deployment here doesn't seem to be that aggressive. There is so far we are seeing the units are going to contest the middle, but not with massive numbers. Even the Commando de l'Air are being sent into, instead of attacking early, they are going all around the map to prevent enemy attacks. With aircraft troopers, even Black Hawks getting sent. Yeah, getting used defensively. I think that the blue team is afraid of an early rush in the Gulf. The Gulf is one of the most difficult positions to. Maybe the reason why people call this map unbalanced is the fact that Gulf is really difficult to defend. If you look at Gulf on the east side, northeast corner of Gulf, there is this tree line supported by other side from these buildings. And if you have this tree line, you can keep the tick on. And if you get into the town, you can get into the town by 2 different sides, as well as just rushing in. And there is a church tower right on the east corner of the town. And if you control this church tower, you can get early advantage to spot for your helicopters. So this town is very takeable by like a VDV Spetsnaz rush. And that is what they are afraid of on the blue side, I think. And that might be the reason why Woe Is Me's deployment is not really contesting anything, not even trying to get into alpha.
Yeah, we get a lot of Spetsnaz and Dejanikis here now in the north, especially Dejanikis here coming around in high numbers. So Alpha is going to be quite hard to rush, but yeah, the forces. The most important point usually here is Charlie. Alpha and Golf, both towns are rushable, but whoever controls the middle has a big advantage in this game, because to counter that, you would have to capture the full town on either side, and that is not easy. Delta and Echo usually the hardest to get points, with Bravo and Foxtrot always being up for a bit of sneak. And yeah, that is going to be interesting here, as the 27th coming out with surprisingly few mech forces here. It's a lot of infantry, only one BMP3 so far on the battlefield here.
Yeah, I think that's I think that might work out well here, unless the third armored uses the Bradleys to try to engage early. The Bradleys are if they are being routed to a defensible location, so I think this might actually work in the favor of the 27th player, because if the Bradleys are kept in check early on, and if the blue players are centering this around defensive deployment, this might give some time for the Soviets to get their vehicles up. And this does seem to, at this point of the deployment, seems very likely that the red team is going to start by filling Charlie with a lot of troops, and then the blues will have to build up to capture it off of them. I think the forward deployment advantage here is, and the fact that the Gulf is such a dangerous location, is leading the NATO forces to play extra defensive.
Yeah, we have a Dread Gas now coming around for the south towards Delta, and they're behind that a decent amount of forces, but the amount of forces going towards Charlie, now a good amount of infantry there located. On the other side, not that many yet either. So Charlie, the congestion of the middle point, surprisingly small on both sides here. Both sides.
Yeah, the units were rerouted. There used to be 2 infantry squad forces going from the east, but now there is only 1 going. They are actually the northern position of Charlie is not being taken by either side, really. Maybe by Woe.
But yeah, it seems to be more of a push for the flanks, and that it might be down to these players just not knowing the map so well yet, because I don't believe Woe was around when this map was played a lot. Like, he joined later, and I believe the map was out of the rank pool by that point. So, and I'm not sure how long Axis has been around and how well Axis knows the map. Atla has been around for sure for it, not sure how much in rank back then. So, yeah, the knowledge might not be as good about it. Like, what you saw often on this map, what Karma, for example, did a lot on this map, was, especially from the right side, pushing through the north and cutting off Charlie there, and then just winning that way. Like, from Alpha on, you can do good tank pushes. The other way around, though, from Echo, you could do pretty good tank pushes and then cutting off the northern route as well, whilst also having the line up to Bravo. So the northern triangle usually way more important than the southern triangle. In the south, pushing is pretty hard, pretty impossible usually. In a 2v2, maybe you can get enough forces in there, but usually the northern triangle, way more important, and we have super little investment into the northern triangle.
Yeah, the southern triangle is way easier to control with the smaller area here and shorter, I think shorter reinforcement area ranges even for the eastern player. But because of the way that the Gulf zone is designed, the southern triangle allows you the constant contestation of Gulf, which can be really annoying for players who have 20 infantry squads inside the town, but can't move to the northeast corner because of the triangle control. And now the game is starting.
Yeah. And there is a lack of units here on the left side, I believe. I don't think that's 1,500 points, so F-15's most likely in decent numbers invested into. Whilst on the other side, we got a decent amount of forces as well. Double F-15 opener here. Double F-15 opener. Let's go. Redka Saparis, BTRs, BMP-3s, all coming around. TRM-2000s for the south here, moving in as well, so... Yeah, let's see. Redgas, the middle seems to be pretty easily going towards the red side, and the double F-15s seem to be a bit of a misinvestment at this stage.
Yeah, I understand buying the F-15s because you want your friendly player to be free of helicopters and bombers, and there's not that much. There is no long-range anti-air on your opponent, so the risk of getting attacked by a random cube is non-existent. But even then, two of them, like not even saving the points for another one and buying it in case your enemy does have a plane, just automatically buying two of them might be a little bit frivolous here, but maybe it's just part of the defensive tactic.
Yeah, we see a lot more investment now in the going through the north towards Charlie. The Conqueror's in a pretty good spot there. Good old two ways here playing out. I still wish we would get a slightly improved version of this map with maybe the center just being a 1-point zone. I feel like the center being a 1-point zone would fix a lot of the issues of this map. A couple of others could help, but yeah, I missed the map a bit, even though when it first came out it was my most hated map. But by now, Two Lakes absolutely is up there. Never liked Two Lakes, by now I hate Two Lakes, and I quite enjoyed Two Ways in the end after the reworks, like the new roads and so on it. It had become a good bit better.
Yeah, the numbers are. I think the both of these players or red players have troops in the middle here, whereas only WoW has troops on the blue side, with a Bradley moving into to reinforce the support on the long range. And the numbers here are going reasonably well for the Reds, so they are pushing. These BTR-80s have both pretty nice armor against machine guns and really good machine guns, but the AML-90s can delete them with a single shot. Well, not actually single shot, but they still have the cannons. And so far, Metises, if the Metises manage to take out the AML-90s, if an aircraft comes in here, but a Super Attendant not managing to drop its bombs, a very, very good hit here for the Tor and the combined red air defense. We're seeing the Reds do the Gulf incursion, as I've shown. 2 infantry squads have moved into the tree line, but from which you can start contesting. The Blues are moving their infantry to try to capture this large forest hill area, realizing that their infantry investment wasn't suitable for Gulf. But the BTR-80s are, even though they are more expensive at 35 points, they do have the smoke, and they have really good guns. So if they get to shoot at infantry on long range, the damage they deal, especially the cohesion damage, builds up really fast. Then some smoke has been fired on the middle of Charlie.
Yeah,
and
smoke coming in Gulf as well, as it seems like Skific is going for a push here to try at least to contest the zone. Meanwhile, helicopters coming in towards the center from Axis, A1 coming in from the north as well, and yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what kind of artillery we see from both sides here. So far, only mortars. Two Ways always was a pretty artillery-heavy map in 2v2s as well, so I would expect similar things here, which is an advantage, I think, for 27th and 35th, with Nonnas, with Baby Gruts, and so on, coming around on their side.
There's a seed plane up, but the red players have shut off all their radar AA, as you should supposed to do. And with the Tunguska can still fire at it even if the seed plane gets close. The smoke here, blocking the reds here, really seems to be allow for a decent enough engagement, but the M1 Abrams is just, there's nothing to deal with it. The Abrams, supported by the French infantry and the French vehicles, will push through here unless an aircraft comes in to stop it. Or potentially some Miss Micro loses the Abrams. Meanwhile, infantry engagements happening on the north with some proper armored reinforcements for Woe is Me's infantry. The AML-90s managed to hold it against superior enemies, and now squadrons of Gendarmes de l'Air as well as reservists moving in and doing really good damage for their price. Gendarmes de l'Air being these 8-man soft attack
leaders
military.
keeping up the contention here in the south, getting a +2 going on, and dealing with VIBs and VABs here decently. Subterry Comrade not able to do so, but the Motostrelki leaders getting helped out. VIBs and VABs dealt with. The leader most likely gonna go down. MiG-27 gets the M1A1.
Oh yeah.
That is a good one. The F-15's coming out way too late here from Axis. MiG-27 AT, super scary. And the Motostrelki Comrade there with the smoke grenades, still staying alive for now. Keep on smoking off. And F-15's flying too deep. One goes down as well. Axis here with the mishaps. And Atla and Skiffic keep the contention of the center going on. And this is really good for the red team here now.
Yeah, south, there's a Bradley attack happening on the southernmost part, but the BMP-3 and the Conquerors in really good positions. Razvedka spots the Bradleys, and the stealthy ATGMs hit the Bradleys, and so far those Bradleys should likely disengage there. There's no reason to keep going. But Axis buying actually 3 helicopters, Cobra Hogs, supported by a vetted up Ecuriel, for Woe. Those Hogs have twin rocket pods each, and the rockets, if they fire at units in cover or units in buildings, they will do full damage. So they're really good to peek and kill an enemy recon squad or enemy unit in a really good cover position, and then run off before the Eagles can get them.
Yeah, Tor finds the helicopter. The CV in the south finally goes down, but got them 250 points. Mirage 3E suiciding versus the Tors. Finds the spot of the Tor at least. But is that a suicide mission for the Super Attendant? No, they not gonna go for it yet. Artillery potentially might be able to hit there, but yeah, we have 105mm howitzers. Whoa. A fan of 105mm. A lot of top-level players don't like these smaller howitzers. I know that a lot of them say they're useless. Woe sees them as decently efficient for the cheap price that they're coming at. But yeah, I believe they're also partially for smoke. Another plane going down here, though, with the Super Attendant being left out there for forever. So, yeah, the losses lately of important units, good bit higher for the blue side. While its red side loses a couple of infantries and BMDs, but not losing any valuable planes or so lately. Not losing any valuable AA units either, so situation here I would say a good bit better for red still. MiG-27 missing against the M1A1 this time around, but no long-range AA here on the side of Axis, and Woe is an issue. They will have to do it with the fighters, but when you lose your F-15s like they did earlier, that's not easy, and then the MiG-27s become a real issue.
Woe is Me's backline EBR-90 taking out supply reinforcements and has not been spotted yet, I think. Taking out one, not managing to take out the second one, but maybe killing a Strela 10 M3 here, which would be a big hit for the air defense. At this point, this even with the points advantage here, this is so close that it really is about the trades. I think both sides here can lose this by losing a bunch of units. The map is so concentrated. It's a good enough 1v1 map, but it's a pretty tight 2v2 map. I think that's why noobs like me like it. And the EBR-90 not getting a kill here. Not getting important kills here. That's a really bad luck for Woe Is Me. But
Ooh, MiG-29! Ooh, barely not getting the Hawk. The Hawk just landing just in time there. MiG-29 leaving it at, like, that's like 1% of hit points there. Like, this is not one hit point. This is way less than one hit point in percentage. Like, damage is basically done in percents, and yeah, that guy was dead here. So the Hawk now coming back up with the supply truck, really lucky there. Meanwhile, the EBR still unspotted in the rear, got another kill done. Okay, Atla finally pings on it, so yeah, they know something is up. Me-24K is now starting to hunt the EBR, but it did pay off already. So the EBR shenanigans did pay off, forces now attention away as well, so that is okay for the blue side, but they need bigger victories than that.
Yeah, so far the Reds are trading well enough that the defensive advantage of 260 points is holding them. The F-15s have not paid off, and the large groups of MiG-29s have been able to fly off here, despite the NATO troops having superior anti-air in both ground and air sense. So, even a miss micro happening here for the MiG-27. But a notable
it's a MiG-27 AT finally down. The Mirage is paying both with their life for it, but they get a MiG-27 AT killed off finally. EBR hunted down by 2 Mi-24K. Those will be helpful actually in the southern area as well now. Can help out keeping back the Bradleys and so on. And yeah, Atla and Skiffic, I like what they can do here. You said the previous opponents of them said they would be easy pushovers if you don't make mistakes, but Woe Is Me and Atla and Axis doing mistakes here.
Yeah, this is maybe it is the map, maybe it is something else. Maybe they had a really bad game last game, and or maybe PBAT team is just coping out of their asses. I don't know, who knows, but so far, important thing I need to pay attention to. 0 vet BMP3s. The BMP3s are taken on 0 vet. This increases their availability, crucially giving... Oh, and another Eagle gets taken out for no reason! Oh, no. That's a really very expensive plane to be lost, especially as the attack is happening right now. And the tank attacks will often be responded to with AT planes. But the BMP3 numbers, this basically means that the lasting potential of the red team is way higher, but the actual capacity of these BMP3s to do long-standing attacks is lessened. I think this is a good idea. This is not a map for long-standing engagements. It's a map for stealthy units who who get spotted right as they fire their ATGMs. And the BMP3s and the infantry they come with, the Motoshoki RPG-27s, in this situation here are good for the numbers, because this map grinds down and the numbers are generally always more relevant than like an immediate spearhead pushing through the enemy.
Yeah, we see Woe Is Me also eyeing out for units in the north and trying to maybe free up an angle there for getting a CV in there, whilst the center has somewhat stabilized. BMDs have been sacrificed plenty in there, and Woe is slowly pushing towards Alpha, also trying to maybe get the road towards Bravo opened. Me-24K now finding the AMX 1390s there, which for 60 points are decent fire support units. I think 60 points make them relevant, that buff. They are still not amazing, but they have an autoloader with 12 rounds per minute, so as a fire support unit, they are decent-ish. Whilst we have Blackhawks supporting into the south, as the line of infantry here for Woe Is Me and Axis has to hold, whilst the BMP-3 push is now coming. An M1A1 and a Bradley are here around, a helicopter as well, but a lot of mechanized infantry with mech vehicles following up, coming in there for Atla and especially from Skiffic here. So this push could go through for them.
Yeah, this engagement here is done mostly by low vet packed units, and if you look at quickly just the RPG-27, RPG-27 is one of the most interesting infantry AT weapons in the game. It has a horrible range of 500 meters. The range is the most important thing on AT weapons, I think, and this thing is awful. But it has 21 pen and 65 accuracy. This means that in these very small tight-knit areas of forests, that is when they can very quickly dispose even of something like an Abrams. And the Abrams is acting here really close to the forest, and the Abramses and the Bradleys, they want to have long-range engagements, not against the BMP-3s, because the BMP-3's ATGM is better than the TOW-2 in that situation. But even then, I think the Reds are choosing this engagement really well. The command tank is back there. The BMP-3s are behind even the command tanks, preventing and being ready to punish any enemy attacks that push through there. But meanwhile, they can keep sending cheap infantry to contest this forest area and force the Americans to get into bad positions.
Yeah, meanwhile,
Whereas
we have Marines and Commander Lair pushing around in the north, and they are coming around in a decent force here. VIBs and VABs coming up.
Protoss, look at the reservists on north side of Charlie where they're moving. WoW is just deciding to march into Bravo. This was one of my favorite tactics when I played this map a lot, is to just call the enemy's bluff and hike to the back point.
Yeah, and at the same time they also hike into the north, which was a pretty common infantry strategy as well, because there is pure forest that you can walk through. It takes a good while, but you can get in there without being shot out in the open field, and can contest the zone that way as well. And they hold the southern push. The infantry of red side has been killed off. The BMP-3s and T-80s had to be pulled back, so the situation here has been stable. AMX 1390 and AML 90s getting killed off here. Dejaniki Medis getting killed off in the open field as well. Whilst we see BMD2s destroyed as well. M109s coming around. We see MX 13s rolling up into the center as well. And ooh, BMP3. Can it find the ML90 there? Not quite yet. Reservists and...
So air attack coming on the northern town. Twin Etentard rocket supported by an Eagle trying to push through the Spetsnaz here in the front. Not doing critical damage, but also surviving the attack so far. Let's see if the MiG-29s can get a hit here. Do not. WoW's attack up north. I don't think this attack is in a great... I mean, the artillery support is nice, but the fire support and the aircraft just haven't been doing enough damage here. The infantry, the Desert Niki, the OP Spetsnaz, they're just too good. Now the supporting BMP-3s are moving in here to take control against these VABs, kind of recognizing that there may not be as many anti-tank units as there are machine guns. And an Apache ATGM moving right behind them, likely spotted early either by this Desert Niki or the Spetsnaz group. Crucial recon unit gets removed from Woe Is Me. Woe right now has quite imperfect vision, but still can recognize the Spetsnaz crew, which is probably going to die soon.
Yeah, artillery hitting the northern village now. Conquerors and Radretka there under fire in the church. Dejan Radretka and Conquerors getting killed off. The command reservists pushing in. The French Marine forces and commandos there setting up. Dejan Niki's smelling that something is going on because they saw one vehicle being around. So yeah, they repositioned here to Dejan Niki. Commander coming in now. Dejan Niki most likely gonna get overrun here now. Marines coming up as well. Command layer pushing around there as well. There is a CV for Atla in there as well, so the capture here won't be complete for WoW, and WoW has to be careful not getting bombed here as well. Helicopters now coming up, a lot of reinforcements coming up now through the north for Atla, and yeah, WoW will struggle to keep this contested. Artillery could help, F-15s now coming around in numbers, get the MiG-29 killed off, whilst the Mirage suicides in front of it. The Nonna now trying to get involved. The command reservist leader immediately getting hit here by a helicopter, and it goes down already. F-15's diving in. Strela 10 getting a hit there. F-15 both returning through the center. That is a really risky route. Both of them damaged. The southern one goes down. The other one will make it out alive, but another F-15 down. The Super Etendards now trying to do some damage in the north, but Atla and Skiffic still ahead, 200 points now.
Yeah,
Super
the
Urgent Dart goes
Marsupial-
down. Mi-24 gets killed off, but the plane losses here are really rough.
That MiG-24 was the fact that it wasn't taken away from first strafe was what meant that attack so easy. But now look in the middle. Woe is me's flank attack. They have hiked into the back line. The reservists are doing the special forces attack here. They're lacking quality troops apparently. No marsupials into pushing this very vulnerable back point. Only troops with the 500-meter LRAC 73 80
In
weapons.
the meantime, we have a hike of Skiffic through the southern area as well, overwhelming a couple of forces there with his infantry through the forest. I believe getting a Bradley there killed off as well. So trying to go for a flank into Gulf potentially. And yeah, Woe is me's infantry got spotted early enough that Skiffic was able to move the Motostrelki Comrade leader away from those infantry, so the center won't fall to the blue side, and their commander is pretty open to the red infantry there as well, whilst their air force just keeps on getting decimated here.
Yeah, the red response to the Woe is me reservist attack has been really good, sending in an infantry to weaken it and moving all of the units away from the danger zone. And so far, another wave of reservists are moving in under cover of smoke, but this smoke here really seems to speak for the airborne troops. The Soviet airborne. The Soviets can just, when they're wounded, they can just move back and retreat in the cover of smoke. At least they could if the MX-30s hadn't gotten a bead on them.
Yeah, another Super Urgent Dart trading against the Mi-24 here. And yeah, the infantry here trying to go for the flank. The reservists and gendarmerie still trying to find the Motostrelki there. MiG-27 with an LGB wipes out 2 infantry squads there. And whilst the artillery from the other side still trying to hunt some units down. Units keep on flanking there. Phantoms with clusters trying to find kills in the middle. BMD-2 goes down, but that might be another dead Phantom. That is another dead Phantom. The air losses here of the blue players, they are not really something that they can keep up doing. They will be out of planes soon, and with those planes not getting really great trades, the situation will be tough, especially as the MiG-27s still are an issue, and you don't have long-range AA there, so if you lose all your F-15s, your Mirage 3s, then the MiG-27s will just come around and bully you with all your important helicopters and important M1A1 tanks. The CV Motostrelkis still able to survive there, the Reservisten push not working out, and Atla and Skivik keep up the pressure here.
Yeah, with the town attack kind of whittling down, look at the southeast of the middle. We have a 2 Abrams, 2 Recon Bradley attack here, which I think is one of the more crucial ones. This attack striking on the flank of Charlie could actually do a lot of damage, especially if they can spot and kill these Conqueror's trucks. And the single Conqueror's truck actually here, there is a single tank, a single ATGM, all the rest of it is not capable of fighting against this. The LGB bomber was just recently used to kill some of the reservists on the back line, so the LGB is not coming back here. And this now right here could actually be the attack that goes through the super attendard getting sent there to destroy one of the buildings, and now the tank attack has been spotted moving in. Maybe a follow-up by the Apache ATGM. This could be very destructive. So much infantry, but the infantry can't really fight against these third armored units.
Yeah, ZSU and Tunguska falling back. Motostralki is coming in good numbers. The ADBV leader here has to be careful as well. Meanwhile, at the same time, the command reservists off. Woe is me, under heavy pressure here by a lot of infantry as well. Woe had to smoke off there, but that means that he doesn't see the enemy infantry pushing in either now with his support units. So the Apache has to push further forward. Luckily for the Apache, no man-pads here around at all. So the Heavy Hawk and the Apache will most likely be able to save the situation here, as the command reservists still safe in the smoke there, whilst the Zapari is getting picked off, and the push in the south. Oh! There's a Nikis! Find the M1A1! The Bradley's most likely able to kill him off in a second. No, the Bradley goes down as well! The autocannon just not quite able to do the job. 2 tanks killed off by a Dejaniki squad here, stunning down the next M1A1 as well. Most likely not able to kill that one off, but they stun it down now with the Maddies as well. Really important. That 1 hit point Dejaniki of Atla might be the MVP of the game here.
AT plane just lost sight, it couldn't fire. Oh, the AT plane wasn't T-firing. Couldn't fire its gun.
It survives on the way out though, and the command reservists go down. The helicopters not keeping them safe, as they went down to some attack planes, and now the middle will fall here to Atla and Skifik, and that will be a +3 going on for them, getting them further ahead, and only 13 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in this game. Yeah, Woe and Axis slipping here.
Yeah, well, it's just, I mean, this has been an very intense game, not just because of the map, but also because the unwillingness on any of the sides here to play any defensively than they absolutely have to. Now, immediately, the M1 Abrams getting in, there's close range T-80 does a penetrating hit against it. The Abrams is at 1 health. Ecuriel's moving back here, getting yeeted out of the sky by the Strela. LGB bomber going in and strafing, actually. No, I don't think it even fired its LGB bombs. So many aircraft. Another swarm of MiG-29s going in and once again tagging a super attentard AT before it even can engage, even managing to take it out. The Eagle coming here, pick off some MiGs after they ran out of ammunition, getting taken out by the reinforcement MiGs. Oh, the airplay, rhythm, movement, it's going so well for the Reds. I'm so happy about this, frankly. Not because I hate Woe is me, nothing like that. I just dislike it. Not really, we're friends, but you know. You like to see the best players in the world lose against upstarts, even when you're acquainted with them.
Oh, MX-13 getting killed off there in the middle. Apache pushing forward. Tunguska and Tor are around though, and that is a deadly environment for an Apache. The Apache is here trying to do its best, but Tunguska still has gun ammo, and the Tor has 8 missiles to go. So the Apache is in a deadly zone there. Tunguska now will start opening fire on it. The Apache needs to get the hell out of there right now. Starts moving now. Tor not able to fire just yet. Tunguska firing a couple more rounds, but the Apache might be able to get it out. MiG-27 goes down on the south this time without a kill. M1A1's here still keeping up the pressure. 11:39 going around. So that situation here is going on and continues pushing forward as we see artillery flying towards the north. Spetsnaz on the fire. Gets damaged there, gets hurt.
Woe is reinforcing. Okay, so the next wave for the Blues seems to be attack down south. Woe is buying 4 EBRs. Axis and reinforcing with Bradleys and Abramses, as well as a Kiowa Warrior. And Kiowa Warrior will likely be an excellent micro tool against any armored breakthroughs, but on this map, quite dangerous to move close to the T-80s.
Yeah, Bradley's here pushing forward. T-80 BVK coming in, getting a hit there. Dejaniki, Afghansi going down, Saperi is going down as well. And yeah, TDBBK and BMP3 is here on the fire. Apache still flying around. Kiev Warrior coming up as well. MiG-27, AT coming in here, coming in with the kills. Bradley is going down. And at this stage, blue side is still bleeding a lot, but they are slowly getting the upper hand here in the center. Though, is it enough to get through here? Apache getting killed off by the MiG-29, that is a big one. AA just not good enough without the F-15s, and they were just lost a bit too easily here. Bradley and Kiev Warrior still desperately trying to get some kills here, but Akula surviving on the other side as well. Can they get through to this? The M109s and 155mm, they maybe could kill off the CVs here in the middle, but TADBVK leader is just barely alive, and Motostrelki leader is just barely alive as well, and the Akula now taking a hit onto the infantry here pushing forward, so really scary situation for both sides now.
Yeah, Kiowa Warrior doing good damage, managing to run off before it's before the Tunguskas can kill it. But another helicopter, this helicopter Hog hasn't even resupplied its rocket, and it's still going up to the front here. This is desperation, what I'm feeling here.
Yeah, Marines here with their LRAC getting stopped from killing the Tunguskas. Artillery trying to find the Motostrelki leader, not finding it right there. Both sides here still trying to get more units into the middle. At the same time, Wo still trying to get a flank through the north with a new CV unit, trying to go into the rear point. But Skifik and Atla have pinged all those points where it could potentially enter, and I think they will take care of that. At the same time, we have a big push through the south with EBRs and Bradleys, but there are a couple of BMPs and T-80s here as well. The front line is just too saturated here for easy push through. Marines here on the fire. Chaparral tries to kill the Mi-24 VP, not getting it though, and the red line here is holding. So much AA that helicopters and planes basically can't do anything anymore. The Super 8 Dart pushed back once more, and there is not enough vehicles and infantry here for the blue side to push through with that, I think. So the center, I don't think, is the way to victory. Shenanigans on the flanks, though, that could still do it.
Yeah, shenanigans on the flanks, brackets north, not going to work, in my opinion. There's two full Spetsnaz squads with the OPs and Desantnikis out there. Very unlikely. And down south, there is the mech attack has been absolutely decimated by the prepared defenses here. The A1 not moving to Delta, but actually trying to still attack the center. And LGB bomber going out there, spotting it, and taking it out.
Ooh, two more hits on the LGBs here, but both getting out alive. Getting another M1A1 kill. Two M1A1s going down there on the ground. So this is really troublesome. MiG-27, one of them getting shut down last second there. But getting two kills here, 7 minutes away from the end, really key. Skifik still trying to go through the south. We see a lot of reservists appearing, but Skifik immediately spotting those that tried to flank. BMP3 and T-80 pushing through the south now, and they have cleaned off nearly all vehicles there. The M109, M105mm artillery situation here, firing into this little forest area, which is the only area currently safe for Red forces away from the enemy ground units, is a dangerous thing for Red. If they would lose them to artillery fire, the situation would still be good enough for Blue to take up enough points. But outside of that, I feel like they are safe for the most part. The CV versus the MiG-20. Will they go through the RPG-27 line of sight in the north? I think they will. Yeah, the CV gets spotted and it gets killed off. Really bad news for WoW. Now they have to do it through the center, and they have so little left at this stage here. They need to get the victory now in the center, and I don't see that happening. Atla and Skifik here playing a really fantastic game.
Yeah, the another superintendent tries to go in here and pick a T80, and not even managing to do that. Just showing that even the kind of flailing gameplay here. Oh no, but taking out the leader. At least the command tank is out. But
Yeah, one leader remaining
5 minutes
in here in the
not a
middle,
lot.
the Motostrike Comrade. If the artillery can find that. They're firing at the wrong forest. No, they're switching target now, okay. Okay, they're firing right at the position of the Motostrike leader. Is there another leader on the way? I would, at this point, yeah, BTR leader already on the way. Another T80BVK leader on the way as well. You want to buy just CVs for the middle now for safety reasons. Because as long as you can keep supplying the center with CVs, the situation is quite nice. Another CV that tried to flank through the north, killed off there. A lot of blue units dying right now. But the Motostralkies in a deadly situation. The M109s didn't fire though. They switched targets to the south now. They never finished their salvo there, and the Motostralky Comrade is still alive. It is 1 hit point down, 3 hit points remaining though. And oh, this is looking really bad for Axis and Woesme at this stage.
Yeah, and the red team trying to finish this off with a pure, unadulterated, old-fashioned, which is the smoke right into this corner of this golf zone. The enemy artillery actually pre-aiming and firing at this position, almost killing the recon car here. And yeah, this smoke is a show of strength. It is basically showing that even at the final moments of the game, even if you manage to push through somehow, I will make sure we win by holding this corner for a minute.
Yeah, TADBVKs through the north now, also pushing this flank of the center zone. Could maybe be routed towards Echo as well if need be. 3 minutes 51 remaining, and the CV in the center is still alive. We now have the BTR leader coming in here. It doesn't get killed off, and TADBVs and helicopters supporting this. Axis and Woe in a really big trouble here now. They don't seem to be able to get through with this. We see a lot of Alouettes moving around here. Alouette 3 with AS-11s trying to come in there. Seed plane not able to find the kill either. BMD-2s coming up. AMX-13s. And then 1A1HA versus Dejaniki Medis and Dejaniki BMD coming around. But yeah, the too many CVs now in the middle are an issue. AS-111s desperately trying to just find stuff and kill stuff there potentially with just numbers, but there's too much AA around for this. This kind of shenanigans won't work at this stage. Red side has so much AA there, and I don't believe they even spotted the Motostrike leader. Whilst artillery can't finish that off in time now. They don't have the attack planes to hit this. Seed missiles might come around. TADBVKs in the north got stopped, but M1A1HA is there. But the BTR leader in the south, that is an issue. A lot of Mephistos now being brought in, but the +2 is ticking, and that's 400 points at this stage. You will need way too much of a tick at this stage to turn this around with only 2 minutes 20. Really good play from Atla and Skific, really playing the map fantastically, and a big issue here for the blue side, losing too many planes early on and losing the traits with their tanks in the forest fights and so on as well.
Yeah, the trading, I remember I said that at this point the game will be settled by trades. There's not a lot of maneuver that can happen here, and every form of maneuvering that is possible was tried, basically, and the trades just didn't go well. The engagements that were forced by the Reds on the southeast corner were a really good position to start out the game. The BMP3s have proven to be very solid defensively, even when they are on 0 vet, considering they can do fire support, which is a counter to the massed infantry tactic of 152nd. And well, the infantry, or this Spetsnaz infantry, with enough town micro, made sure that the blues never even really got into the town. Just look at this kill death ratio here for 27th. This is amazing.
Yeah, really fantastic play there by Skific. Atla took the right teammate in the end here, really showing up nicely and getting a good W here. And Atla and Skific keeping up, beating the content creator teams. Atla with another strong show here, and pushing out Woe Is Me and Axis as well, after shoving Young Ho and Mr. Pivot out of the way earlier.
Yeah. So, anybody lose any points on Twitch betting? Because I did.
Yeah, really, really big gambles there as well. And Atla and Skific coming out on top. A couple of people there getting rewarded. And I believe, I forgot who was the one that bet a lot on them, but I believe there was somebody getting paid off quite massively there. Doesn't really show. Red Warden was the biggest Atla believer there, getting a lot of points. So yeah, well played there. And we're gonna see how the next round goes. Let's see what the other W's were. As Atla and Skific beating Vo. Pro Commie and Scuff beating Koch. Who did get the other victories? Atbe, Royev. Believe there was a round 3 game from. Nope. Okay. Am I feel like I'm missing some. Am I missing some? 3 cats? No. So Yulskunta, who did win in your game? I don't believe I see that yet. And you played against Yukipor and Blitzwar, so yeah, GGVP here. And let's have a look here over on the other side. Once more, guys, if you want to see me in more center outfit, consider leaving a subscription so that we can finally get all of this stuff here onto me as well, so that I haven't bought it for nothing. And and the Woe Is Me cope is real there. Well, it seems like Yukipor and Blitzwar did beat Soilskunta and Fortitude. Otherwise, they wouldn't be coping so hard in the chat as well. And yeah, Skific is a hard carry here for Atla. Skific rank number 41 by now. Atla on rank 246. Axis rank 59. And Woe Is Me on this fake account of his on rank 52. He has another one that is a good bit higher here on rank number 1.
Yeah, are you sure it really was that Skific was carrying it? But I got Skific just had more powerful units. But so far, as much as I managed to follow up the airborne attacks, the airborne defense, more like, it wasn't like there was any massive mistakes going on there either. The Spetsnaz micro running against and Woe Is Me's artillery constantly trying to catch those people. The really seemed like the town defense was also. I mean, 152nd is not the most powerful division to attack a town. They can't really provide the same kind of fire support as something like 2nd Panzergrenadier can. But yeah, I think both of these players actually, from especially the micro, the unit compositions, really good.
Yeah, and I believe on the other side it has been Yukipor and Blitzwar that won there, with Babblegun and Procomi, I believe, beating Koch. I forgot right there. Yeah, Blitzwar and Yukipor winning here. Okay. That is an interesting development there. Whilst we have a couple. Yeah, there we go. Sales Counter getting us the upload. Babblegun, yeah, Procomi and Babblegun continuing winning as well here. So in the semifinal territory, we will have Atla, Forward, Yukipor, and Babblegun's team. So those 4 teams will be in the basically semifinal next round, as those are the 4 teams that didn't get a loss yet. Yeah, Yamin beating Stahlbrecher and Yamin and King Turd. forward, winning over there. And yeah, we saw another victory from Mega Tremor and Hatred, aka Homelander. Outside of that, Edbe winning over here. Yeah, I missed a couple of games here. And then Tibet is in the chat already, and they were crying as well. So did they lose as well there? Believe we still have... this game was won by these guys. This game I'm still spectating right now. And Tibet and Young Hoko, that match I'm still missing. No, they won actually. I'm not missing it. Okay, so this one is the last one playing. We are able to watch it right now. So let's get back into this little match.
So which specifically? Because I can't see you live.
Yeah, I'm streaming it in here.
Oh, okay.
We have 3-6 and 3 Cats in the Trenchcoat versus Australia for Life and Recon by Fire, and they are in pretty deep already as well. 3-6 and like both sides flanking each other. 8th and 5th versus 4th and 7th. So the East German power here on the left side. So you know which team I'm rooting for. But 3-6 and the Cat have a big advantage here. So they now lost a lot of units for the southern push, and we have a counter push here now, trying to go through the south. But Itos and Abrams and Tokobras can't easily push through that. 272s going down, and yeah, it's quick action here going on. It's really quick action going on.
Yeah, I'm gonna run in for like 10 minutes, but I'll be ready for the next games.
Yeah, see you in a minute. Whilst we go through the final match to be played here, before we can get results for the next one. Yeah, a lot of action going on here. It's going pretty fast. I think we can slow it down a bit and go with double speed through it, as the push back in the south didn't work, but we have infantry here closing in. The leader is down to 1 hit point. Do we have artillery on this map? We have 120mm and 130mm guns. We have, what is this? Arm 70s in the north as well, which are reloading. BMP leader going down in the southern push, so that one didn't work out. Whilst the CV goes down in the middle. Oh, this is bad for the red team here. The +3 is soon to come up here again. 80 gems coming around. Everything going hard here. And yeah, it seems like we might have some trouble here for the red side. BMP 1K coming up here, trying to sneak in. Motschützen pushing forward, Chasseurs pushing forward as well. Another plane going down, Mirage from the blue side that is. BMP 1K flying through the HGMs though. 3-6 and the 3 Cats on the good way here now, with an F-111 LGB coming through as well. Ooh, barely getting through alive, but finding the BMPs and the Motschützen there. SPW trying to go into it. The Arm 70s coming around here with a bit of fire, but not really hitting anything. Another big plop of forces setting up here for Recon by Fire and Australia for Life. Trying to go through here once more, but the ATGMs and the tank positions here quite strong. F-16 going down, MiG-29 crashing into it. Mi-24 getting stopped by the MX-30 potentially, or the 1 hit point and the P-4 PC. Artillery strike into that area with the Arm 70s would go hard. ARM-70 is currently reloading. MiG-21 bomber not getting a kill there either. SPW goes down to the chasseurs instead, and this is a troublesome situation. Southern push here with SPWs trying to push forward. Too many units lost here, most likely though. As artillery trying to land all around. Artillery on the other side pretty limited. Stingers here on the flank as protection as well. SPWs going down. Napalm bomber not hitting the target either. More planes coming around for the south. A lot of units in red dying though, without any kills against units in blue. So this push stays without success either. Mirage will stay alive as well, and the 5th and the 8th here now with full control over the center. So I believe this game is about to end as well. Yes, 3-6 and the 3 cats on a good way to victory here now. And that means that we will go to next round soon, most likely. As, yes, next CV goes down, 2 minutes, 20 seconds. They are on the way to W here. 1 minute 50, there is no CV close by right now. And I believe that will be getting us to the next round. As, yeah, we have the results set up. And we will have a new matchup with that as well. As if we go to the between game channel, between games here, we will see UK Por and Blitzwar versus Atlan Skific and Forward versus Babylgun and Pro Commie. We're gonna go into that semifinal because we haven't seen any of those teams around yet. The map for it all, I believe, yeah, Hesse, next map. So Pro Commie and Babylgun versus Forward and Tourney. So that is going to be a really hot one. Blitzwar and Yukipo versus Atlan Skific. Atlan Skific with another tough matchup in front of them. On the way, maybe for the big upset. And yeah, Cam and Recon versus Mordecai. And yeah, a lot of good matchups here once more. A lot of good matchups here once more. It's really nice to see so many teams continuing to play, even after losses, just for the fun of it. And Startbrecher versus and MDUZ versus 3-6 and 3 cats. Gonna be interesting as well. Startbrecher and AM not doing as well as I expected them to do. But yeah, 1v1 to 2v2 switch is always a bit tough. Me and Stahl always kind of struggled with it as well. I feel like we are not the... Yeah, Stahl is a really strong player, but the artillery heaviness of it all is always something that he's not quite ready for. And that, I feel like, has been the case here in these matches as well, that we saw so far. And yeah, a lot of good matches coming up. Oh my goodness! Woe and Axis versus Mr. Homelander. This is good matches. Solid Strike and Jar up for a tough matchup against Fortitude. And Mr. Solius Gunther. Koch versus Pibet and Yang Ho. Okay. And Hesse is an interesting matchup for these guys as well. It's also interesting how they order these matches, because the top ones are the top teams, but the bottom ones are not the bottom teams. So I'm not quite sure how that all works. And yeah, guys, you can use this split second here to go over to the Matcherino page and add a bit of free money to the prize pool by clicking the claim code button. We still have 30 codes remaining, so that is easy as well. Matcherino, link in the chat and in the description down below on YouTube. And yeah, we have, like, you can find it right there. We have a lot of good games coming up here now, once more. But Forward versus and Tourney King versus Bubblegum and Pro Kami is the one we're gonna go into. And yeah, if you want to see me getting even hotter, a Twitch Prime will get me that beard on. So yeah. Bo versus Homelander. That is going to be a fun one as well. A lot of good matches there. A lot of good matches. Also, you can find a couple of the other guys on Twitch as well. Young Ho Ko, for example, and also I believe, where are they? Actually, yeah, Core Accuration and Bazarson are streaming over there as well. Yeah, we're currently waiting for the next round. But don't leave out the love. Spread out the love for other WARNO streamers as well. Both of these guys currently streaming over there. So yeah, CVX Answer as Young Ho Ko and Core Accuration here. I don't think I follow them yet, so let's do that. They are new to streaming, and I don't see a follow button. What the hell? Why can I not follow them? Ah, because it's up there now. Because they somehow moved that around to the top now. Okay, Twitch, thanks. But yeah, leave follows around on these channels as well. And help these guys grow. And then we go on with the next one. And yeah, we have Forward and Tourney King versus Bubblegum and Pro Kami. That should be a hot one. Whilst we're waiting for Mr. His Boy Prime to return as well, aka Chlorite. And I believe he returned. As we hear noises over there. Well, yeah, everybody might take a small little break here right now. Ah, well, Pibbat and Young Ho Ko already in the session. So that is interesting. I unfortunately didn't see Tiberius this time around, but I believe he was busy. So, yeah. And he also couldn't team up with Derricks, because I don't believe Derricks is playing much WARNO lately. Yeah, so... but yeah, if we have a look in here, a couple of guys setting up. Blitz War is in a session already as well. Yukipor, they're actually in the game now. Wait,
All
what?
right. So what game are we watching here?
We're gonna go into... Oh, Atla and Yukipor and Blitz were already playing, but we're going to go into Forward and Dodi King versus Babblegun and Pro Kami, because we hadn't had a look on any of those guys, and they're playing in the semifinal, so we're gonna have them against a team that we already saw before, later on. But yeah, Forward versus Dodi King and Babblegun versus Pro Kami, that's a good semifinal for sure.
Yeah. I was going to
Forward
mention
being
Derek's.
beaten in the semifinal by Tiberius in the league against the champion, so could get a bit of redemption arc there, but it's a tough matchup. Babblegun and Pro Kami both really high level players as well.
What level is Babblegun?
Babblegun, I mean, he was in the league as well. He was in the quarterfinals, right? Am I misremembering things?
I might be completely blanking out of this. If I was going to say, Derek's might be the only person in the world who can have a doctor's order to stop playing WARNO for a moment.
What the hell? My tournaments. Let's go for Season 2, Division 1. Let's do it that way. Yeah, Babblegun lost against Pro Kami. No, they're teammates.
Well, that's why we don't remember it.
Yeah, in the quarterfinals, in best of threes. Pro Kami winning versus Babblegun there. So yeah, two high-level players here with Pro Kami Babblegun as a combo. Forward here as a semifinalist on the league on the other side. And the name that we don't know is Dodi King, though. I haven't seen Dodi King before, and I'm really interested to see how good Dodi is. Was a friend of Forward's, so yeah. That is the unknown factor in this one.
Yeah, anybody know if Dodi King is known in Wargame or something? Because a lot of those skills are translatable, especially if you have a top player guiding you what to do.
Yeah, Dodi for sure must be a good player. I mean, otherwise they wouldn't have gotten the victories they got. When like beating Soviet and Farboy here. Before that, beating Yamin and King Turret. That is not pushovers. Yamin, one of the best Steel Division players, so really high on the ladder before in WARNO as well. So those are not pushovers. Edby and Titty not pushovers either. So three easy, not easy opponents shoved out of the way. That's the way you get into the semifinal. And yep, gonna be interesting to see here. Ooh, Anonymous gifting to Maxwell and Moab here. So that gets us fully into beard situations here. And not the wig is the last thing that goes on, guys, but we gonna have the beard. Oh, it's so hairy. Gonna have the beard, and we're gonna have the first slot. 3 more things to go. Three more things to go. One more glove, the glasses, and a terrible, terrible wig. Whilst I now have annoying things in my mouth. And that was the wrong... Oh no, it's okay. I don't need to play. It isn't something... It has always some acrylic fiber in my mouth now. I really have to be careful to not chew on that. And not by accident eat a bit too much plastic. Yeah, not the highest quality of Santa outfits. Not gonna lie there. I believe the one that Mr. Vulcan got with his big YouTube money is a bit better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm a casual spectating the deployment of the Woe Is Me versus Homelander teams. And this is once again the standards are being brought out on 5th Blindé, 22nd Panzer Grenadier versus 79th, 39th
for Mega Drummer and Homelander here on Hesse. If Homelander, I don't think WoW, I don't think is streaming, but anybody with WARNO can just go spectate that game if you're interested. You just have to go look for 2v2 games.
Yeah. Other good games between the Stahlbrecher game already up as well. The Pivot and Young Hoko versus Koch and Alaric game should be a good one as well. Thanks for the subs there, Jacob. Much appreciated. Hey, Nicola.
Have you ever actually worked as a Santa?
No, but I might do this year for my nephew. That's why I got the costume as well. It was like I might as well get it for the stream and then ask my brother if I can do it for my nephew and take that stuff home. So yeah, maybe do both things at once and try to see if I can do it there. But yeah, not sure how well that will work out. But yeah, we'll see.
You just like acting is like dancing and doing accents. You really just have to get into it. It doesn't matter.
Even with not like I don't think the thing is to try to get my nephew into believing in Santa anymore, but just having the fun around it would be fun. Is good enough, I think. I believe.
What's nephew's age?
He is 6 now, but he's my brother is also trying to not lie too much to him. Like obviously, a couple of good illusions are important as parents. But I believe the Santa thing is gone by now. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, 6 should be in the immortal words of Donald Trump's at 9 it's marginal. So 6 should probably be what was it said that he said 9 or 10 years. But yeah, at 6 is probably the good time to finally start turning the fun tradition of lying into a fun tradition of your uncle dressing up like a weirdo.
Yeah, exactly.
I never did. I was offered because I'm tall and I hate Christmas and I don't celebrate it. So I've gotten a lot of kind of offers. Friends of mine have done the job, but I never took any of the Santa jobs because I heard that people would always offer you alcohol. And from where I'm from, this is like a big problem that the Santas get offered alcohol in every house they go to. And back then, when I was younger, I was so like anxious about this concept. I didn't drink. I had never drunk, so I never dared to be a Santa. I didn't know what to do if somebody offered me booze.
Oh my goodness. Imagine being at a fifth house and being completely blasted. And there's that one kid that you still try to have to convince that you're just his nice old Santa.
No, Northern Finland is a bad place. Like this is the pretty standard apparently. It's even in the news.
You're really a country full of anonymous alcoholics that try so hard to not to be.
Oh yeah. Working on it.
And we are waiting here. They are in the session, but we have seen this issue before, guys. Exactly the game we want to see is not starting in time, but that is okay. The other one hasn't started yet either, I believe, though they are getting ready. Atla had to take a short break, but yeah, they are in session now as well, so all games here starting up. Homelander and Mega versus Warriors Million Nexus. Yeah, should be a good one as well. Stahlbrecher there. That game should be a hot one too.
Yeah, I'm looking at this game here, and it seems that Homelander is starting out by SPG-9 BMD-2 spam attack on the open side of Hesse, just going all in, driving these things down with some OSA support and a helicopter. So Homelander going against Woe Is Me's Fiflin there with some decisive force, let's say.
Yeah, that sounds interesting.
Hey, you should probably resolve the bet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that part. Right. No, I did actually resolve the bet.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought, but it's telling me that it's unresolved. Well, whatever. It's Twitch. It's not that anything's supposed to
It's
work.
not like the company behind Twitch has a lot of money that they could use for fixing issues. No.
The thing that they teach to us when you study societal development or social development is that Rome did not fall in a day. The way Rome fell and every other empire fell is that it's very slow. It's very gradual. Every day you go to work or you do something, and stuff just works a little bit less. And day after day, you just get used to stuff working less and less and less. And at some point, you realize nobody's maintaining the fucking Colosseum. And that is Twitch is the modern Colosseum. So I assume these are completely equal, these comparisons.
I'm still surprised that the generations afterwards kept the Colosseum around, but never
Yeah,
really finished it back up. Like, Rome was not an unimportant city afterwards, right? Like, it was the most important city of Christendom and a pretty rich city for a long time afterwards as well. But nobody was on the idea of like, oh yeah, let's make this a theater or something. They were like, oh yeah, this place just stays a fucking ruin forever in the middle of our omega important city.
Theater instead, in especially early Middle Ages, theater was considered to be kind of underground and not necessarily approved by the church. So the kind of Roman mass media, where we see large amounts of people seeing actors doing bawdy and bloody and tragic plays, this is not necessarily something that people were doing in Europe until the development of independent theater culture, often by traveling, like people moving from town to town instead of having these centralized cultural centers. And also, like, if you look at just the geographics of early medieval era, it's completely logical, I think, for Milan to become the center. Rome, after the maritime developments and the trade routes get developed between East and West, Rome, East and West Mediterranean, really, the Roman center doesn't become as relevant as the connection point in northern Italy.
Yeah, but Rome is still bigger than Milan today because of the
Well,
power of
nowadays,
religion.
yeah, but like there was a time when Rome was like 500 people, quite a long time actually. They
Yeah, but by now it's a 3 million people city or so again. So, and it's still a pretty good spot to be at, like in the Mediterranean as well. Don't have to go all the way up.
It is, but not if right south of you there is either the Kingdom of Two Sicilies or a bunch of Muslim rulers who work as a foreign policy threat. You know that the strategic location of Rome lost a lot of its position during the Middle Ages, and that's why they then they had at some point they came back and the Pope decided that, well, we are going to rebuild Rome again, mostly because well, you know, it's the city, so gotta do something with it. But that once again was another revival. It's always revivals and renaissances with culture.
Yeah, and we are shouldn't getting into a game here now. Wait, what does it say here? Yeah, it says in game, so there should be a game up. Yeah, there we go. Forward. Let's go. Yeah, Scuff and Brocomi, aka Bubblegun. That's, I guess, why you didn't know him, because you don't know Twitch Discord names, because you don't know Discord, because you are basically a boomer when it comes to technology.
I am a grass toucher. I go and I kiss the grass and I stay away from the cursed abominations of social media, unless it's about me getting blocks from like European politicians. This.
Yeah, and Scuff and Procomi on the other side here. So that is a pretty tough matchup for the left side guys here. But I do believe they have the resources it needs to come around here. So it's gonna be interesting to see what they can do here. 11th and 2nd Panzer Grenadier is a strong combo, but on this map, I feel like the artillery of 56 and 6 is the better thing to have.
Yeah, so Hesse, first of all, would you argue that Hesse is IMBA? I have heard the argument that forward deployment openers on the blue side are way more powerful than on the eastern side, or the right side.
What do you say?
Do you think that because I've heard the argument that forward deployment is way more powerful if you're on the blue side than if you're on the red side?
Yeah, but this
because
is
of the,
not quite the same layout that we're used to from 1v1, right? So on this zone layout, I'm not sure.
Okay, I mean, yeah, I guess so. I was mostly wondering about you look at November, the left of November you have the office park, and the ability to get into that office park can allow you to start a really solid hold on that area. And
Yeah,
on
but
1v1
on the same
allow-
side, if you have Fort Deploy on the other side, you can get closer to India quite quickly in the north. And like I feel like
Yeah,
in the
that's one
north,
thing-
the
on
Fort
this
Deploy
map,
is
India
better
is-
for the right side. In the southern part, it's a bit better, especially with the tennis court and so on. Also being something that you can get into a bit quicker from the left side, maybe. But it's tough to say, and I think on this version of the map, it doesn't really matter as much. And yeah, the layout here for sure is an interesting one as well.
Yeah, we're seeing a forward 34 opening up here with a 155 millimeter howitzer. That's opening up and firing smoke at a crucial junction here to get into Gulf. This seems to be a pretty smart way to use the Fallschirmjägers and the Fallschirmparler Milan, is to drive them into the zone, and under the cover of the opener smoke, get them in buildings, and in buildings they are going to be incredibly annoying to get rid of, and then follow up with some kind of mech attack. The decisions are being made to see what this mech attack is going to look like.
Yeah.
The middle here, generally on 1v1, we see the middle open area to become a large area, large space for tank battles. But on this 2v2, this 2v2 is way more infantry focused than Hesse is on 1v1.
Yes, it is in the north, but usually the north is a big stalemate, and often the map is won in the Hotel Golf area. So it is interesting in the 2v2 layout. I might even like the 2v2 layout better for 1v1 than I like the 1v1 layout for 1v1. Though it is for sure a really weird one. And like a tough one to fight over. But I like it for sure for 2v2 more than I like the 1v1 one for 1v1. I'm not quite sure if I like the 2v2 one more for 1v1s. Everybody can follow. But yeah, it's a fun one.
Yeah, there's so risks that are being taken. Very interestingly, Pro Commie is known as a close range artillery enjoyer. They take the RT next to their AA and they use them to do very precise firing, because they have amazing perfect control. Now, the Hyacinth is being ordered to move into Gulf, but the Hyacinth will be there to counter battery, likely early on counter battery, the M109 that will be spotted right as maybe spotted right as it starts firing the smokes in the Gulf. That's one kind of daring part of this opener here, is the smoke attack. Looking at deployments otherwise, SCAF wants to take control over the area in the middle of Papua and India up north, but this is an area that is not easy to take control of. You can enter this area from a lot of different corners and connections, so it can be reinforced. And it's also there's so many buildings there that it can take a long time to move through them, and in that space the enemy can spot you. But to oppose that, Dongondon will just solidly do a defensive deployment into India. So this the aggression is going to happen Soviets up north and Forward 34 down south, I think.
Yeah, for the most part. And yeah, 11 M1A1 ACAF and Bradley's here coming towards Hotel and Golf immediately is pretty interesting. Pro Commie has all his forces so far in the south as well, so we're gonna have a big tank battle there. But I feel like the issue is for the left side players that if they ever stand still, the other side can just get the hyacinths and the cluster mortars out and start making life miserable for them. So they have to somehow keep the pressure up. But on this map, keeping up the pressure is pretty tough. You have to go above the 50-50 mark for sure, and a good bit deeper than that. So that is always a bit risky. And yeah, this could be a tough one to do for the blue team here, but if there's a division that maybe can do it, I feel like it's 11th, so let's see what 11th ACAF can do here in the southern terrain.
Yeah, the no helicopters to deploy infantry here for Pro Commie, but Pro Commie will likely keep the infantry helicopter Luftsturmjägers in the back pocket. Helicopter infantry can be a really good force multiplier if you manage to get your tanks, if your tanks manage to get some nice kills, if they manage to get a nice position, and you realize that, well, this is the moment here. Now is the point in which I want to hold this area. Then you immediately order, using your floating points, you order all the helicopter infantry to go out there, and that can give you a nice tempo advantage because the helicopters can be done and running home before the enemy can maybe buy a fighter against them or anything like that. So, but on the other hand, because this is such a short reinforcement range, that it actually works quite well for 6 Motostrelkovaya Brigada, which is Pro Commie. Its weakness is its ability or inability to quickly reinforce infantry on long ranges, because it has to bring out troops on BMP-1s.
We have a really cool play here. Forward had aimed up with smoke from a 109 M109 from the beginning, had it on hold fire, now released when his vehicles got closer, and smokes there immediately to get his couple of vulture makers of Dongondon in there. Following all of that up with the M1A1 ACAF, a Me Too adder actually might be useful with its light MGs here though, as that might be able to kill a Milan 2. Oh, that is a really surprising win. This unit usually never kills anything, but in this situation it actually gets a super important Milan 2 killed.
Now the BGS rifle can shoot it down.
Getting the damage done. Hyacinth trying to counter battery the M109. That moved around. Lux dying in the north. The M1A1 ACAF pushing deeper. 50 cal actually shooting down the Me Too. But it did get its job done. T64BV has to be careful. M1A1 pushing towards the mod aufklärers. Vulturemakers pushing around as well. But the MiG-21 cluster coming around immediately. Oh, it gets the kill. Gepard not able to get the kill back onto the MiG-21. Important W here for the red team already. M1A1 ACAF is out.
Like, lessening the tank advantage from 2 versus 1 to 1 versus 1 might actually be the thing that stops or prevents the forward from breaking through here. There is just enough infantry. The Okrana of Scuff, as I said, the fast deployed infantry.
Next MiG-21 cluster already on the way. This is so bad. There is not enough AA to protect us. There is another pivot coming up, but only a Gepard currently, and the line of sight is still there to find this. M1A1, oh, it doesn't go down. But it has to be so careful. It immediately smokes up again. Gets a bit of a tick on here for a bit. So that is okay, but the M1A1 needs to be safe there. And I'm not quite sure how you do that. As we have a Conquerors, we have a T64 that is healthier. The Marder coming around. Bradley still around behind all of this as well. Smoke trying to protect all this. T-64 currently not having a line of sight. The M1A1 tries to get the hell out of there again. Slight point lead. MiG-21 flying above all of this. Getting shut up a bit. M1A1 leader still desperately trying to get the hell out of there. Gets the kill into the Mitla. T-64 finds the Fuchs. L-39HE coming around. Gets hit by the pivot and the Gepard there. Ever so slightly staying alive. And yeah, the forward push here didn't work out. So that one wasn't it. In the north, infantry fights breaking out as well. The infantry all scuff getting closer, but no W's there. And more planes coming in. Another MiG-21 cluster coming in for the Gepard, actually. And the Gepard and the pivot, not enough here. Gepard going down. Ihawk not unloaded yet. M1A1 has to be careful. There is a Conquerors now trying to fire at it, and the MiG-21 cluster loses line of sight there. Conquerors ATGM flying, but loses line of sight as well. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, the engagements up north are very low intensity with Okrana and Panzer Grenadiers shooting at each other from cover. All the reinforcements
gets hit. It barely survives. The T-64 just barely not getting the kill there. Oh, the M1A1, the CV Abrams there is in such low hit point situation there again. It's half the hit point again. Another M1A1 coming around. The Ihawk immediately getting hit by the Hyacinth. This situation in the south is troublesome.
This is both players, actually like 4 out of 4 players using their reinforcements down south here. This was immediately, right from the start, when the attack was going on and the ACAB was taken out, it was clear that this is the emerging area. This is the area that matters here. And the Bradley, the Ihawk, these units getting routed here. Even the Spetsnaz crew Stinger trying to get a hit against the supply helicopter.
Oh yeah, the M1A1CV needs to get moving again. It starts moving actually right now. Oh no, artillery flying in now though. And it gets the kill. M1A1CV is down. Was stationary for just a bit too long. A big loss there. A big victory for the red side once more. And Conquerors here starting to fire ATGMs again. And Leo 1A5 starting to find it and spot it thanks to the BGS Strifer. Getting some damage there. Might be able to finish it off here with the next shot. It does, but the Leo 1A5 nearly down as well. Desperately trying to disengage. Ihawk super low as well. Yeah, the artillery here with double Hyacinth already pretty strong. Whilst we have double Nonna for Scuff in the north.
Yeah, the double Hyacinth will be... The Hyacinth is an autoloader equipped artillery piece, which means that instead of the salvo of 4, which is standard for its caliber, it has a salvo of 6 with a significantly higher rate of fire, like more than double the rate of fire of what the M109 is providing. Not the rate of fire, meaning the shots, not the aim time, but the aim time also 15 seconds versus 28 seconds. Especially with the veterancy here provided. Pro Commie likes the artillery, likes the really good artillery, knows how to use it, and there is no way to brute force this here. I think the attack from the Blues will keep attritioning down. I think I don't see these engagements, these unit combinations here. I don't see a quick breakthrough. Personally, would maybe center my buys around a defensive deployment, which is what these Leopards and others might actually be. Who knows?
Yeah, Divisions of Paris here under fire, getting heavily damaged. VGS Strife and Pioneer Carl Gustav getting destroyed in the south. Opos under fire. DDBVs, T-64s getting repaired. We had the double Hyacinth, just such a troublemaker. 6 is really good in team games. It is not an insanely strong 1v1 division at the moment, but it is a really good team game division with its fantastic AA, with its fantastic artillery, and a good mix of heavier tanks and infantry that can go around. And Yeah, this is a issue for blue. We will see what they can maybe do in the north. Don is holding nicely there, but Nonas and Co will be a trouble, and they have a forward supply point for the red side as well, currently still completely untouched. M1A1's coming up in numbers again in the south, but they have to stay agile. Another Gepard goes down in the north. This really is a troublesome game for blue side right now.
Yeah, there's panzermercers and more artillery are being bought by the Blues to fight down south. So I guess they're just going in with this. They're going to fight pro-commie on pro-commie's perfect environment. But as I say this, the Milan 2 gets a really nice hit against the T-62, and 2 Abrams are ready here, very close. Could have maybe, and maybe still can, punish somehow, but the T-64 smoking off. The difference is that the T-64s here are zero.
BMP-1PG still filled with units, getting sniped there by an M1A1, but the cluster MiG-21s, 3 of them coming around. We have double Ihawks on the other side, but they are going for the wrong targets there. One M1 goes down, 2 M1 go down, 1 cluster goes down on the other side, but that is not a trade that is okay. If you would get 2 clusters down, maybe you are okay with the trade. With a 1 versus 2 trade, it is not great. The MiG-21 number 2 still flying around here, and that means the Ihawks are in mortal danger as well, as the Hyacinth most likely gonna start firing in them in a split second. Okay, one of the Ihawks picked up again. That is important. The second one will need to do so soon as well, otherwise the Hyacinth will find it and kill it. MiG-21 goes down.
I'm so annoyed by that. So annoyed by dodging like 5 shots in a row. Oh, horrible. I'm sorry. But yeah, the Hyacinths like could have actually, if Pro-Commie was paying attention, the Hyacinths could have already fired and destroyed the Ihawks. Now with the second wave here.
Well, he actually tries to do it with bombers. One of the Ihawks actually goes down to that. The other one moved beforehand. But that is still such a cruel and brutal play there. Getting them with L-39s whilst they are reloading. And yeah, more stingers coming up. The M1A1 situation here. Yeah, you need better AA than that to keep these guys alive. And that is a big, big problem. Leo 185 going down here. And are we going towards another Yukipor versus Pro-Commie kind of matchup? It kind of feels like it right now.
But Protoss, what is the better AA? I mean, it's 2 Ihawks. 2 Ihawks should be able to kill a bunch of 10 ECM planes. And of course, there was some really good luck for that AA plane, and the AA plane getting sent in there first meant that it was targeted first, so the cluster planes were able to drop their bombs, so that's good.
Yeah, but the gun AA, for example, earlier should have combined with this. Like, if you would have had 2 or 3 gun-based AAs, plus the 2 Ihawks, like, nothing could penetrate it anymore, but they came in piecemeal. And then the units advanced in the head of the AA umbrella earlier already, got punished, and now they couldn't afford a big AA setup with tanks anymore, because they lost their units too early. Like, you know about the MiG-21s, so yeah, the early push was a bit too overeager. It was nice play, but it was too overeager, and Pro-Commie had enough forces to push it away, and now blue team is playing catch-up here.
Yeah, the risky play was the 2 tank, the ACAV there. If there was a plane or something, you know, you can always ifs and buts. But if the ACAV had managed to like go in there, get a single hit against the T-64, that could have changed the balance of power down south. But as it often happens, Pro-Commie playing it so close to perfection that it just makes it look easy.
Yeah, more artillery here landing around. Ural on the fire, taking a lot of damage. Leo 184, 185s in the north, moving around. RPG 22s coming in there. Mi-8 MTV on the other side, going low again, doing a drop. Smoke play here in the south from forward, still trying to push through, knowing that the artillery game on the other side is stronger than what they can have. They have M109s and M110s actually, so artillery is not bad, but it's most likely just better on the other side, with 3 Nonnas on the other side constantly annoying units in the north, for example. The M110, yes, it will do a lot of damage as well, but Nonnas plus the cluster mortars plus hyacinths, that is just a bit too much strong artillery on the other side.
Yeah, the and counter artillery is really difficult because Nonas, because the chassis is like max. It's not max speed; it's 75 kph in this case, but in 27th Nonas are max speed chassis. In this case, but even then, if it's a self-propelled, it makes the practicality of using it just completely different. Now, looking at down south, a forward managing to build a certain form of a concave, cutting down the enemy with the smokes. But now Pro-Commie responding with a mechanized attack on close range. But nope, not doing that, actually running backwards now that the enemy has shown themselves. Pro-Commie trying to lure the enemy in so that the Abrams gets engages 3 T-64s at once. Abrams taken out, Bradley taken out. Not even a leader.
The big tank blob here, just pushing forward, and there is a few things that can stop that. We have a kill of a warrior now trying to come around. Milan 2s from the side, but yeah, good smoke play there, and it is our league champion here, playing fantastically once again. T-64s slowly rolling backwards, and Mutchison there on the front line doing well. MiG-21's coming in again. Forward is in trouble.
Yeah, the Toyota Corolla Bandit has set up some Fagot and Recon on the southern forest here to spot any engagements, managing to both hit and kill the Leopard, just trading up reliably, and every once in a while, such as now, the fighters go and draw in the AA fire, and then the cheap HE bombers, the Albatrosses, come in and kill all the rest.
Yeah, bombing stingers with L-39s here. This is just tough. MiG-21. Oh no, the IHawk.
No.
Getting bombed again. Desperately trying to get back in there, but they get the kill. It got 3 planes killed at least, but the AA network here is just getting overwhelmed. Pro-Commie and Scuff playing this nastily well. Like, double MiG-23 AA here setting up as well. The IHawk numbers heavily depleted. More M1A1s and Leo 2s now coming around for the south, as they now slowly start to push in the north here, gone with some pioneers.
Yeah,
but that's still far away from any point. Juliet actually undefended. If you could find a slot through the middle, that could start to make maybe some trouble here, but that is still a long shot, and at the same time their southern situation is really troublesome.
Yeah, with the amount of helicopters and recon helicopters and attack planes, even a breakthrough towards Juliet would be extremely risky. It would be risky in general, but in this case, just probably wouldn't last that long. The smoke attack coming down south, trying to prevent the Pro-Commie zero-vet tank blob from engaging, but the tank blob is just controlled excellently. Zero-vet units are generally not used on the attack because they lose cohesion so fast, and having cohesion is extra important when you're attacking. Baiting out a hit from the Milan, artillery destroys the Milan, tanks are all okay. Yeah. Now joining the Tunguska and a bunch of planes.
More Stingers pushing forward. MiG-27 AT-2s now being brought up as the 56 super strong fighters, planes that can hunt down Leos quite nicely. With no success this time around, but they will get out alive. Whilst IHawk is being brought up again. Leo 2A3 coming around forward, trying to get a new unit in there, but the air wave here is up again, and on the other side we just don't see any planes. Because against the Buks and the Tunguskas, using planes would be troublesome, but yeah, letting yourself get clustered like this is troublesome as well. So not trying to go in here with F-16s, not trying to go in here with those kind of planes and just leaving yourself open for being punished like this, it's pretty tough. So like air superiority fighters in mix with the Eyehawks would have been the way better call on trying instead of trying to rely on Eyehawks on their own. And yeah, that really shows here.
Yeah, there's also some small things
Oh
such as the
no,
fact that
Leos! Oh no! Ilta's Führung's going down as well. This situation is deteriorating quickly here right now for the blue side.
Yeah, the recon helicopter spotting everything behind there, and AA planes managing to scare off everything. But yeah, this is Pro Comi once again just making it look easy. I know my critique, my commentating doesn't necessarily bring out new features, but like just attacking with 0 vet units is valid if you use those units perfectly. If they always have the best engagement they can, then it doesn't matter what they are. But in general, you should never rely on 0 vet tanks unless you're forced to. Remember,
yeah,
kids.
Tornado AT immediately getting shut down there. And yeah, not having AA fighters here to protect your AA. And no ASFs to protect your AA from those gnarly deep running bombers is a problem. We have MiG-31s on the other side, sure. But those are not the amazing MiG-31s out of 76. Those are the mediocre 6 one. Like, they are still good. They are still somewhat scary.
1, 2, 3,
but you
4,
can manage
5,
against
6,
them.
7,
And
8, 9.
oh my goodness.
9 plays.
Yeah, and we have only stingers on the other side left here. In the south, we see another pivot trying to come up, but without ASFs, you just can't stop this. Like, this is air fights. You can't stop an air spam, artillery spam combo with just ground-based AA. That is not possible. That is supposed to be not possible. And yeah, you get punished for it. Not having fighters here against this is the big issue.
Yeah, and it's not like these divisions don't have good fighters. You have F-16 AAs. I think you may have AA2s even, and you have the what are you going? Tornadoes, 8 missiles, way higher tech than all of this. They're faster than the bunch of these as well. Like a single tornado out here. But the reason why the tornadoes haven't been brought out, I think, is because everybody is afraid of the max range anti-air of 6th Moto. 6th Moto is has the support capacity. Even cubes are good, but books are amazing, and the fear of the amazing one-shot book, which then forces you to sit around with a barely alive plane in your repair tab, that fear is pretty big. And also the PVADs not being ordered to stop when they're firing. That's one thing. When they're on motion, they only have 2% accuracy, so they're not doing anything, not even doing suppression.
Yeah, AT planes here coming around. F-16A now finally tries to do something. Gets a MiG-27 immediately, but gets a MiG-21 right after as well. Flying's a bit too deep here maybe though, and yeah, gets shut down right after. But still, like, yeah, you need more plays like this if you want to keep your chances alive of doing anything here. And yeah, leaving the planes out of this for so long is a big mistake. The MiG-21 cluster is just coming around. And yeah, Eyehawks are super helpful in those scenarios, but you need more than that, just that. You need to make it more complex than that. If you just bring Eyehawks, then that can be overwhelmed with quite easy tricks, and that's exactly what Scuff and Pro Comi did. The execution of those tricks is not hard, not easy, but the implementation of them is, and that's exactly what Pro Comi and Scuff came up with here. Enemy brings Eyehawks. Okay, we find the Eyehawks, we artillery them. If they keep on moving, we bomb them. And yep, worked out. It worked out really nicely. And air dominance here is achieved, does its job, and yeah, it looks ugly, but it is really well played and executed. And it should win like this if you don't bring the the combined arms to deal with it.
Yeah, I call it the air snowball, in which you use aircraft and artillery to destroy every little piece of anti-air weaponry you see. And if you just do that for like 2 or 3 missions, then you will have such a large amount of air that there's no way they're gonna be able to whittle you down. Generally, if people are air spamming on ranked, I just tell them just keep buying air defense. Like air defense is cheaper and trades up against aircraft, even expensive aircraft. But if you're facing somebody like Pro Commie, somebody who can use the 60-point L-39s to fly around, and when the iHawk is reloading, you just have the slow plane go up there and precision strike. Against that kind of stuff, yeah, you just can't rely on attrition. You have to have the plane. You have to have the one extra piece there to prevent the cheap trainer plane from destroying your long range defense.
Yeah, and now they have the south, they have the +4, and they now can start collapsing towards the north. So the opportunity, the window for maybe starting a push in the north has gone as well. Tornado AA now being bought, so they are on the deck, but they needed to come around earlier to create an issue from the rear together with the iHawks. On their own, against the MiG-31s, they will struggle as well. But again, even against MiG-23s here, it's a problem, but yeah, they needed to come out around earlier, they didn't, and now the issue here is real. +4 is going on, and no forces really around for push in the north either. M1A1 Abrams tries to do so now, but a lot of helicopters now being bought. Units from the south can quickly reposition there as well. Mi-24 coming in, and a cluster plane most likely pretty close by to come in soon as well here.
Yeah, the existence of the enemy fighter is such a big psychological thing. If you see the enemy fighter plane coming at your vulnerable, expensive bomber, you might just immediately right-click to your plane to safety, and suddenly your formation is all like messed up. Suddenly you have to put all your planes, you have to do extra micro. Even if the tornado doesn't follow, even if it doesn't push through, the tornado's existence is something you need to micro around, which increases the likelihood that you're going to fail when you do your perfect combination of bombing runs.
Exactly. So yeah, having plus hunting down the tornado be above enemy air defense is not something you can do either. So yeah, you really have to do the right positions then and so on. And that's why you want to have a mix of things. That always has been true in previous WARNO games, Eugene games as well, and it is really true in WARNO as well. Dongon now surrendering, so we will see forward most likely tapping out soon here as well. There we go, and we have our first finalist with Pro Commie and Scuff advancing here over forward and Dodie King. And it's gonna be interesting to see who will come out between Atla and Skiff and Yukipo. Is that game still on? Yeah, it is. So let's have a look in there and see what those guys are doing.
Pro Commie and Scuff had 2.0 KDRs in that game. Both of them.
Yep.
Just brutal.
Hibat and Young Ho getting a win against Scotch and Alaric. We see Yamin actually losing here against... Okay. Rolled Man and his friend, really strong 2v2 players. We saw them losing against the same guys that beat AM Doozy and Mr. Stahlbrecher earlier as well, so damn. But yeah, this game here, Atla and Skiffic coming up with 27th and 76 for Atla versus 56 for Blitz for Yukipo. This is a hot matchup as well.
Yeah, hold on, can we yeah, let's go look at this Atla versus are we just going
I'm streaming it on Discord.
Oh, okay, so I can actually so I will try to follow you. I'll put my PC on fastest.
So you can watch the Discord as well.
Yuki playing 56th.
Yeah. And immediately going into the aggression with Blitz War here. So Skific immediately pushed on the defense, but at the same time, Atla pushing through the north here. So way more town-focused matchup, with the south being stable for both sides, but the north being the center of attention, with both sides having a push going on there. So that is a hot matchup again. I love Atla and Skific's playstyle here. They are really not playing bad. Like the win against Woe and so on. And now having a push going on against Mr. Yukipo in the north, but that one gets eliminated. Yukipo with good airstrike there. Spätzgruppe being stuck, and Sicherungs and co keeping up pressure. The kill def seems to be somewhat stable as well. And the the CVs on both sides here getting decimated. So this is quite the match.
Yeah, once again with the 0 with BMP3s providing some amount of lasting capacity here, which is good on this infantry-heavy matchup. But the special forces, I looked at the attack. The special forces and the 14-man squads were beaten in the end by the Spätzgruppe V. The better equipment and the satchel charges were just more powerful units in close range.
And BTR ZDs with the 23mm actually really helpful here against infantry in the north, helping out
Scratches are amazing.
the defense as well. Lanes on both sides getting lost here. MiG-23 is going down, and now it's Skific actually with the counter push in the south. Blitzwar on the defense here around the Nicholas to Olga? No, Ulana point. Well, it's the northern Okranas pushed back. Ultra Mega Leader there still around. MiG-21 Bomber getting through. MiG-29 Biss on the other side getting killed by the Coops. Yeah, Taurus and Strelas here sitting around. 27-76. I feel like it's a really good combo though.
Yeah, it's like the soft. The both of these divisions, both 27 and 56, are like infantry transport, and one of them has the best and the heaviest infantry transport impact, and one of them has the most efficient and fastest infantry transport, basically. And the combination here means that they can keep up these infantry attacks, and they can have basically every form of fire support around. 56th also has amazing artillery, so that's a nice bonus there. 27 also amazing artillery. And the lack here for both sides is in air defense. They only have medium range air defense and not the best fighters with MiG-29s and 23s. But when it comes to the crucial fights, the ability to replace your infantry, the ability to replace your fire support, like this, and also the fact that these fronts are quite wide. Yukipo's investment in the grad is not necessarily as immediately useful, because a lot of the time when the grad is firing, the infantry can immediately be in buildings, and it's only a single grad. And no matter how many BMPs are shot down by the NERPA, the cluster mortar, taking them on 0 vet means that you basically always can have at least 1 or 2 whenever you want.
Yeah, Motschützen here trying to push forward, getting eliminated there. SPWs coming forward as well. Yukipo with the cluster mortar from the rear though, starting to get some damage in here. MTLBs with Saperis trying to get some damage in as well. Whilst we see a lot more units pushing forward there around as well. And yeah, a lot of other games currently ending, but this one here still going on. And +4 for Atla and Skific as they just pushed through the south. They got the breakthrough there, and this is going to switch everything. Now they're pushing to the north, and I don't think they can be stopped here at this point. Oh, they're on a +4. They're on the way to even more. They started losing the northern zone. but can they get pushed out of there quickly enough? The +4 is real here. Will we see the Atlas Skific upset? It looks
That would
really
be
likely
amazing.
right now.
I'm looking here. The southern attack worked basically because there was a group of T-80s and BMP-3s and Strelas just overpowering the PACs and the T-62s holding the side, and there were no aircraft to be sent down south. So the standard MiG-27 response to when you show your heavy tanks just did not happen.
Yeah, the T-80s pushed back, T-62s there on the breakthrough, trying to get through there again. Northern push from Yuki-Por coming in here. Yuki desperately trying to get stuff done. Blitz and Yuki on the back foot, but they seemingly able to get a new CV in there. Ooh, but the South, they won't be able to get in there again. They get a +2 here with that capture though. They come in for a big push in the north as well, and this is going to be a hot battle. This is going to be a hot battle. Bellejour going down. Oh boy. Mortars coming around here. Clusters coming up. Okranas and RPGs moving around. They get the capture back here, +2 again. They get the other point back, and this looks so good for Atla and Skific now.
Yeah, the for criticism, I'm looking. Atlas artillery is not firing anywhere near as much as it could. There is vision, and there are targets, and targets are close range. So that is a loss of efficiency there. But of course, so with so many units, so many positions, you need to micro so much. The control of the south here is actually an amazing way to try to attack the Point Nicholas from south. It's not that easy to hold this open ground without tanks, and the T-62s, even though en masse they can fight off quite a lot on defense, they can't necessarily defend themselves against the aircraft, and the T-80s will win if put into a group.
Yeah, and we get a W here. We get a W for Atla and Skific. So this is just insane. This is the insane, an insane run here by these two. Just running through Yuki-Por and Blitz War after running through Woe and between through Pibot, and like, yeah, those are the teams that you need to beat to become a finalist. And now they have another insane team ahead of them with Procomi and Scuff, the hardest of them all. But they have done the upsets so far. Can they do it one more time?
Yeah, well, we managed to get a proper contester for Procomi and Scuff. That's nice. Even somebody with a story. It doesn't have to be Yuki-Por every time.
Yeah, and with a look at tournament tree, we have 2 more matches going on that we need to get results for. The voice me game still going on? Did I miss the results? Atbe and Titi I have. Okay, they won. So 1 more game to search for. The woe is me. Did we get the results for that one already? I don't think it's going on anymore. I don't think we got the results. Because that is a hot one as well, obviously, so... That one is one I want to see here as well. Woe Exos did win, okay. Nice. Then we have a round 5.
But Protoss, oh Protoss, which game will we be spectating when it comes?
Well, obviously the final. We will go into Atla and Skific versus Battlegun and Procomi. So grand finals on the way.
Oh yeah, this one hadn't I hadn't updated my challenge. Hasta la Vista, with the Red 4 Destroyer, or whatever Kaiju is calling himself now, going and managing a 3-1. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, Pasta's way up was really strong. Just really shadowed by Atlas and Skiffix run here. Like, that is the narrative of the whole tournament. The two somewhat underdogs. Like, I would say, like, rank 10 or 11 when I would have predicted at the beginning where they would have ended up on. Instead, they are now here, at least second place, and on the way to maybe do the upset completely. Yes, we have now a good couple more matches coming up, and yeah, the final round is up. Taylor's Counter and 42 Twents versus a strong team there as well. Rollsman and Life has lost all meaning. These two guys on a hot run as well. And yeah, Young Ho versus Far Off and Soviet Boy.
Can I just say 5.5 hours into the stream that my voice is actually starting to go out here, which is quite... doesn't happen to me a lot. I'm a yapper by trade and by soul. But can we just do like an extra applause for Protoss last time casting all of this on his own during the first Swiss tournament? Just insane. 5 minutes. I don't think it's even legal to have professionals do 5 hours of talking in a row, even with our pretty alright pauses that we get.
And we have the matchups here. Yeah, Owen Wilson Vow coming up. Really, really hot matches to come here. But yeah, the final, obviously the one that we are waiting for. I still find it really weird how the top teams are on the top of the bracket, and then the second squadron is on the bottom though, and then the the other matchups are in the middle. Like it's weird how they order it, but it is what it is. Yeah, we have a lot of good matches still to come though. And one more yeah, Loop is the final map. Loop is the final map. Not the 10v10 variant, but the OG 1v1/2v2 variant. So, yeah. A map that won the fight against the modded map for the 5th map voted on. All these maps were voted on by the players of the tournament, because I feel like when they already signed up for the games, they might as well get the maps they want to play on the most into the tournament. So I set up a voting system, and all the players could vote for 5 maps they liked, and then the 5 maps that got the most votes got into the tournament, and Loop got in there as well. And yeah, it is a hot little river map, but it is luckily a vertical reverse instead of horizontal reverse, so it is actually a quite fun river map because of this. because you have 3 kind of zones that you can interact between, but you have to go across bridges to do that, or you could just push like along. So yeah, one of my favorite maps. The zones are not amazing. Everything else about the map is pretty great though, and I'm looking forward to play it, to see it played here in the finals. What do you think about Loop? How did you like it in the ranked pool?
I was a massive fan of Loop. Loop was one of my favorite 2v2 maps, one of my favorite 1v1 maps as well. It seemed to be one of the maps that rewarded creative and annoying play. And a lot of people hate Loop exactly because of the annoying play, the ability that you have to do like backline leader action. There's so many command points and the map is so large that you have to pay a lot of attention. And there is also the fact that the map arguably may be super imbalanced as well, but that doesn't matter to me because I am free of such concerns. I will win if I win. I will lose if I lose. And the map, well, I just won't learn about the map, so I'll never get angry about the balance issues. But yeah, I'm a like a big fan. It's my top map after 2 ways, I think, in this game.
Yeah,
on two-
Woe is
on
me
two- on-
talking about how he didn't like 2 ways there, but all
And
the
justified.
Nostalgia Blake veterans voted for it, so that's how it came to be, and you have to accept that. You have to accept that.
The thing about Loop is that I like the design of Loop in the way that you have the middle and then you have 2 sides. And in Loop, because of the rivers are way more active part of like your positioning than on other maps, I think. And the rivers basically make it so that you can, if you start learning the map and start positioning your units in one way, in proper ways, you can use the rivers and your map control on one side of the river, and you can move on your side of the river and do massive damage to the enemy. And with even your amphibious transports, you can even transport infantry or transport ATGM squads on the other side of the river. And obviously, people hate this stuff in the same way that people hate chemical, because people like predictable and easily understandable maps that don't really put them up with a lot of surprises. And I like those surprises because I'm a weirdo.
Yeah, and guys, whilst we're waiting, you should click the claim code button here endless times until you finally have registered it and give them a 25-cent boost to the prize pool, because all these guys playing in it now absolutely deserve that prize pool. So, yeah, if you want to assist in it, click the claim code button and get that prize pool up there, whilst Atlas, Skiffic, and Co. getting ready for the final game here. And yeah, it has been a long day. It really has been. But tomorrow might become even a longer day, because tomorrow we're gonna have a look on the big patch that is Norfolk, with so much content to cover that, yeah, we might be there for a long while, starting at 5 p.m. tomorrow. So be around for that, as we gonna stream a lot tomorrow as well. Already started recording the videos for it. That will take a lot of hours as well. So yeah, my voice is most likely gonna break tomorrow as well. If you want to be around for that, check out tomorrow 5 p.m. CET on YouTube and Twitch again, and a lot of videos coming up for YouTube, going over all the content too. So yeah, let's get ready to rumble for that. And at the meantime, waiting here for Atla and Skiffic and the 2 Russian opponents to get ready here.
Yeah, I'm looking at here for the anime squad versus squad a coach team game. and Koch and Shaktil are going with 39th and 27th respectively. So is this the first time, and this first time that I've seen here, that somebody does not play an airborne deck on the packed side? Or am I correct? I haven't checked every game. I'm sure there have been some.
Yes, there had been a couple, but
Yeah.
like the 152nd games, for example. But I mean, they have a bit of forward deploy as well. But we also had some games where we didn't have, like, what was the matchup where we didn't see any real forward deploy on with Soyuz Gunta and the KDA plus 27th versus.
Oh yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, but I was thinking about packed because packed airborne, the 3 packed airborne divisions, all 3
But that
seem
is
so,
actually that is packed. 27th and KDA is packed.
Oh yeah, it is. But afterwards, yeah, but you mentioned 152nd. I was still thinking about the 152nd.
Yeah, and then I mentioned Soyuz Gunta and 42 with KDA and 27.
Yes. KDA is, in my soul, KDA is a forward deployment division because in my mind they still have the Spetsnaz. Like unironically, I will see KDA, I will think, oh damn, I gotta watch out for the Spetsnaz, and it's been like a year.
It has been more than a year by now. It has nearly been 2 years since they lost those. It has been 2 years, I think, since they lost those.
Damn.
It has been. I think it was the Christmas patch that took them away in 2022. Or the patch after, like it was either early 2023 or 2022.
My GPU just
It's
crashed.
5 p.m. It's 5 p.m. CET, so it's 4 p.m. GMT tomorrow that the patch is going to be. $4 p.m. GMT tomorrow. It's 5 p.m. Paris time that the NDA will drop, so all the content creators will be able to do content, and I hope I will see you here, guys. Because all the other content creators are obviously all trash. I don't like any of them. I hate
Yeah, we see you in T-Man's chat and you know what's coming. Okay.
Yeah, imagine going to T-Man. Imagine wanting to go for high skill play instead of going for that weird German guy. Disappointed I would be if you would choose that.
Yeah, so if T-Man is so good, why doesn't he just play 2v2 with his wife?
Yeah, exactly.
There's a situation here. We're creating ways for you to get into the competitive scene, and you're still not coming in.
Yeah, imagine having such a big hobby and then not getting your wife involved. What is on with that, T-Man? What is on with that?
Yeah.
I showed WARNO and Steel Division to all my girlfriends.
All
They
of
never
them?
played either. But I showed it to them.
I show WARNO to my course mates. All my relationship with all my female friends is basically that them talking down on me and me being okay about it. So they just think, oh, you know, he's like an esports caster. It's one of his things. He always has things.
Yeah. Yeah, most of my real-life friends know about it as well. A couple of them might be watching right now. But yeah, I believe it's hard to get girls into RTS. We have too few female representatives here as well, and unfortunately, Eugene's community in the past wasn't the most friendliest to non-male persons either. So, yeah.
I mean, the so-called...
It has improved since then, but yeah. Not the most welcoming culture, maybe.
The mainstream so-called gamer culture is mostly nowadays about people releasing their psychosexual anguish about women into their criticism of AAA game releases. So it's I think it's a long way to go. We have to fight through this this moment of culture before gaming can start being any less stupid than it is now. We've gone a long way. I still remember the 2010s. Do you still remember when literally every single video game protagonist looked the same?
Yes, like, I did.
You remember those? Because nowadays what we have is we have the live services and we have the monetization and we have the entropy. Like the best games are games that just keep adding stuff. Call of Duty, Fortnite, no matter the art style, no matter the
WARNO.
game mechanics, just keep adding stuff, just adding. It's eternal entropy. But back like 10 years ago, it used to be that every year you would get 17 identical video games. People would put the screenshots from all the modern military shooters right next to each other, and it was like everybody was making the same game. We go through this. It's all the businessmen, of course. It's they're not understanding what culture production actually is. That's the main thing. We've progressed so much further in 10 years.
Yeah, we absolutely did. In some extent. Though, obviously, some other trends are also down. Down, like, yeah. And then they try to protect it with, but we are inclusive at what's still only being behind the money. And then people get mad about the inclusive part about it instead of getting mad about the fucked up management part about it. But yeah, let's get back into the games, as they are picking and banning. So Atla and Skiffic are ready. Prokomi might take a small nap or something. Yeah, gonna see how that goes, and then they will get into the action here most likely soon.
Oh, I don't need to be a hater. Did you see Marvel Rivals? Why is Marvel Rivals? Why are they remaking Overwatch with characters that have like just don't even need to make new characters? Like, why are you keep people
And
doing
why is
this?
it so popular?
Why? No, I understand why it's popular. It's popular because it's created by a machine called the business fucking marketing department at Marvel. Like why can culture not stand on its own 2 feet? It's all I'm asking.
I mean, yeah. I feel like Marvel needs a timeout at this point.
Make me a goddamn original character. I'm begging you. I can't stand the entropy. Oh, but yeah, that is just me. I've been watching a lot of 10-year-old TV. I'm watching Mad Men, old Simpson episodes.
Ooh,
Really
Mad
good.
Men was good.
Mad Men is amazing. Oh.
Mad Men was so good.
Mad Men is the key to modern life, basically.
Yeah.
Both about how the past growing economy era actually sucked ass and nobody was happy, and also everything you know about the world is a lie created by a bunch of guys on Madison Avenue.
Yeah. Ooh, second and third will be a 4-way tie. Yeah, but there are tiebreakers for that. There are tiebreakers for that. So there is Buchholz, there is Direct, and so on. So the ties will be broken most likely, to some extent at least. But with 5 rounds, Buchholz should start working a bit at least. Though I think it really kicks in after 6 and 7 rounds. Such a good development, but yeah. Our tournaments are always just that slight bit too short for them to fully kick in. By the way, have you seen people like Eugen have you seen Eugen's new trailer?
No, I didn't. I saw that it's a thing, but I don't really watch trailers. I don't really participate in hype anymore. I used to be a hyper consumer. I used to watch everything. Nowadays, I don't even watch the stuff that I interest. Like I don't know if there is a release date for North Act, because I'll be like, when it happens, I'll be happy. Oh, it's today. That's the best way to exist here. I think, for me at least. There's so much to do. Why waste time expecting things?
Well, the trailer is pretty hype. It is pretty well made. But they also revealed 2 new division icons in the top. That they hided a couple of others, but they made a mistake there. And it seems like those two divisions go for Dutch or Belgium, the Luchtmobile Brigade. I believe that's a Dutch force. Yeah, the Air Mobile Brigade, and then the first German Fallschirmjäger division for the West Germans. So we might get a new West German division. So the question is it the new Nemesis that they plan on? Is it Nemesis 3? But then that's 2 NATO divisions. Is it Southwark? But then the Dutch don't make sense. So questions over questions have been asked again in the community. And yeah,
Okay,
it's gonna be interesting to see.
Okay, so alt reality theory immediately. Let's assume that Eugen's the plan, the plot makers, the writers have just decided to take a amazing left turn. So Dutch Luftsturm, like Dutch Air Assault Brigade, West German Airborne Division, Nemesis going against each other. Which one of them is rebelling? Protoss. Which one will turn to the pact side?
France, obviously.
Well, I mean, but wouldn't we have a Dutch versus German?
Out of those two, you mean? Yeah, I mean, it would be the Dutch.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You can't like the Benelux. The Benelux, they're so suspicious. I know I'm insecure about this because they say the same about Scandinavians, that things are going so well here that something must be going wrong. But I think we really kind of own up the fact that stuff is going too well for us by having like massive amounts of depression and drug use and alcoholism. When it comes to the Benelux, like there is something wrong about this. Suspicious.
Yeah,
there is always something wrong.
Those countries are just too prosperous, but being such small, unimportant things.
Yeah, the those who leave Omelas or whatever the sci-fi story is. Do you know the if you can if you actually see, can you show the Belgian camouflage, the Belgian traditional camouflage?
Where do you mean?
The orange camo.
I'm not sure. What?
Because, no, I was wondering if it was seen on the stream because there's I don't know where I heard it, but the very colorful Belgian camouflage jacket, I've heard people say that it is actually completely fitting for Belgian environment because the evil has seeped into the ground and turned everything into like ugly orange. And that
I don't think it's in the trailer, so you will have to see to tell tomorrow what the Belgians have as uniforms in WARNO. Well, I guess you could go into the Army General. Not sure if the recon unit has it. I mean, we have a couple of Belgian units obviously already in game, so let's have a look.
But those ones don't have the camo. I've checked.
Yeah. No, those are actually recon guys that actually touch grass, so they're not supposed to fight in Brussels.
This amazing thing.
Ooh, lobby's up, they say. Sessions. Ooh, okay, Skiffic getting ready. Which amazing thing you're talking about?
Oh, I sent you on Discord the if you want to show it on stream so people understand. The most hilarious military jacket ever.
I'm not sure if that is... Yeah.
It is going to be on the game. I've seen it on the...
Oh, okay. I actually don't remember. I'm really looking forward to long bearded Dutchies.
Yes, the hair guys. I'm gonna be so into them.
the long hair Dutchies are fun. And they're gonna kill people just as much as the Bundesgrenzschutz people, women.
Yeah, I went to get a haircut today, so my hair is really short, but it costs so much extra to get my beard trimmed, so I'm just letting my beard grow. So currently, if I was on camera, I would look like I look silly. I look like Gandalf with a fade.
Okay, they are in
so
session.
I can respect the reservist.
Things are set up. We are about to get ready for the finals, and thanks for the follow there, Kid Pro Grow. And yeah, guys, if you want to get me fully set up for the final game, if you want to see me not just with the beard but also with the stupid wig or Santa, two more 2 more subscriptions will do that. Because we have 1 more club to go on as well. And then, if we go 3 more subs, I will put on the classes that are not fitting really well either on as well. So, yeah. Sellout Protoss is going on here in the Christmas episode. And, yeah, we're getting in there. The game is on. Let's see. Where is
Here
it?
we see.
Well, they're in the game.
So, Pact versus Pact, Scuff and Pro Commie playing the same combination they did in the last game.
Oh, wait. I don't see it. Oh, there we go. Yeah, let's go in. Yeah, that combo is good. Atla and Skific, we have seen that combo before as well, though. That's what they played against WoW. So, 2 good combos. 2 good combos coming around here. And
yeah,
it's gonna be good. I'm really hyped for this one.
So, if you look at, for people who likely will not be familiar with this, if you show people Dimitri, which is the southernmost middle position. So, Dimitri is the place which is easier to take for the blue player and quite easy to defend on long range. That is often an area taken by a tank player in team games. If you look up north, you will see Fedor. Fedor, on the other hand, is easier to take by the red player, marginally easier, and it is a town area, so it needs to be taken with infantry, close quarters infantry. It has an exceptionally many entry points for such a small area, so you need to hold like 3 different roads, and this is an area in which ATGMs are really helpful if you're going to take Fedor. But quite often, people will let the enemy have either Dimitri or Fedor, because they don't want to push the open ground towards Dimitri to get infantry in there. They don't want to do the risky job of smuggling in infantry, walking via the riverbank. You should also show people with the vision tool about how it is possible to move units in the riverbank so that they are basically hidden unless they are seen from the other side of the river.
Yeah.
Yes. But then there is the middle. And the middle is divided on basically the blue side area, which has way more buildings. And then you have the red side area, which has more forests, but very importantly, has high ground. This high ground is the thing that people think that makes this map completely overpowered, unbalanced. And I personally don't agree with them, but they have so like every time I mention this, people feel very emotionally about this. So I'm kind of leaning on them maybe being right. And so basically, you can you can hold these. Hold these very crucial, very tactical little positions on the corner of Elena, corner of the middle point, that you can't really do if you are playing. You can't really get rid of without moving up there onto the hill. And this means that small recon squads, infantry squads in buildings, in tree lines, they get so many opportunities to kill your stuff when you go up the hill that people hated this map. And for a lot of other less meaningful reasons, people also have hated this map. Personally, I am a big fan. I really like the fact that the tree lines are built in such a way that it's very useful to try to have fire control on the other side of the river. A lot of positions where having a tank or even like a less than a tank, something like a field gun or something, can pretty easily gain a vision over a reinforcement route. And this means that recon helicopters and such are useful to
drag out enemies, SPG-9s or whatever the enemy may have smuggled behind you. Looking at the deployments here for Atla, seems to be doing a similar strategy as... No, wait, no, actually isn't, just moving units around. Not going into Dimitri. Going into Dimitri is very risky because the way Dimitri is built is that it's quite easy to hold on your side, on the blue side. Spetsnaz crew going into the standard church location in the middle. Another Spetsnaz crew going into the standard side shot location right on these warehouses. Controlling these warehouses that are in the between Dimitri and Elena is very useful. You can contest, you can do fire control over on Dimitri. You can like kill an enemy leader or tank or AA if you manage to get your units out there. You can also cover both reinforcement routes from both east and west. And that is a natural position for a recon unit to go. Spetsgruppe A, not the Spetsgruppe V, but the Spetsgruppe A actually going. These are the false flag units. They most likely are going in and they will use their satchel charges and submachine guns to take care of the enemy in the town. But on the other side, we're seeing a large quantity of Spetsnaz, Desantniki, OP Spetsnaz, basically everything. Standard combination landing in directly into the urban part of Elena.
Yeah. I'm really interested to see how early we will see a lot of artillery again from Pro Commie this time around. We saw a lot of that last game, so yeah, that could be quite interesting. BTR 80 coming around here, Rajvetgas coming in as well. Well, down south we have some more 20mm mortars, some Tors and some Strellas coming around as well. In front of that, Rajvetgas, a good couple of them, Conquerors, ZSUs, all pretty numerous, rolling in there. And yeah, the deployment here of Pro Commie is so far only Pro Commie, so I'm not sure if Scuff is on the toilet or something. I feel like that's the case, but so far it's a pure Pro Commie deployment.
Yeah, the Skladnov Xenia speaks of Pro Commie wanting to start doing artillery early and fast. That is likely pretty smart. Artillery on this map is riskier than on other maps because there are less super safe positions where you can have your artillery in case the enemy sends a fast unit moving to the sides or a helicopter or whatever. But it's Pro Commie, so artillery will likely be very close to Elena, doing direct hits into Spetsnaz squads in small buildings. But where do you think, 56th will, looking at this Pro Commie is very recon heavy opener here. Do you think it's going to be recon first, then immediately following it up with the heavy defensive tanks, the Zero vet T-64s, as well as the Hyacinths? And the recon will nestle itself all around the map and provide correction and spotting for the artillery, and the artillery will slowly give enough advantage for a tank force to attack. That would be the standard Pro Commie way of doing things. But also, this is a quite large map, and both 35th and 27 do lack the aircraft or anti-air. The forward deploying trucks that are moving with the Desantniki are really good against helicopters, as they are both fast and can start firing really early before the rockets start going off. So the Adder helicopters, for instance, might be taken down early, but
the MiG-21s, the MiG-21 napalms, all of these potential units here could provide a really big problem unless our red players invest into either just a really solid network of medium-range anti-air, such as Taurus and Strelas and Tunguskas, which is expensive, or they micro their existing aircraft well, and their existing aircraft also are not top tier.
Yeah. Yeah, might be the case, but I mean, the EA there is decent, and they have enough fighters. But yeah, it's a lot about what 27th can bring around. Though I feel like that stuff can be better than what we saw with the iHawks because it's actually self-propelled. So that is going to be interesting. Scuff now finally coming in here. I feel like Scuff was on the toilet or something. Now finally coming in here with the deployment as well. So it's a spread out deployment all over the place from both players here. And yes, Scuff coming in with the Medlas. Coming in with a good amount of forces towards the middle as well. And this is going to be a pretty hot setup here. What's on the other side? Setup seems to be mostly finalized by now. But yeah, Scuff here now slowly coming in with Okranas, Saperis, ATGMs all coming around, and it's an all-or-nothing tournament, guys. The winner team takes it all, and a couple of you have already clicked the claim code button. A good couple of you haven't done so yet, though. And Matcherino, guys, take the 1 split second here now to go to Matcherino, click that claim code button, and add the 25 cents. Come on, only 25 of you need to do this, and we have all the money that can be given for free to these players that worked so hard the whole day. To get here into the prize pool. All it takes you is 2 seconds of your time, and it will give a decent amount of money, especially for in Belarus, a hard US dollars to these guys that really played great games for us here today.
Yeah, Pro Comi needs to put his Toyota Corolla into the shop. Oh well, probably doesn't because it's a Toyota, you know. You want to have the money ready in case.
Yeah, Atla and Skific here on the other side. Coming in nicely. I like the double Tor Strela 10M3 combo in the south. And together with some forward deployed ZSUs. Like, the AA setup there is solid. And I like that they focus pretty heavily on Dimitri as well, whilst ignoring Feodor. That's kind of what you want to play on the right side. Elena plus Dimitri and ignoring Feodor, because Feodor's like, it's really risky to go in there because you have to get deep so that it works out, otherwise you struggle. And we have the game now actively going on. Both.
Yeah, but Protoss, what do you think about the BTR S8 and the Metla? I don't know if you commented on it already, but these things are really expensive, 55 and 40 points. We've seen these used before, and they generally, I don't think they really get their money's worth.
Yeah, they can be pretty solid though. I feel like they're 5 points too expensive. But 32 rockets, they can eliminate infantry, and this is most likely going to be a heavily infantry setup on the other side. So having something that can siege like that quickly and stun down quickly and kill off quickly is quite nice. So yeah, I'm not against it, but I'm interested to see how well it will play out in this center matchup. I feel like it has good chances to do a lot here.
Yeah, having both of them is what's the problem here, I think. The Spetsnaz crew managing to kill a reinforcement around Desantniki here. Otherwise, Red Force landing and taking out the first recon units, his spots, including both recon helicopters. A 2-bomber, Pro Comi's cheap bombers, the Albatrosses, are coming in right now. Let's see if these gas trucks will be able to do something about this. Or if this will prompt them.
Here coming in with the first run. Bombs are off. Bombs are dropping. There's a Nikki.
Okay, so 1 point of damage, so not doing anything.
Besnat GRU going down. Atla gets given the Southern Dimitri point. And they are on a +2 now. BTR can come into the south now as well. Though the center most likely, now getting contested. And yeah, rocket helicopters and the Ural Metlas here, and the BTR with the S8s pushing back a Rheostat. Dejaniki have Gansi. Important, expensive infantry here. Spesnats getting bullied by rockets. So they have to disengage there. Mi 8 and the BTRs doing a decent job there. And there is no tanks here in the middle yet. A lot of gas trucks going back right now. AA trying to move towards the middle as well. But we have no BMP3s here, which is a mistake in my eyes. BMP2s or BMP3s for the center to deal with all these BTRs. That's the hard counter. That's where the BTRs just really suffer. But there are none of those here, and that lets the Spetsnaz suffer instead.
Yeah, and Atla really doesn't seem to be, it's not moving as fast as I would like to see them. They should have realized, well, I was given Dimitri, the enemy is somewhere else. This is the moment that needs to be exploited. Now it seems like the forces are moving to push north, and that can be crucial here, because but no, they're losing the Saperi here immediately. Oh no.
No, the second Saperis. No, oh no, they try to unload in time. Okay, they at least get out of the vehicle. BMP3s now see the enemy and open up in kind. Spetsnaz GRU disengaging. They have smoke on their own. They could have smoked themselves and made it even more uncomfortable there. But yeah, the BMP3s now trying to roll over the bridge. But that is a bottleneck that can be strangled. And that is a problem.
Yeah, getting to the other side of the bridge is good, because if you can keep the bridgehead alive, you can reinforce it with the infantry, and that can be crucial in winning the battle for the middle. But even then, I would like to see just a little bit more aggressive. Just send like one recon unit to Boris or something. There's so much possibility here. Second wave of bombers coming in for Pro-Comi. Attacking right into this crucial building, losing one of them, but trading up when it comes to infantry.
Ural pushing forward. Conquerors and RPGs coming around as well. BMP3s coming up too. BTRs moving around here. Spätzgruppe A defending pretty well. Ooh, Urals going over the top. Ural Metla there coming in as well. Center in trouble.
Yeah, the double attack there and the kind of tardiness of Atla down south lost the chance of attacking this attacking middle from the south was lost here in a little bit of micro or command loss or whatever, and some old-fashioned tick gameplay getting down 100 points have been taken by the Reds with this smoke attack, mild smoke incursion up north. So now we will see if the high ground defense of this Desanigi Belazor, if the high ground is enough to keep all of these blue infantry waves away for 34 minutes, and thus the greatest champion Warno has ever seen will be vanquished.
Yeah, Conquerors moving around there. Okranas trying to push over. BMP3s are super deadly, and all the Urals and Metlas will have to be careful here now. But BMP2s coming up as well. But yeah, if you move too many Urals and BTRs with S8s around and lose all of them, that could be pretty costly here. BMP3s with the Strelas and Tors still trying to hold the line in the middle. A lot more BMP2s and BMD2s and BMP3s trying to come into the middle now. And yeah, they can be helpful here. I got ATGM on the other side pretty strong as well. One Tor went down. Hyacinths and Nonnas now entering the field as addition to the one that we already have there. And yeah, it's the Pro-Comiati play. It is really, really strong.
Yeah, start out by getting all of your good infantry into the middle, and then you get into this blow exchanging situation, and then you just keep picking stuff off with artillery. And if you were somebody who was not pro-commie, I would say that this tactic is maybe a bit too
passé. You know, it's a bit old-fashioned. It doesn't necessarily do what you want to because you have to do it correctly. Like so many people will just buy the artillery and they will keep shooting at it and not get anything tactical done. But Pro Commie plays the artillery always in a combination with something moving. Always something happening, always a purpose for it. It's not just firing at a position because, you know, we saw something there.
I like the smoke play here from the red side, though. They get a couple of Urals Metlas now killed off as well. A couple of their important infantry here now getting shredded by some more S8s. But they hold out in the south. A 100 point lead that they have from the early game obviously not mattering all that much. And yeah, we see BMP3s pushing forward. That's Grouper A going down. BMD2s pushing forward as well. Both teams here fighting in the middle.
The smoke here is a good idea, I think. Blocking the visibility of units, blocking the movement, that means that Pro Commie won't necessarily be able, or Scuff, they won't be necessarily be able to move their units into the best positions. And the smoke separates and splits the enemy infantry groups so that whenever the fire support of the Reds, aka the autocannons of the Reds, keep firing, they all fire at one thing. And that is a way to achieve fire superiority for a moment. Of course, the smoke will dissipate in a second. Just the concentration of units in the middle by both Pro Commie and Scuff really is just a huge target for artillery, and we're not seeing any of it getting taken out. Only mortars. But I say the mortars even might actually be really good here. Just targeting them in the middle. Just keep doing cohesion damage. Okrana are 0 vet.
Yeah, Luftsturmjäger is going down there as well. The Strelas under artillery is pretty tough. We have a big push coming out of the red side in the north, actually, which might find a good timing here. A Rapira on the defense might get overwhelmed quite nicely there. There is a Conquerors as well, though, so the BMP3s have to be careful. BMP3s nowadays are pretty pricey for 100 points. Both smoking at the same time, so they can't bait out more Conquerors missiles there nicely. But the situation here is still going decently.
Yeah, the Mi-8 rockets for Pro Commie are these transport helicopters with 2 rocket pods. These are, or 2 rocket weapons, 4 rocket pods actually. These are some of the best defensive weapons in these situations. Anytime an infantry unit shows itself, gets spotted, as we can see happening right now, the rocket planes will just eliminate it before any response can be done by anti-air, and then they will land and resupply immediately, also taking the away from the range of the anti-air.
And yeah, BMD2s and Spätzgruppers here under attack.
A Motostrelki incursion by Pro Commie is south, actually managing to take away the only AT weapon. So Dimitri might actually be open for a tank assault, and we'll see how long it takes for Atla to realize, or the Reds to realize what happened here.
Yeah, Conquerors here coming around. T80B on the other side, smoking off. LGB1 coming in here with some nice bombs, trying the best, trying to get some kills. 1 T80B down, but the center fight here is still really hot here. Atla trying their, and Skiffic here trying their best. The northern push. Motostrelki is there pushing in nicely. Radvedka's coming around. BMP3's coming around again. War 20mm there with nice smoke. Conquerors trying to find a shot against the ZSU and the BTR. BTR most likely able to come around. BMP2 here in the rear. But yeah, the +1 zone most likely finding a target. The MiG-27. It gets shot down, but it gets the T80B at least. That is at
Zero
least
with the
okay
80 though.
trade. It's not amazing, but it at least is an okay trade, and they get the +1 in the north again, whilst keeping the pressure up there with the BMP3s. One of them gets enough stress onto the Conquerors that it doesn't go down. The Conqueror's now out of ammo, but they don't know that, so they don't want to risk it here. But the BMP3 most likely gonna finish off the Conquerors now soon. Another vehicle coming around, the BTR-80 smoking off before it can get hit by anything. And the BMP3s here giving great fire support. BMP-1 goes down. BMP-3s now killing off more infantry here. Conquerors most likely soon to go down. The Motostrelkis and the Rural Metla from the south are an issue, but more BMP-3s coming up. 3 of them around in the north, so Pro-Commie and Scuff need forces for there as well. Whilst the center, Pro-Commie and Scuff have the advantage in Elena. The BTR-80 pushed back by rocket artillery. It will survive though, that is key, that is important, that is well done. And 3 BMP-3s still around, just the infantry is all that is a bit of an issue.
Yeah, there's large unit investments been made by the blue team up north to prevent these constant incursions. And the northern side is interesting in that it's way more difficult, in my opinion, to attack from the northern point to the Chariton, the back point, compared to attacking using the southern point, Dimitri. But speaking of the southern point, 2 more units, pressure units, Vopos and Motorschützen are being bought, including a BRM, and an attack will likely happen. They have spotted the AA truck here now. The AA truck is moving, and the Motostrelki might actually start an engagement here. It's important to drain your opponent's resources into investing into areas where they might necessarily be able to use their units as efficiently. And the forcing Atla and Skivit to defend Dimitri will now, oh no, there's a lot of stuff coming out here. There's never T-64 leader. Reinforcement won't be able to get there in time, I don't think. So some forces need to be rerouted somewhere to be able to hold Dimitri.
Yeah, artillery trying to land there. But yeah, a lot of forces coming in towards Dimitri there now. BMP-3 on the way, bought now, but still a far bit off. And the Books here in the middle, keeping every plane back. The Hyacinth now re-aiming there as well. Actually, maybe already spotted the BTR, I believe so. At least that's immediately aiming for it. The BTR is the next good target, and that most likely is going to go down to the Hyacinth. I don't think it will react quickly enough. In the middle, the fight's still going on here. Both sides have bunkered down though, but yeah, with the artillery power of the Hyacinths, the Nonas, the cluster mortars, that whole situation is gonna be once more getting uncomfortable. Similar to last game, BTR now under fire. Starts moving immediately. Is that good enough? It's a BTR-80. It is pretty quick, 75 kilometers off-road speed. That is pretty fantastic, and it gets out there. Good reaction there from Skifik and keeping that alive. Whilst the BMP-1 piece here now trying to assault. Helicopters coming around as well. MiG-27 LGB. Did it actually drop?
Switching
No, it
targets
didn't. And MiG-23 is already on its tail. MiG-29 is being called in here for the south. But the MiG-27 LGB goes down. MiG-21 cluster getting a kill there as well. MiG-29 has to be careful. Books firing, not getting the kill, but the south, Dimitri, I believe Dimitri is done for.
Yeah, there seemed to have been a lot of points for both of them. Both of these players saved, and they just realizing that they managing to walk up that single infantry unit to do some spotting there was like, this is what I was saying earlier on. Just take a little bit more ground. Just put your recon just a little bit further. You want them to be there. Now this Conqueror's M is the only thing really protecting this zone. Luftstufenjägers are pushing into the back line. I don't think this can be captured back here. I think this is immediately put the red team into a really bad position. The red team has to start getting some decisive victories sooner rather than later.
Yeah, they have a good force in the north, but the entrenchment there on the other side is pretty good as well, with Conquerors and Fagot teams around. BTR 80 goes down, Conqueror's M goes down to the artillery as well. The BMP 3s here in the south, they will try to do some damage, but the Fopos and Motschützen here pushing on, and the BMP 1 and T64 numbers here are pretty high. And yeah, they can smoke off here as well. So Akula AT, interesting option. Oh, AT MiG-27 not finding the hit. Strela 10M3 coming around. MiG-29 coming around as well. MiG-31 AA immediately around here though. Not finding a hit just yet, but gets the kill there in the close range fight. And here is the Air Force again. Strela 10M3 not able to protect that on its own, as it gets some hits out, but no kills, and the BMP3s get overrun here. One L39 at least goes down, as more AA comes around in general. A lot of forces coming in here for the south. At the same time, they start to get their assault into the north. Saperi's there getting rid of the Fagot teams, getting rid of some infantry as well, so the push for the northern zone might work out here, but it is heavy fighting all across the board. MiG-27 goes down. Yeah, the DAA here of theirs is starting to get some Ws. Can they get enough victories though?
Yeah, this is the situation. The air forces need to be whittled down here. There wasn't any really important targets, no T-80s, no Tunguskas, nothing like that. So the planes flying around there were not as value as they could have been. So just doing damage, getting some punishments in, getting those planes to go back and repair at the very least. Is the way to deal with it. Iglas will likely be quite efficient price-wise, as well as the Strelas, considering the Strelas can be fired from the move, so they're really good against the L39s and other bombers.
Oh, the ATGM wave just getting rid of some units there in the south, but the artillery on the other side, on the Strelas, on some of the BTRD robots, so the ATGM wall here is in trouble, and single units keeping them occupied, getting sacrificed, that is fine. Mi-8 MTV in the north goes down, but gets the Motostrelki Komordia leader there. T-80BVK leader now on the way, but that will be an air target for sure. Saperi still coming around there, as both sides still take losses here. +1 now for Scuff and Procomi, going to a +2 again, and has them in the lead, but the situation is still manageable for the red side here. They aren't out of this yet. They are doing way better than what we saw out of Forward and his teammate last game, I would say, at this stage. But yeah, they still have a lot of combat ahead of them.
Yeah, the massed ATGM is actually pretty alright, considering that the enemy does have 0 vet tanks and then the 1 vet T-62s, which won't be able to block the missiles, so they do work. They lower the enemy's accuracy and combat effectiveness, forcing the expensive tanks to move away, thus keep gaining them some ground. And another punishment against another MiG, only an AA plane, but still very worthwhile to get those things down. And up north we're seeing the BMP-3s on the long range doing both the bombardment and the fast-moving ATGM damage, and whether this can out-trade the enemy, whether there can be a permanent infantry foothold for the Reds in the northern town, that is another thing. But the contestation can be kept up with a tank and a lot of smoke mortars. Smoke mortars do have
Eurometla and BTR is still getting rid of the infantry that tried to flank the T-62 there. So yeah, once more the infantry being the punching bag for the red side, and they lose out with that. The MiG-27 AT trying to come around for the north, but we have Strela 10 M3s here again, so they will have trouble. BTR Sling not quite working out there. The MiG-27K not quite getting the kill there. It is the one with guided ammunition, but it gets the kill on the second run and gets only hit once, so it can get out alive. And it is back to a +2 here for our resource efficient blue sides players here. Not overstepping their welcome, getting rid of BMP-3s now in the south again, and BMD-2s. The Hyacinths have been constantly firing, and we see the first couple of reloads now being done from their supply point in the rear, but it still has 10,000 supply in it. So a lot of more artillery can come around here.
Yeah, I just don't. It's so difficult to get rid of good infantry, large infantry squads in buildings. You need to have special. You need to prepare for it. You need to have specialized unit combinations, and it is possible to do that with this division. 27th especially is quite good at this, but the pro-commies and Scott's gameplay styles have never allowed for a moment of reprieve. When this moment of reprieve was happening, a single Motorschützen squad managed to walk
Oh,
in.
the cluster! Oh, the cluster! The cluster! Oh, no! Oh, the T80 VVK and 2 BMP3s going down there. One MiG-23 gets killed off at least by Astralis, and at least 2 BMP3s survive, but yeah, that bunched up force just asked for it. You can't do that against 6 in the north. Just absolute devastation. The push looked so good, but it was just a bit too bunched up. I don't think anything else could have stopped it at this point, but yeah, that cluster MiG-21 is exactly the unit that is needed at this point, and it did a job that it needed to do.
Yeah, it's this is when referring to always making right decisions. This is just it. There was a right time. It was a right place. There's a right context.
Yeah, we see now MiG-27K AT-1 here coming around again. AT planes, MiG-27 2Ms on the other side, hunted down by a lot of MiG-21s. And MiG-21 cluster here coming around again. Gets shut down this time, but MiG-27 coming around. Hunting things down again. The AA just not quite numerous enough against that 56 plus 6 Motto matchup here. And the MiG-27K goes down here in the end, but did its damage there again. Strela 10M down. The AA is suffering here. MiG-21 gang flying around. Tors in the center are pretty numerous. One for the space program there, but the sides, that's an issue always on loop. Getting the AA up in 1v1 even more so than in team games to get everything covered here. Tors stopping. Trying to get the defensive here.
Every T80 gets taken out by the cluster planes. The cluster planes are now cluster planes getting punished finally, but yeah, cluster planes attacking the Strelas, attacking the T80s, going there right as the cheaper planes have just attracted the enemy's missiles, so that you know that you're always going through. This is the way to trade upwards using cheap planes. More T80s are being bought on zero vet. You can afford to buy them, even against the very numerous MiG-27 AT planes. I think down south there's going to be now a smoke barrage and an attempt to push in, but even then there is helicopters, a sideline, and a bunch of aircraft. This is going to be very difficult to try to get into Dimitri.
Yeah, Nona trying to target units in the center again. We have a decent amount of artillery. The Tors coming around now, trying to push forward. They got a decent couple of kills, but yeah, that cluster plane in the north just stopped the push there. That was looking so hot. And without that, the situation here is really tough. We see a lot of forces coming again for the south. We see a good couple of units coming for the center. The Dejant RPG-22 there will get under fire. The Nonas here really doing decently, but they have to start moving soon. Yeah, they do. Okay, so counter battery won't catch them, but the Air Force does it again here. Yeah,
it's the way that the Air Force gets used. There is a rhythm to it. They always go in. Those who don't play WARNO, it is not incredible. It's not that simple to get all of your planes to always act in the way that you want them to, because first of all, sometimes they'll just turn kind of on their own if they lose target. And other thing is, when you call on a a plane. Fighter planes come in like 2 seconds, but other planes can take way longer. So you can't just immediately click, 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 and see your planes all go in that formation. You have to count the seconds in your head, and you have to know this so that you can have your AA planes go in there right before the bomber goes and destroys the AA platform. Another AT planes going out there, facing Tor, and Strela. And getting punished. Nice to see. MiG-31 flies close. Does not get punished.
Yeah, Motostrelki's coming around here. RPG-27s coming in. BRDM-2Us moving in. TADBV under fire. We see Atla getting in the south again, but the 790 points mean that with 12 minutes remaining, they kind of need to get into a rear zone at this point. Those are +2 zones, so they can be really decisive if broken into, and they have a strong mechanized force here with T-80s now in the south, but T-64s...
The MiG-27 goes in and kills the command T-64. Suddenly, the force, blue tank force, is half its earlier size.
Yeah, but it won't get a capture there. T-62 goes down in the center. Big push there, trying to come in. A lot of BMP-2s being spotted. Atla and Skefik up against a lot of BMP-2s there coming their way. And they will try to push through the south, but their CV there goes down. The BRDM-2 goes down, so they will still need to get more pressure on there. And with the artillery, with all the airplanes, I'm not sure if they can do that. So
the Zero with T-64 has been brought down to half its health and on low cohesion, and now is the moment to try to capture southern Dimitri. Artillery is firing, all the ATGMs are hitting, taking out a Conquerors, stunning a T-80, but there's so much behind this, I think they might be able to get in there. 2 more T-64s are ordered for by Procomi. Another 2 T-64s are immediately...
No. A Tor goes down to the Fagot ATGM though. That is pretty painful. Those Tors and Strela 10Ms are so important. MiG-27 AT in the sky again. And the TADBVs on the other side coming in decent numbers as well. But those TADBVs are so vulnerable to the enemy MiG-21 clusters and so on. So yeah, losing important AA units like that is pretty bad. And they still need a deep push here to really turn this game around. And the northern forces have been depleted, only a couple of damaged and relatively worn down BMP-3s still around. So no push in the north. I don't believe they have a lot in the center either, really. They have a good defensive setup there, but nothing that can really push the blue out of the center. So bottom is the only way that red can do. And yeah, they basically have to do this now. This push here with the T-80s has to work.
Another, the MiG-27 AT that just came in missed both of its shots and got shot down, but at least one of these, one more T-64 is on low cohesion. The leader tank here is going to triple the speed by which the cohesion gets recovered, so that is going to be crucial unless the T-64 is going straight up to the fight.
Honkers here trying to move around.
Yeah, leader tank does not have missiles, but it's still that might actually be a positive for it because it doesn't get locked down in the same way.
Yeah, TADBVs here trying to roll in. CV being killed off again, as a lot of infantry has been coming here now, and the artillery can now fully focus on the south as well of blue because all the other parts of the map are under control. BRDM in the north is running into a brick wall as well, so that's not going to work out. 8 minutes 45, and yep, it seems like Procomi might win yet another tournament, as it is looking pretty desperate for red side here at this stage.
Yeah, it's up north. Would like to point out a different player owned the smoke mortars than the one who drove the BRDM in there. Just smoking up first and then sending the BRDM could have maybe gotten a few more points, at least not an immediate death. But everybody's attention is being kept by the southern fight here, and it really is the even though the middle fight was quite not decisively, but the town was lost because the attack from the blue side was amazing, but there was things to do on Dimitri. There could have been a push to try to capture both the Boris and then to try to also decapture center and suddenly just get a nice 4 tick to against your opponent, even a 6 tick if you have some patience. But instead, all the forces were used to try to fight for the middle. There was no trickery. Everything was done very honestly. If your opponent is showing you an open area, you don't move it. That would be ungentlemanly. And I think that is what, in the end, kind of caused this. Not pushing further, not trying to push your luck down south. No, even though the distance from which you can get to the 2-point back point is very small.
And we have a DGG, and we have a champion. Brokomi and Scuff taking it here. And Brokomi once more getting himself a tournament title. Scuff here joining him in that. And yeah, really great run from Atla and Skiffic on the other side. They did fantastically up till this point. And they had some good moments in this game as well, but Brokomi and Scuff just a bit too hard to overcome. So GGVP to those two. And yeah, well played to everybody involved. And Brokomi and Skiffic will take the championship here, as we have great play here out of them here in the final matchup as well. And that division combo also just seems really hard to beat.
Yeah, it is like you have to, because whenever Procomi comes at you doing that thing, that air attack, the Lathan's doctrine, massed air, without a seed plane even, using the cheap fighters as basically target attractors and making sure that your expensive planes don't get hit. Whenever that is done, you need to be on the ball to counter it. You need to have your planes up. You need to micro. So it is extra difficult because it activates you. And if you're microing, if you're doing something, if you're trying to deal with an enemy ATGM going against your tank or whatever, you immediately need to move and start clicking around. And it demands a lot from you. And I don't, whenever you see that coming and you know already, oh no, it's already too late, I don't I don't think it's at all shameful to lose into that strategy. And we will see if that strat will be, if people will try to replicate it on 1v1. But I'd say that's pretty unlikely because Sixth does get debuffed significantly in a lot of its fundamentals.
Yeah, and yeah, we will have a lot to talk about balance and air balance and all of that kind of stuff tomorrow. A lot of information is there to come your way once we are allowed to send that all out. So 4 p.m. GMT, 5 p.m. Paris time tomorrow. We gonna have a look into all of that. And yeah, let's have a look on the final results here in a second. I'm currently just filling out the last final results that came in. So yeah, we should have the final bracket in a second here with all the results. And then we can have a look into that. It's just that the Shalong is loading pretty slowly right now. But yeah, it will be quite nice. Oh, come on. Come on. Server. It's always a bit weird when Shalong is slow and when it's fast. Right now, it decided to be pretty slow. Yeah, let's switch over to that stuff though. Let's have a look there. into between 2 games. So yeah, we have these kind of games currently being played out. Imp and wait, that we already put in. Yeah. Here these 2-1. And Woe and X's 1 versus forward. So that might get them 2nd place, I believe. Yeah, Scuff and Brokomi won, and then I'm not quite sure what was the result between Solid Strike. If that game is still going on, maybe? Might still be going on. No, I don't think so. Okay, Hatred and or Homelander here. One against that one. Okay, and then Solo Skunta and lost their game here as well. They played a really strong first tournament here. Really good results from Roldman and his teammate. And this should be putting in the final results. Yes! And then we have the final standings. After a quick loading. So yeah, Belgan and Brokomi in front of Atla and Skiffic, Pibbat, and Yang Hoko, Wo, Axis, and Pasta La Vista all sharing 3rd place. Yeah, 3-way tie 3rd place. And Roldman here with a slightly worse Buchholz for some reason. I'm not quite sure why, but we would look deeper into it. Recase and a lot of 3-2s and so on. So yeah, full on results. Thanks for everybody for joining. It was an amazing tournament again. And thanks for you for joining me as well, Chlorite. All of you who haven't followed Chlorite yet, guys, you should absolutely do so over at his channel.
It's my official comment.
And midnight is not when...
It's not midnight, it is 5 p.m. Paris time.
He will... I think I have told you that even, Ranger. Like, if I don't confuse you with other people.
Yeah, you told it to me.
I think it's the 3rd time you asked. Didn't you ask that on YouTube as well, or already as well? I literally posted on YouTube and Discord.
It's guerrilla marketing. Just go with it.
But yeah, we will have it 5 p.m. tomorrow, German time. And we will have a lot of stuff to talk about there. Norfolk will be really good. And yeah, thanks for all the games here. Thanks for all of you for joining. Thanks for all the guys who helped out with the match. You know, you could do so on the way out as well. If you want to still help out, click the claim code button on the way out. And then see you all next time. We're gonna end it here because it was a really long stream and I need some rest. And yeah, thanks for watching. Let's see who we can rate. Mr. Vulcan HD Gaming, who's not playing WARNO, and that we should let him know. Let him know that he should for sure stream WARNO tomorrow when Norfolk comes around. Ask him about Norfolk right now.
Yes. Yeah, go tell them about how tomorrow is going to be a Norfolk day.
Yeah, Norfolk day tomorrow.
Remember to mention the new nations. The nations is the stuff that people really are interested in, like high-tech prototype units and nations. Those are the things that sell DLC. So just Luxembourg, Belgium, Poland, well, Belgium again. I don't care. They're all the same to me. Just remember, if you want to do your part, that's the way to go.
Yeah, all the Polish stuff as well. And yeah, all of that stuff.
I will now be going. Thank you, everybody, and have a nice rest of your weekend. I will go lie down and fall asleep, I think. This has been actually very tiring, surprisingly.